Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to today's reading where we're going to be exploring the message that's meant to come forward for you in this moment from your future self, specifically 5 years from the time you are watching this video or when this reading has found you, okay? This is a timeless reading, so it doesn't matter when it comes across your page or when you find it in your feed. What matters is that you are here now. Okay, so I welcome you. I feel so honored that I get to do this reading for you today. We're going to be channeling your future self in this moment or within the reading itself. So, get ready. These readings tend to be pretty lengthy. If you haven't been subscribed to me before, you'll know, or you're going to learn in this video how lengthy my readings actually end up getting, okay? So with that being said, make sure you have something to take notes with, okay? You're really going to want to. My ADHD brain loves to just go all over the place in these readings. I really don't have a system or a structure. I've tried doing that before with ego and the ego's need for control, but I let that go. And the more real, the more specific, the more clear these messages, the channel messages that come through within me get, the more I release and surrender to it. So I'm letting Source kind of guide us today with this reading and your future self as well. When it comes to the game plan that how we're going to be breaking down this reading for you today. First up, we're going to be tuning into your future self's energy 5 years from the time you are watching this video, okay? So we're going to be getting their energy, seeing where they're at in life, what's going on currently. And then secondly, we're going to be overall seeing a very specific message from your future self. I'm going to try to do it in first person. I'm going to try to channel your future self specifically and directly in that energy. We're going to be looking at the lived experience that they went through. So what they went through during these 5 years, and then the realizations that they've had. So the things that they understand now that perhaps they didn't understand 5 years ago. And then thirdly, we're going to get the very specific direct message of what they need you to know now, what they need you to understand now while you're listening to this reading, whenever it's found you. And then we're also going to look at what your future self wants you to continue doing on your current path and what they want you to shift in terms of helping you get to where you are meant to be and where you want to go in life. And then lastly, like we always do, we're going to get final messages from the highest, most healed version of yourself we can possibly channel. Okay, so I'm really excited to do this reading. Buckle up because I really have a massive gut feeling that this one's going to be the longest one I've done yet. And when it comes to the back of the deck's collective energy, when I was gathering the significator cards for each of the piles today, so you guys all received from my Sacred Destiny deck Adventures. So like I said, buckle up. I really feel like there's going to be a lot of things coming through, but then underneath it, we also have community. So there is going to be a lot of different people involved. I feel like the stories and the complexity of each of these piles situations are going to differ greatly from one another. So, I'm not really, I don't know why, but I feel called to share. I don't think anyone that comes across this video is going to choose more than one pile. And if they do, they're going to resonate more with one than the other. Really make sure to ensure, I feel like I said sure way too many times, but to ensure that you are really selecting your pile from a place of groundedness and centeredness and connection to your inner world in this moment, I lovingly invite you to take a nice inhalation through your nose for a couple of seconds, inflating that belly with air, holding it at the top for a couple moments, as long as you feel called to. Before you do, an H-A sound, a sigh coming out, escaping through the lips, deflating that belly, grounding yourself a little bit closer to Mama Earth, wherever you're at. If you feel comfortable to close your eyes, you may do so to continue that breathing at your own pace, inhaling up, holding it at the top, and then HA sound, exhale, washing that breath over the shoulders, over the spine, over the crown of the head. And do that just one more time for me, love, if you can, at your own pace. And whenever you find yourself at that exhalation, take your time, okay? I'm talking pretty fast here. I'm not expecting you to follow as I'm talking. You can go back to your regular breathing cycle and really connect to the energy of this message, the topic for today's reading, which is, what is the message that my future self 5 years from now has for me? What is the message that my future self 5 years from now has for me? Okay, and really connect to that energy, that intention for today's reading. Connect it to your center, wherever your center might be today. and keep it there. Hold it with you in those cycles of breath as long as you feel called to, until you feel comfortable to open your eyes and look in front of you to select the pile that you feel most drawn towards. Okay, my loves? So with that being said, pause this video for as long as you need to select that. And if you're ready, I will meet you at your part of the video. And don't forget, we have that raw, completely unedited pile preparation portion for each of the piles as well, if you feel called to see how I set up for your readings in particular. Okay, feel free to check that out. But regardless of where you're at or where you go, in the timestamps down below, I will meet you there. Okay, see you soon. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number one. So welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading today. Okay, oops, that just slid out of the camera, where we are going to get all the cards nice and ready for your reading, okay? So we have a lot of different decks that we're going to be using, and we also have intuitively hand-selected tarot deck that I feel called to use throughout your reading if I feel the call to use the tarot. So you have your Somnia tarot deck that differentiates you amongst the other piles for this reading today. If you do end up hearing any sounds in the background, I'm so sorry about that, my loves. CapCut may have failed at trying to do the noise reduction thing if you're still hearing noise while listening to this video. There's a lot of renovations going on in my home right now because we are trying to sell, okay? So sell the home, and we have a little bit of a time frame that's pretty tight to get it all done. So I apologize for the noise if there is any that you can hear on your end, okay? But to get into this, we have so many different decks that we're going to be shuffling through. So I'm just going to jump right into this and let's do it, okay? So we're going to be first gathering cards for the first section of your reading, where we're going to be tuning into your future self's energy 5 years ahead from the time you come across this reading, okay? So tuning in to pile number one's future self 5 years from the time this video finds them. What is their energy? Tuning in to pile number one's future self 5 years from the time they come across this reading. What is their energy? As I tune into the energy of pile number one's future self 5 years from the time this reading finds them, what is going on with their energy? Okay, so we have one card coming through. Back of the deck does want to come through here as well with this deck. So we have Midgard with Apple Tree. Pretty curious to see what that's about. We're going to be using my Rune and Roots Oracle booklet that comes along with this deck, or goes along with this deck, to explore that together in the reading. So excited to dive in. Let's continue. Tuning into the energy of pile number one's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. What is going on with their energy? What is going on with pile number one's future selves energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? Okay. Interesting. So no back of the deck energy wanted to come through there. And then we have my What's the Tea Oracle deck. We're not going to take everything word for word literal, because this is technically a love oracle deck, but I love to use it for like my general readings, my everything readings really, and I just read between the lines. Or if it's aligned with love, then like it resonates with you, you take that as well as your message. But we're going to be using this because these are the decks I hand selected for this topic. I feel really called to use it, so let's see where it takes us. Tuning into pile number one's future selves energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. What is their energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number one? What is pile number one's future selves energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What is pile number one future selves energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? Okay, so I don't know why there's so many cards, but I felt called to do that. Back of the deck also wants to come through. We have tiptoeing, acting shady, sneaking around, avoiding getting caught. Okay. interested. They're literally my BT. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. This is significator energy. It's going to go with this. I don't know why I feel called to do it this way. All right, so we got the energy, the cards meant for the first section. This wants to go along with your significator card, so we're going to leave it there. All right, next up, we're going to be getting these cards for the message from your future self, pile number 1, where they're going to be exploring the lived experience of what they went through, okay? So what is the lived experience for pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time they come across this reading or this reading finds them? What is the lived experience of pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number 1? What is pile number 1's future selves 5 years from now lived experience? What did they go through? Back of the deck also wants to come through here. We have heart with the number 24, adding to 6. Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts is giving me kind of like night energy. Okay, so we have 2 of these. What is the lived experience of pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? Is it a timeless reading? What did pile number 1 future selves 5 years from now self go through? What did they go through? What did pile number 1 future self 5 years from now go through? Feel called to get back of the deck again. We have the anger within. Anger is a teacher, not an enemy. Explore its roots rather than suppressing it. Powerful energy fulfillment. See, I like this. Okay, so we have 2 cards. We have the cards set up here. Now we're going to be looking at the realization. So what your future self understands now 5 years from the time that this reading finds you. All right. So what does pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them understand now? What do they understand now? Okay, we're going to have 2 cards coming through. And then the Citadel deck. What does pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them understand now that maybe this version of pile number 1 doesn't yet? What does this version of pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them understand now? What is their realization? What do they understand now? Okay. Back of the deck wants to come through. We have the champion with achievement and slash comma downfall. Underneath that, we have the miser with stubbornness and inflexibility. Okay, there's something to do with ego, like growth, a major growth lesson. You went through some major transformational times and periods during this version of you. This future self has experienced some major things, and they're kind of preparing you for what's in store if you choose to stay down this path. Does that make sense? That's what I'm really picking up on with that. And then moving on for the message from your future self, the exact direct message. This is where we're going to be shuffling for now. So we have my tea leaves, my essential oils deck, my runes deck, and my hard truths deck. All here we're going to be shuffling. So what is the exact direct message for pile number 1 from their future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What does pile number one's future self 5 years from the time this reading finds them want them to know now? What does pile number one's future self 5 years from the time this reading find them want them to know now? What do they want to tell them? What do they want them to know slash understand now? What is the message? All right, so we have 2 cards coming through here. All right. Tea leaf deck 1. What is the direct message from pile number one's future self 5 years from the time they find this reading for pile number 1? What do they want pile number 1 to understand now? What do they want pile number 1 to know now? The energy of their future self 5 years from the time this reading finds them. What is their direct message from the version of pile number 1 that is listening to this reading? Okay, so we're only shuffling each of these decks of tea leaves once. I'll gather all the cards after I finish both decks. So what is the direct message from pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time this reading finds them to the current pile number 1 self that is currently listening to this reading whenever they come across it? What is the direct message? What do they want them to know slash understand now? Okay. That was so hard to shuffle, by the way. My hand was like cramp. Okay, so we have these 3 facing down, all these facing up. Let me just make sure I'm not missing. We have 1 here. We have 2 facing down here. And then these were facing up. I'm going to keep these together, these together, okay? So let's do that. Bam. Bam. All right. Let's keep going. What is the direct message from pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time this reading finds them to the current version, the present version of pile number 1 that comes across this reading while they're watching it? What is the direct message? What do they want this version, the current version of pile number 1, to understand slash know, connecting, channeling the energy of pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What is their direct message to this version, pile number 1, the current version of pile number 1, whenever they come across this reading? Okay, so we have a couple of essential oil cards that came through. These are face down. Okay. This one's up. This one's down. Okay. All right, so these are separate. These are group. I think these go here. This one goes here. This one goes here. So we're going to do it like that. I don't know why. I just feel called to do it this way. And then, lastly, for the last deck, what is the direct message from pile number 1's future self in the time they watch this reading to the version of pile number 1 that is here listening to the reading? What is their direct message? What do they want them to know now? What do they want them to understand now? What is the direct message? All right. Oh, we have 3. Oh, wow. Okay. There's a lot of cards flying out in this question, this section in particular. So I really feel like there is important stuff here that we're going to be exploring. All right. No clue how this is going to unravel, but we're going to flow, go with it, because there's got to be a reason the way Source made those cards set up the way they did. All right, so we have that section all set up now. Now we're going to be moving in to what your future self wants you to continue doing on your path and shift, as well as shift, okay? So we're using these 2 decks for this part. Okay. And let's do it. So what does pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time pile number 1 finds this reading want them to continue on their path? Okay, chill. What does pile number one's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to continue on their path? One more shuffle. Okay, so we have that set. Now for the shift. What does pile number one's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to shift on their path? What does this version of you want you to shift on your path when you come across this reading? What do they want you to shift on your path? What do they want you to shift? Okay, nothing wants to come through in this deck. Let's see if this one wants some more shuffling. What does pile number one's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds pile number one, want them to shift on their path? What do they want them to shift? Okay. So we got 2 cards here in the shift part. And we have these cards for the continue part. Back of the deck does want to come through with this deck. We have slave. Oh, wow, that's intense archetype energy. With light attribute, surrendering your power of choice to the divine with complete trust. Shadow attribute, giving your willpower to an external authority out of fear of making your own choices. Okay. What is the back of the deck for this one? We have Aries, I am. Oh, and then the number 13. Okay, massive leveling up, growth, transformation happening for you from the time that you come across this reading, my beautiful pile number one, to the 5 years ahead version of you that we're going to be channeling and connecting to today. Okay, so shift and continue. Continue, shift. All right. So we got that set. Now your final messages from Source, we're going to be using 3 decks of Oracle from your most healed version of self. What is the final message meant for pile number one coming from their most healed and highest version of self? What are the final messages meant for pile number one to end this reading today, coming from their highest and most healed version of self? Possible to access. Oh, okay. Okay, I have no clue what this is. We're going to see, but I feel like there's a lot of change coming. So there was 4 Mystic Moon cards that wanted to come through. What is the final message meant for pile number one to end this reading with as I connect to their most healed and highest version of self possible that I have access to, that chooses to come through? The final messages meant for pile number one. Final messages meant for pile number one. Okay. What is this? Kunzite. Oh, how beautiful. What is the final messages meant for pile number one to end this reading with as I connect to their highest and most healed version of self accessible? What is the final messages meant for pile number one to end this reading with? What are the final messages meant for pile number one to end this reading with? Okay, so we have 2 of these cards. Beautiful. Okay, so we got a couple things. Excited to dive into all of this with you for your final messages. But now that we got all of that out of the way, I believe we're ready. We're ready to do this reading, my loves. Okay, so I will meet you at the next part of your video, your portion, which is going to be coming in very shortly. I'm just setting up your tarot deck. I almost forgot to get it shifted, shuffled, set energetically, intentionally. Pile number 1. Okay, beautiful. So now that we got everything ready, I will meet you at your part of the video, my loves, okay? See you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 1s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile for my Sacred Destiny deck, the Fulfillment card, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to the message from your future self 5 years from the time that this reading has found you. We have an additional little mystery oracle card that wanted to be paired with your significator card. So I actually want to look at that real quick before we start kind of exploring and just diving right into the significator energy before we go into your reading, okay? So we have glow up, major transformation, drastic changes, self-improvement being paired with fulfillment. And I love this for you because we also have a full moon in the back of the background of this card. And that immediately gives me the energy of somebody who's going through a harvest, or they're reaching a harvest point in their life. They're reaching a point of growth and, well, fulfillment in the sense of planting a seed. Maybe you planted a seed, or you have an idea. Maybe you've been sitting on it, but you're not really sure where this idea is going to take you while you're watching this video. And I'm hearing this is the version of you 5 years from the time that you find this reading. They're coming in to show you this is what happens if you follow that gut feeling, if you follow that little niggling feeling within you, because there's some amazing things in store. But it's because this is going to be one heck of a freaking adventure you're about to experience. I don't know if this means it could be a literal adventure, but what I'm picking up on is there's going to be lots of highs and lows, ups and downs, emotionally speaking, like high emotions, low emotions, just moments of figuring out how to coexist with extremes in some way, shape, or form. I don't know what that means, but that's what I'm hearing in my head. Like a vision of extremes, but like learning how to coexist with it. So that really can be translated or interpreted in so many different ways. So I really want you to take the things I say, jot them down, look at them, and plug in kind of like a Mad Libs. Do you guys know what that is, or am I too old? Please tell me I'm not too old. You guys should know what Mad Libs are, right? You ever did this when you were growing up? It was like blanks and it's a story and you fill it in and you say like stupid words in it, and it tells you like in parentheses noun, verb. I used to love those growing up, and I feel like your story, I want you to fill it in like it's a Mad Lib story, because a lot of the things I'm going to share are going to make sense to you, but if I get too specific, it won't anymore, because this is a general reading. There's so many people that are going to come across it, you know what I mean? So take what resonates, leave what doesn't, but specifically also plug in this stuff as you see fit into your own specific situation, okay, my loves? Because I really feel like this reading is going to try to be really specific. And so I'm going to try to make it a specific general thing, because this is a message from your future self 5 years from the time you come across this reading, okay? So yeah, major change, massive change. I don't know why, but I'm thinking about fruit. I believe this is a peach. Those are really, really sweet. They're very soft, you know? The inside's a little sour, tangy. Peaches are summer fruits. You can go peach picking, you know, at certain orchards during the summertime in certain places in the US. And at least where I grew up, there was a lot of peaches and we would be able to go pick them. Jersey peaches, because I was from New Jersey. I am from New Jersey. But what I'm trying to say is this feels sweet. This feels like something you've wanted for a very long time. This feels like something that you doubted, you've stalled on, you've hesitated on for a while, because I'm picking up on this energy of stagnancy, stagnant, or just really slow moving energy that was moving slow because it didn't know how to begin or how to do it or something like that. Like you've been building up the courage to start or something. But let's keep going. I really want to tune into your future self's energy specifically so we can get more information on this. So to do that, I already got the cards set up, but before we look at those, let's look at your back of the deck energies. We had 2 back of the deck energies that wanted to come through from your future self. So we're specifically tuning into their energy and their essence 5 years from the time you come across this reading. For the back of the deck energy, the first one we have here, it is tiptoeing, with acting shady, sneaking around, avoiding getting caught. Okay. Oops. Fixated, obsessive, attachment, focusing in. I feel like there's a reason why that kind of slid the way it did, so we're gonna do this. Okay. And then for the final back of the deck energy here, we have Midgard with apple tree, and I have no clue what it is, but I do see the 4 elements. We have water, air, fire, and earth. So we're gonna have to see what this rune's about. Let's take a look at that together, actually. All right, so I'm gonna try to find it in the glossary, the table of contents. Okay, there we go. So we have, where is it? Midgard, page 117. So 1 + 1 + 7 is 9. And instantly it's giving me the energy of massive release happening. While you're watching this, the year of the snake could have been a massive time for you. So in particular, that's the year 2025. Okay, let's get there. Okay, so Midgard apple tree, keywords: material, physical, earth, corporeal, worldly, human, mundane, terrestrial, stability, abundance. The Fehu rune for materialism, the Berkana rune for earth, Manaz rune for humanity. The apple tree is a plant lore celebrity, transporting us through tales like that of Eve, Adam, and the tree of wisdom, as well as Snow White and the poison apple. Throughout history, people have considered trees as wise elders of the earth, and the apple tree is no exception. Its energies, akin to Fehu and Berkana, are earthy, fertile, and plentiful, while also reflecting humanity like the Manaz rune. The contemplation question here: do I understand and value the sanctity of my physical being? Okay. It's a living symbol of the earthly soul and human spirit. It's here where the sacred fires burn in reverence to the gods, ancestors, and spirits. The wisdom of the apple tree is this: sometimes we dedicate ourselves entirely to spiritual life, failing to recognize that spirit also longs to materialize in the physical world. Let us not forget the sacredness and magic of our earthly home. You are locking the F in. Okay, so tuning into the energy of your future self, like right off the bat. There's something that you've been wanting for a long time, pile number 1. And this future version of you, 5 years from the time that you've come across this reading, based off of your energy right now, you are lined up to start getting there and moving your way there slowly but surely, gradually. I'm thinking of the Pentacles energy, right? Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight in tarot, but they are the knight that takes the most care. They put the most care and utmost importance in every single step they take. It's super methodical, steady, gradual, because they want their foundation to be as unbreakable as possible, indestructible at that. So let's keep going though, because this energy, it feels serious, it feels disciplined, it feels driven, it feels hungry. But let's see what else. We have snack. So again, I forgot to mention this, but I did mention it in your pile preparation portion. This is my What's the Tea Oracle deck. And this is technically meant to be associated with a love oracle deck, but I like to use it in my general readings as well. So I want you to not pay attention to the romantic words, and we're gonna kind of see it as a metaphor for what's going on in the energy, okay? So we have that word, appeal, physical attraction, irresistible desire. Next up, we have new boo, new love, learning each other, flirtations. Inner light, soul searching, finding true self, living consciously. Trolling, intentionally causing upset, baiting a reaction, provoking disputes. backtracking, regression, revisiting the past, going back on something. So the way I'm setting this up, I like feel like I'm pairing, like I need to pair them. Well, inner light's here, and then this goes here. And then the one that pairs with New Boo, let's see what it is, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure you can see everything, is Knocked Up, pregnancy, baby on the way, expecting. Wow. Okay. So this can be literal, but it doesn't need to be, because I really feel like this has to do with just getting your life in order. So whatever area of your life that you've been thinking about when you came across this reading, the thing that you've been sitting on, everything I shared before that I said to plug in, I need you to plug the rest of this crap into that certain area of your life, because this is the area of your life that this future version of you is honing in on and tuning into your future self 5 years from the time you come across this reading. They are strong. They are empowered. They are using everything that they've experienced up until that point to their advantage to make sure they continue growing and birthing creations, birthing things that are aligned with that area of life that you've so desperately have been wanting to manifest great things towards. Let's keep going. For an emotion, we have heartache, saudade, nostalgia, awumba, mono aware, boredom, melancholy, sadness, and loneliness. And then we also have boredom. Oh, so boredom is twice here. Boredom is the most contrary of emotions. It's a combination of feeling trapped, inert, and disinterested. There is a vague sense of wanting something to change, but we really can't say what. The boredom we know today was invented by the Victorians. And today we ought to be boredom free with the constant stimulation of ever smarter technologies, yet boredom is still with us. And maybe that's not so bad. Turn off your smartphone and you may find yourself slipping into that listlessness which gives rise to pleasant reverie and daydreams. There is no coincidence that many creative people have spoken of their own childhoods as immensely tedious. Their boredom propelled them to invent and imagine. It might just be, as the anthropologist Ralph Linton has argued, that the humanity capacity for being bored rather than social or natural needs lies at the root of man's cultural advance. I love this. And it's also giving me the idea of like turning pain into power, turning everything you've gone through into something that created mountains for you, basically, metaphorically speaking, when it comes to a very specific area of life that you've been wanting to hone more in on. This future version of you tuning into their energy, they are a version of you that are still very greatly dedicated to this area. They've been building it, they've been doing the things, and they continue to show up for you, themselves, you guys together, for all versions of themselves in a way, pile number one, where they are not letting anything that you've gone through get taken for granted at all. Everything is coming with them to benefit them in some way, shape, or form. This is a very, very powerful version of you, my love. For the final card, we have vulva with mugwort, and I always fear that I'm pronouncing it wrong because I don't want you to think I'm saying the anatomical woman spot thing, but it's here, mugwort. Okay, so we're gonna try to get the booklet for that now, because I believe that there's 2 runes here. I could be wrong, but I believe they look like 2 runes connected. So that is page 133 with the number 7. 3 plus 3 plus 1 is 7. This has taken a good chunk of time. And I believe this version is the psychic. I know that, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I'm scared I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. This deity, I believe, or they're a god in Celtic lore. Please correct me, guys. If you know this stuff better than me, let me know in the comments down below, okay? Because I don't want to disrespect anything if I am if I'm saying things incorrectly, okay? Or misrepresenting certain things in this culture of Celtic lore. But vulva, they are a Norse seeress and witch, Nordic, not Celtic. Its remarkable ability to tap into visionary and prophetic energies. Okay, so I know that vulva is kind of like a seer into your future, and they're elder, like they're ancient energy. The keywords with this card is empowerment, divine feminine, witch, confident, authentic, intuitive, psychic, divination, prophetic dreams. In moonlit groves where shadows play, amid the frolics of the Fae, I take a sip of mugwort tea, awakening my sovereignty. Here our spirits intertwine and energies within align. She whispers like an old grimoire, it's time to proclaim who you are. I am powerful, I am wild and free, and I embrace my destiny. For in this moment I am whole, a witch reborn, a boundless soul. So the Laguz rune for psychic ability and connection to the divine feminine, Kanaz rune for knowledge and the ability to see what others can't, and the Awaz rune for transcendence of life and death. Mugwort is the trusted companion of the vulva, and its remarkable ability to tap into visionary and prophetic energies enables it to guide the vulva through insightful dreams and astral expeditions. In a way, maybe they're like a shaman. With powers ranging from magic to menstrual health, this lunar herb helps one to discover the wellspring of their own divine feminine power. So the declaration here with this card, I am powerful. My strength knows no bounds. I am beautiful, radiating confidence and grace. I am resilient, overcoming every obstacle in my path. Oh my God, the fireman. This is so, yo, you are, damn, pile number one, you are going through a growth. Like, oh my goodness. And this expansion, the mindset that this future self of yours, my love, has is unfreaking stoppable. It is so powerful. It has everything that you've gone through. If you still have moments of like, I don't want to, it's not weakness, it's more just where you get a little shaken up. Because it's easy to wobble when you put so much, it's kind of subconscious, it's unintentional pressure on yourself to like perform and like show up and like do good, like work hard and stuff, perform well basically on your tasks or goals or whatever this is. You do have moments of shake up and doubt, but like you're gonna break out of that, because this future version of yourself, 5 years from the time this video has found you, my love, they continue to use that, the things that you take for granted within you, the things that you find as weakness. Now I think I know why the word weakness wanted to come through. The things that you find weakness within you, they made that their biggest, greatest strengths, because it has taught them adaptability and it's taught them things that this version of you, while that's watching or listening to this reading, has yet to fully develop. Like there's skills that this version of you has, pile number one, that is very wise, I guess you can say. Very wise, because they know what happens if they chose to give up on themselves or let go of this dream or let go of this vision, and they don't let you shake anymore. They don't let the both of you let this go, because you've kind of hesitated on it for so long that this future version of you is like, no more. And there's so much power and reclamation and I guess, right, sovereignty here. This version of you, they get what they want. They got what they want and they keep getting it because they know how to use their fire accordingly. There's things that you still are trying to work on, like understanding about yourself, and as the years go by till the moment of this version of you that you end up stepping into 5 years from the time you watch this video, like you're gonna go through massive self-discovery journey, massive experiences of transformation that challenge you to grow exponentially, because it's teaching your brain how to work differently than what it's known for a majority of its life. That's what I keep hearing. And with this energy, they know they're powerful and it's intimidating to people. It triggers others because they worked really hard to get to where they're at and they still continue to show up. It's like they set milestones on milestones and they keep crossing them. And that's the beautiful power here. They figured something out that just works for them. And not a lot of people in this world, my love, have access to what this version of you has now, in terms of how they were able to accomplish all these things for you. They have access to something that not a lot of people have, and it benefits you. It benefits you greatly. It could be something that right now you're not realizing how much it actually benefits you, but like you use it to your benefit 5 years from now, by the time you watch this video, while you're watching. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, they've figured it out. They've mastered a code. They've figured out how to unlock the door with some key that they just kept trying to jiggle in there and it kept getting stuck. Like, do you get what I mean? That's the metaphor. I'm very metaphorical. Forgot to mention that. But okay, let's keep going. I really want to just continue diving into this energy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these cards to the side. I really hope you took notes. I'm still going to be able to see it on my end. It's just you that won't be able to see it, okay? So to do that, I just got to switch it out with the next set of cards. We're going to be exploring. Like, they chose to dedicate their life, their time to these things, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so these are the next piles. I'm just trying to get these cards set up on the side. Okay, we're good. Sorry if you see that. I'm gonna move it here actually so we have space. Okay. So for the next section, this is where we're going to start diving into your message, the specific message from your future self. And this message from your future self, my love, is going to get broken down into three sections. One, we're going to be looking at the lived experience of what they went through. I'm going to try to see if I can connect to their first person energy if they want to channel directly through within me to you. If not, then I'm going to just talk about what their lived experience is. And then secondly, we're going to be looking at the realization, so what they understand now that maybe this version of you while watching this doesn't yet. And then thirdly, a direct message from them to you of what they need you to know now, what they need you to understand at this very moment while listening to this video, okay? So before we go there, first off, we're looking at the lived experience. The back of the deck energy, we have the heart from my Malefic Lenormand deck with the number 2 and 4 adding to 6. And I think this is the Jack of Hearts. I don't know if I'm saying this right because I haven't used playing cards in so long. Is it the Jack? Yeah, right? I think so. And then we have one more back of the deck energy here for this section, which is the anger within. Anger is a teacher, not an enemy. Explore its roots rather than suppressing it. And what I find pretty intriguing and interesting here, when we tuned into your future self's energy, originally we had the heartache card. So we have heart here. And anger within, this is immediately giving me solar plexus chakra and vibes from a chakra psychology perspective. And that's immediately showing me you figured out how to light that in. You've learned how to, this version of you, one thing that they have gone through in terms of lived experience is figuring out how to light up the fire and use it to their advantage massively. This journey, maybe for the next 5 years, you're going to experience pile number 1, how to channel your energy within you, your emotional energy, your emotional reserves to your benefit towards the things that you really want to accomplish. Let's see what this heart card is about though. So we have lover, sympathy, friendship, solving the conflicts. Exactly. You're solving the conflicts of your own life. That is the experience during the next 5 years. They have experienced solving the conflicts, all the things that you struggled with, you have figured it out. By this time, you are them. And there's still more progress being made by the time you go to that version of you or step into them. So for the cards here, we have, moving forward, we have child with the number 13. And then we also have man with the number 28. With the Ace of Hearts, and then this might be the Jack of Spades, I believe, is that shape. And then finally, we have letting go of the old you. You are not who you were. Honor your past, but don't cling to it. Okay. I feel called to use your hand-picked specific Somnia tarot deck. Each pile in this reading has their own tarot deck that I hand selected, and I felt called to use this deck for you guys. So let's get more information here. What is pile number 1's future self 5 years from the time they find this video or this reading finds them lived experience? What is their lived experience? What did they go through? Okay, this one's driving me insane. Okay. Back of the deck here is the Strength card. How powerful is that with the Ace of Wands? Fire fire energy. I love the depiction of the strength card in this deck for you guys. Setting up, I think it's called a hatchet. I always forget what those traps are called, but look how big it is. Look how they are really trying to catch something big. And whenever I see the strength card in tarot and readings, I immediately think of ego. Taming the ego, working with the ego, and there's a silent power here when you tame that version of yourself. And the ego is not just pride, guys. A lot of people mistaken it as just that or vanity, but in reality, the ego is so much bigger than that. It's a survival mechanism. It's the version of you that keeps you safe and alive. And so sometimes it doesn't realize that the things it's trying to push you towards is just keeping you in a loop, sabotaging cycles, because that's all it's ever known. So sometimes it just even pushes you away from things that help you expand and go towards your goals in life because it thinks it's keeping you safe. So there's this idea of like setting a trap to catch all the things that hold you back now for good. And that has a lot to do with anger. So there could have been anger issues that your future self did go through from lived experience up until the point that you're connecting with their energy. Let's keep going. What's underneath the strength card? Oh yeah, the Ace of Wands. Okay. We have 2 cards that are face down and these 3 are face up. So we're going to do it like this. So here we have the 8 of Swords, the 8 of Pentacles. Strength is the 8th card in this Major Arcana deck. So in the Major Arcana in this deck, sorry, I said that sentence wrong. 888 may be of significance to you, my love. On top of that, 8s are about abundance, manifestation, diligence, harvest. Tell me this is not absolutely freaking awesome. You know, I was gonna say, tell me this is not absolutely insane. Like all the serendipitous moments we're having right now, the synchronicities here, but tell me it's not freaking awesome too, because that's great energy. The King of Swords, okay. I want to speak like they are channeling in first person. Okay, so I'm giving your future self full permission to come through right now. We have the Page of Swords here at the top with the 8 of Cups. 8s, look, 8. Tell me that's not crazy. All right, let's quickly look at child, the meaning of the child card. New beginnings. We had new beginnings earlier. New. Trust, naivety, irrationality, unpredictable decisions. And then we also have 28 with man. A man having connection to the question. So many different ways to interpret this. Okay, but I already have a couple of things coming through, massive messages. Yeah. Okay, this is so beautiful. I felt called to cut the deck. I was asking a question to your future self internally. They told me to cut. Okay, yes. All right, getting ready. Getting my energy ready for this. Okay, so pile number 1, you have no idea where I am right now in life when I'm sharing this with you, because the things that we went through during these last 5 years were absolutely insane. We needed so much faith to get to where we're at right now, where I'm at right now, as I'm talking to you, sharing all of this. Because there were so many moments where we kind of almost led ourselves astray again. There were so many moments where we almost betrayed ourselves, abandoned ourselves to go show up for others in a lot of different parts of this journey. You and I both know what I mean when I say that, because we have like aggressively neglected ourselves for a really long, massive portion of our life. We've neglected our needs, neglected our desires, our heart's deepest desires at that. And I don't let that happen anymore. The things that we have went through together or will go through together, as you're listening to this, you will experience this, have led us to developing so much experience, life experience at that, specifically that helped us learn exactly when to walk away from things that don't serve us anymore. And every time we walked away, something else that great came in to switch out with the old. Like new things came in to switch out with the old. Even when we were scared shitless during those moments, we showed up. I showed up for us. And it has taught us so much about doing our due diligence for ourselves to show up, because we're realizing now the biggest things in terms of the experience that I've gone through that I wanted to share with you, pile number one. We have gone through so much to the point that even when we thought we were on the right path, we called ourselves out the moment we started feeling at least 3 strike feelings. Like, it's strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, you're out. We were discerning. We really tapped into self-awareness during this time. And we've learned exactly how to use our self-awareness to our benefit, to learn exactly when to walk away and to keep going with things. We know how to show up for ourselves in ways that we were never taught how to growing up. When we were raised, we were taught how to show up for others more than ourselves. We were never encouraged enough autonomy to figure out what we really wanted to do. But this time, you chose you, and you continue to choose you, even at the moments where you doubted it the most. You did. There was a time where there were certain people in your life that cared about you. They saw it as kind of crazy. They saw it as kind of reckless, but you didn't care. You chose to keep showing up for you because you were tired of trying to be something you're not. You were tired of showing up in a way where flawlessness it had to be the utmost important thing, but it led to you embracing perfection over your progress, to the point where it only held you back from being able to listen to your own heart and intuition. We don't do that anymore. The experiences that I've went through showed me that I don't need to do that anymore. And I got angry enough to make sure that I took care of this. I took care of us. I kept going even when there was doubt. And it took us to something amazing, something wonderful. You're not going to believe where I am. By the time you show up in this frequency, in this era, in this timeline of where I'm at, you are going to have your mind blown because you didn't give up. Where I'm at talking to you right now, pile number one, we never stopped going forward. We kept going forward because we knew exactly how to work the system. We were smart. We protected ourselves. We protected ourselves through boundaries to keep the vision strong. And I didn't care what anyone thought. Even when it looked crazy, even when it looked delusional, I kept going. And I learned how to use that to my advantage for us. Because I felt I had a stronger calling, that there was a reason why I was doing things the way I was doing it. That fire within, you feel it starting to come within you now. I remember exactly where you're at. I remember where I was when I was there. Exactly where you're at while listening to this video, while I'm sharing this message with you. And I'm telling you right now, don't let go of that idea. Whatever that idea was that we experienced recently, you experienced recently, I want you to hold on to it and cherish it with all your heart and might, because you are a part of me, and the experiences that you're about to go through require some hard skin, tough skin. But I'm telling you, they are all essential to help you find fire enough to go after this exact thing that you've been hesitant on. Because I know, I get it. I was there too. But I'm telling you right now, it's temporary. You think that all these things that are heavy are going to be there forever. They're not, because you're going to learn exactly the things we've experienced together, and you are about to experience what I went through. I showed myself, I showed us that stuff wasn't supposed to be our forever. I had the power. We had the power to get out of it. We had the power to say no. We had the power to walk away and choose us. And I did that for us. And the things it's led me to realizing that's really what life was all about. It wasn't about trying to please everyone else around me, but it was more about listening to where our heart was trying to guide us all along. That's why we would get so triggered with certain things. That's why we would get so angry with others, or certain boundaries or lines being crossed, because we knew that was a form of disrespecting ourselves every time we let it slide or let it happen. We don't do that anymore here. I went through enough experience where I know how to make sure that doesn't happen again. And I make sure that it doesn't happen again when it comes to the goals that you want to accomplish right now. That whatever these are, the things that you are thinking about right now while you're listening to this message and me sharing this with you, we learn, and you will learn, because this is what I went through. You are going to learn exactly how to get there, because you're learning how to let the anger of stalling become a way of transmuting like energy and potential to create more change in that area of your life. Like, you're making things happen. You're making mountains move through your dedication and the intention that you're going to be setting moving forward. And we learned how to do that, and I learned how to master it with you. Beautiful. Some powerful, powerful stuff. And on top of that, pile number one, I want to see, I really feel like some of you guys have kids 5 years from now too. Like, there's something you've been working really hard towards. Now I'm going back to me. By the way, this isn't first person anymore. Where you kept doubting it. You kept thinking that this can't happen, but you make it happen. And some of you guys end up having kids. Like, you end up having a life, the fairy tale you wanted, and maybe you kept doubting it. Maybe in your family, I'm not a doctor, by the way, disclaimer. Maybe in your family it runs like infertility, you know? And then there's this idea of like you refusing to give up on the fact that you want to have kids, and it happens. Like, that's another thing that's coming through. And the only reason why I'm sharing that is because we got the knocked up card and we have the child card, and that could fit for some people. But if that doesn't align, let go of what I'm saying and just go back to the originals. Because that's why I said I don't like to be too specific, because this is a general reading. I want you to put what I take into what you've been wanting, your current situation, okay? Your current specific life. Okay, my love. So with that being said, we are now going to continue with the message that your future self has for you by looking at the realizations that they've experienced, the things that they've realized at this point in their life, what they want you to understand, but what they want you to understand by what they understand now, okay? So let's take a look at that together. We're going to reset this deck. I'm going to move these cards out of the way. I can still see them. It's just you that won't be able to. So, the realizations. What your future self understands now at the time that they're at, 5 years from the time that you are listening to this reading, or this reading finds you, okay? So we have the oracle cards here, but we had one back of the deck energy that wanted to come through, and then the card underneath the back of the deck also wanted to be seen. So we have the champion from my Citadel deck with achievement / downfall, or comma downfall, and then the miser with stubbornness and inflexibility as the back of the deck energy here for realizations that your future self has made, has experienced 5 years from the time that this reading finds you. Okay. So, the cards we have the tailor, attention to detail, comma, pride. We have the air, unseen potential, comma, hesitation. We have Svadhisthana with the sacral chakra, creation. I trust my creative power and intend to bring my dreams into reality. And then we have the Sahasrara, crown chakra, light of the universe. I receive the universe, my words. I receive the universal light and radiate it to the world. Beautiful. We're going to now shuffle and get the tarot out on the table all together. So, the lived experience, the realizations What does pile number one's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, understand now? What does pile number one's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, understand now? Okay, back of the deck here is the Five of Cups. Look at the picture on this Five of Cups. It's really interesting. I've never seen the Five of Cups depicted in this way, so I find that really, really interesting. Underneath it, we have the Ace of Swords. Five of Cups and the Ace of Swords. Interesting. Oh. Okay. I see something big here. So these two cards want to be paired. Okay, actually, let's put this here because this is back of the deck as well. And we have this card that flew out this way. All right, so we're going to do it like this. So we have the Three of Pentacles, the Magician, the Six of Cups, and the Hanged Man. Perspective. It was always about perspective. How insane is this? Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps. Okay, I don't think I need the booklet here. This was all about perspective. Okay, first person. We're going in, we're channeling your future self, continuing forward with the message that they have for you, my beautiful pile number one, okay? The things I understand now, I don't think you'll be able to fully comprehend, my beautiful pile number one, past self, because you are still going through it. You're still learning how to hone in on this skill that I have learned how to understand, work with, and actually befriend for myself. And it's the perfectionism, man. The perfectionism that we dealt with since we were kids because we have always tried to do better, be better, and show up in a certain way to make everyone around us proud. But then what about us? We would be so ridiculously hard on ourselves, and you know that. Reflect, think. Think back on all the times that we basically would say to ourselves in our heads this feeling of hatred every time something wouldn't be just good enough. Or the it thing, it. Because the criticism that we would do to ourselves, it created so much disbelief that it's what's led to the stalling. It's what's led to the inevitable hesitation feeling that you might have been feeling you've been in for a while now. And what I understand now from where I'm at sharing this with you is that the only reason why it took so long for us to get here is because of how hard we were on ourselves during the beginning portion of it, during the very start. You have an opportunity where you're at, where I'm speaking to you 5 years from now, and I want to share with you, you have an opportunity where you're at to change your narrative now. Change it before the 3-year mark comes and then things start happening, because that's how long this is still going to take for you, this shift in perspective until you start making things happen. You can start sooner than that if you choose to start letting go of that need for perfection now and just keep focusing on the progress over perfection. Because here's the thing. Every time you would let yourself down, or we would let ourselves down, it made us need to take like a week, 5 days to like recuperate basically. And yeah, we would absorb that knowledge, we would take it in, but sometimes we would let it weigh us down to the point where we thought like, oh, the thing that we failed at, oh, we're not good at it. Like, it's not meant for us. And no. I need you to know from where I'm at 5 years from now when you're listening to this, it was for us. It was helping us prepare for the moment that I am at right now for the both of us, where the growth is being made, where the progress has been done, because I now understand that the potential It was always there. I was crafting it. We were doing it together. To become a magician has to be a rookie, a novice at first too. There's apprentices before they become the masters. Everyone has a starting point. And I was so, well, the thing I understand now is that I wasn't supposed to be flawless at this crap when I first started. I was supposed to let myself screw up, because every time we screwed up, I'm telling you right now, it led us to learning the things not to do. They were grand, magnificent, heavy, yes, but the heavier they were, the stronger they were lessons to help us get to where we're at now. If we didn't have the experiences we had, we wouldn't have been able to carry the things I'm carrying now. I'm telling you that immediately, because the fixations that we've done on needing things to be so perfect was really the only thing that held us back, when in reality, it was always supposed to change. This thing that you want, like, you think that there's a very specific vision for it, but that vision's going to change a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years from now. It keeps changing, because as you keep changing, it was never meant to be in the same exact frequency that you think it's meant to be at right now. And what I mean by this, maybe you wanted a certain house, maybe you wanted a certain job or money or certain experience in life. I'm telling you, that all changes. And I understand now that it was all supposed to change the more I continued focusing on just this desire, this dream that we both had, because I realized, hey, I realized the difference between the things that felt aligned with my soul and the things that felt aligned with my fear-based old ways of thinking. And I chose the things that felt aligned with my soul instead. I learned how to spot the difference now, because I kept choosing to manifest from my heart, and I kept choosing to keep going even when life would push us back down every once in a while. I understand now I'm the only person that has myself. We are the only people that can show up for ourselves. No one else can hold us accountable more than our own self. And that was the biggest mindset shift that we experience that leads us to where we're at now, because we use our perfectionism to our advantage to get certain things, but we don't make that our entire personality, because then that's when it becomes a detriment. We need a little bit of everything to succeed in life, and perfectionism isn't bad, but when you make it your entire personality in life, that's where it crosses lines. Then it becomes fear-based. It's just because we care. Caring is good, but just like when we fall in love with people, we don't fall in love with perfect humans. Everyone is imperfectly perfect, just as we are. And perfectionism is something that we created, or our egos created, for the need of thinking we can control every single factor to life, but we can't. I understand that now. But I also understand that it all had to happen the way it did to get us exactly where we are. And I need you to trust it. I need you to trust in everything that comes forward. And I need you to keep trusting in yourself and those gut feelings, because the more faith we had, the more things worked out. Even when we thought or didn't know anything about what was to come, the more faith I had, the more things worked out. I need you to remember this. Remember this. Remember that you don't have to do all of this alone. Remember that this journey, you're not just doing it for your inner child or the young you, the you that's wanted something for such a long time, but you've kept it contained. You're also doing it for the version of you that you are birthing yourself into. You can't meet that version of you if you don't remember that future orientation, that you don't remember that you can't control everything, because the only thing that's going to hold you back is yourself. That's going to be your biggest detriment on this journey. So I need you to understand that. I need you to know that. And that is the biggest thing I've realized. It really was us doing it onto ourselves. We kept blaming so many things around us. And I understand now it was just me. It was my mindset. It was me being in this idea of everything was about me, when in reality it really wasn't. There were projections made. There was mirroring that happened. And other people, what other people thought, what other people would project, it didn't matter. What mattered most every single time was what we wanted, what we thought about this and about the journey. But we had to stay a little bit delusional. You got to keep remembering the perspective shift is the most important part, because that's what I understand now. So with that, my loves, we are going to now move into the final portion for the message from your future self, where we're going to get the direct message specifically of what they need you to know now, what they need you to understand now. We did get a little bit, but I want to keep going, right? Because this is how I did your reading. I wanted to make sure we got every single little bit of stuff here. And I love this reading for you so far. Like, I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's reset the energy. All right. So this is going to be the bigger set of cards yet. So we're going to move this out of the way here. Actually, let's do it here. I'll be able to see it. It's just you that won't, okay? All right. And for this part, the direct specific message from them to you, my loves. We got a lot of cards and we got a lot of sections or categories or piles of cards here, groupings. So we have this being the first group of cards for the things they want you to know now. And then we had this set of cards, this set of cards, and this set of cards. So let's see how this goes. We'll do it slowly. So to start off, first up, for the first set of what they need you to know now, this future self version of you, 5 years from the time that you are listening. Oh my God, that was interesting. They were just like, get on with it already. All right. I think this one wanted to come first. We have oregano. Did I hit the table? Sorry about that. I didn't even realize. Okay, hopefully that's better. I didn't mean to hit the table though. That was an accident. Okay, so we have oregano. See, there's fire here. You know, I feel like that wasn't an accident. Everything that just happened was like so much fire, passion, energy coming from this future version of you, pile one. We have oregano with the keyword being resonance. Trigger statement, I am right. True statement, I am open to the unknown. You are being shown what is dissonant in your life. Allow the beliefs that aren't serving you to fall away and be open to your bright future. Yes. It's literally what we've been talking about. Let's keep going with it. With the rune, we have the Gebo rune. Love this for you. With gifts, both in the sense of sacrifice and of generosity, indicating balance. All matters in relation to exchanges, including contracts, personal relationships, and partnerships. So I think that there's the categories that we're going to be exploring today. There's 4 in total. It could be like 1 or 2 resonate and then the rest don't, because I really feel like there is going to be so many specific ways to look at this. So there's a specific message I'm seeing here that might not resonate with everyone with this pile. So I want you guys to be like patient as I continue to reveal the other categories, okay? But I'm going to try to do this like one at a time so we don't confuse things. And then the other essential oil card that goes with this category or this pile is myrrh, with the keyword support. Trigger statement, I am not supported. True statement, I move forward with divine grace. Take comfort and know that you are supported. Nurture your inner child and connect with the earth. Beautiful. And then the final 2 cards that go with this first direct message is career and well, family wishes come true. Okay, so the first direct message. The first direct message. Okay, one more shuffle. The first direct message. Okay, back of the deck is the Eight of Wands with the Lovers. Okay, thank you for that confirmation. Okay, first direct message might not resonate, but I'm sharing it, and then I'm going to clear the table, move on to the next. You get how we're doing this? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, so we have the Empress, the Star, and the Page of Swords. All right, so the first direct message, what I need you to know now. I need you to know that that feeling you have, that niggling feeling, it's right. And it's been right this entire time. You are on a journey to go there and make this happen for you if you want to right now as we speak, but it's really up to you. This can change any moment depending on whether you choose to walk away from this and keep just choosing to deal with this on your own, or take the support and take this feeling of safety, because the safety feeling that you've been having with this person, it's not fake. It's not your body, yourself deceiving you. It's actually something much stronger, because this thing, this person is somebody that came into your life to help you fight the dark, to help you fight the darkness within you by being a mirror, to help you see the things within yourself that you wouldn't have been able to see without them being part of the picture. And you feel that in them. That's why there's so much intensity here. And there's this idea here that if you guys choose to move forward together, great things come in store and great things come to fruition, because the healing that takes place is massive. And it's because you chose to go through following your heart and choosing the path of following your heart, even though you know that there's a lot of learning that will be done along the way because you're new at this, and that's fine. Because you have so much hope, because you choose not to give up, because you choose to keep creating growth and stability, when you choose to do it together, it creates so much amazing things. And it's you that needs to believe in it, though, because this is something you've wanted for a very long time, and it is going to happen, but you need to keep focusing on doing it together. Yeah, this is something you've wanted for a very long time, but it works out. It works out beautifully, but you got to keep believing in it. I need you to understand that now. It's really, really important. Take comfort and know that you are supported. You are being shown what doesn't work in your life, and you're also being shown what does. So then this happens for you. You have to stop doubting it, though, just because it feels like you've been in this comfort, security space for a while. It doesn't matter, because now is where the real beginning starts. But it's only if you want it enough. And this person has been giving you ideas about it, sprinkling it into your head, because they feel the nudge and they're trying to help you, encourage you to listen to it too. So why not do it together? Learn, grow on this journey together. There's great things coming as long as you keep following the soul and where it's trying to take you. So that was the first message, okay? We're going to keep going forward. If this resonated, you keep it. If it doesn't, we move on, okay, loves? So let's keep going. I'm going to reset this deck. Reset. Okay. All right, I hope you took notes, my love. So the next section, or the next message, the next direct message we have here, all right, is yarrow/palm with the essential oil, with the keyword being divination. Trigger statement, I am so drained. True statement, I am shielded. You are finding balance as you see what resonates and what doesn't. With clear sight, you are safe and protected. Love this. Another thing came through just now. If this did connect, this message, the first one, you already know what the right answer is. There's two realities here that your future self wants you to know about, where you can choose to have the happily ever after, where things feel more emotionally good, family life wise or building a family lifestyle, like settling down, or you can keep going in your career. But you're going to know what feels right for you. It's just you need to stop being afraid to choose the thing that does feel right because you're scared of like making the wrong decision. Just do it already. Like, don't be scared of that. I just wanted to share that as well because that was another thing that just came through when I read this. But let's keep going. Next up, we have the Dagas rune with breakthrough, awakening awareness, daylight clarity as opposed to nighttime uncertainty, a time to plan or embark upon an enterprise. Literally. Next up for the tea leaves, we have bell with announcement, funnel, period of frustration, lessons to be learned. And weeping willow, family sorrow. Do you see the massive difference in those energies, by the way? It's like showing you the options or something like that. If that resonates. If it doesn't, like I said, it's just specific messages. The direct message for pile number 1 from their future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. What is this message for them? What do they need them to know right now or understand right now? Okay. Oh. So this card didn't want to be back the deck energy. I see it as that when it doesn't show, but the 10 of Pentacles did. But what is on top of it that had the 10 of Pentacles? The 7 of Wands. So this only happens if you keep fighting for it. That's really important. That is like the biggest thing I need you to take away from this reading. That's the first thing I want to share. Because this gets blocked if you give up. It gets blocked. The 10 of Pentacles, the fulfillment, the abundance, the goals, you actually like doing this dream, it only gets blocked if you give up. It doesn't fail unless you give up. That is the only way this doesn't work, okay? There's nothing else that's going to stop you unless you make it be like you let your mind play enough games on yourself to make you think, oh yeah, this was my inevitable doom. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. That's a massive thing. So first, for the cards, we have the Wheel of Fortune, the Knight of Wands, and the Death card. How powerful is this energy, guys? So for the second direct message from your future self, 5 years from the time you are listening to this reading. Just be warned. You need to be warned. I wanted to warn you. I wanted to give you a heads up because this is not going to be a smooth and it is going to be the bumpiest ride of your life that you've ever experienced. I'm being straight up with you because pile number 1, this path, it is going to ridiculously challenge your resilience to continue showing up even when the results aren't there just yet. And everyone else is doubting it. You're the one that's going to have to be, I guess, kind of delusional with yourself on this journey to keep showing up because it's going to hurt. There's going to be moments in this where it feels like you're going to feel guilty and you can't let that guilt like be the thing that stops you from taking chances and moving forward because unfortunately, this had to be a part of your life experience to learn when to finally start putting your foot down. And the situation that you're in right now while listening to this, you're there because you had to build enough fire in your reserves inside you, your energy reserves, your energy space, to get you fired up enough to eventually explode and then lead you down this path. If you choose to let it happen officially and you give into that desire, that deep temptation, and not ego-based temptation. This is what your heart's been longing for a very long time. Some form of freedom, feeling of weight lifted off of your shoulders in a way when you make this decision. Whatever that is, when you make that decision, you're going to take charge and you're going to take it and you're going to go with it, but it's not going to be the easiest. okay? And the easiest, what I mean by that, there's things that are gonna have to die and get let go of in order for new things to come forward and take place, but it will happen. I wanna make that very clear, because when you do this, and if you choose to go this route, we don't expect what comes up, what comes next. We won't expect it. I'm telling you right now, you are not going to be able to plan for what comes next, because what comes next, it's many different lessons and experiences and stories and detours that are all so flipping necessary for the version of you that gets to the end goal, to embody that version of you. There's gonna be moments where you're really, really unsure on whether or not to do this. And I know that you're probably doubting some of the things I'm saying. There's a fear here, and that's valid. I was scared too. Remember, I'm you. But you're not going to be able to wait or sit in this energy for long. You're going to get fed up eventually, to the point where life or something is going to force us to do it and make the decision, because we're going to feel too trapped. It's inevitable. It's just a matter of how long you want it to take. Because like I said, I took a little bit longer, but you could have started sooner if you listened to everything I've been sharing with you at this point. And right now, this is a good example of remembering that you can choose you right now if you wanted to, even though it might be bittersweet. I know, and bittersweet might be an understatement, because this feels like very heavy energy. But at the same time, you and I both know that this is what you've wanted. It's just, you don't like to be honest with yourself about it, but you know that this is what you wanted. And I'm here confirming that for you. All right, so that is the next, the second direct message. Everything you go through is going to be so flipping worth it. So flipping worth it. I know it's going to be hard, but it's going to be so I would thank you. Like, and I'm talking in first person again. I would thank you if you were to go this route, because you would be saving us so much time. And not to say that I am ungrateful for what I went through, because what I went through helped me get to where I'm at. But I'm trying to give you a little bit of a heads up so we can get there a little bit quicker. And now I'm hearing ... in my head. So let me reset the energy of this deck, the tarot, to go into the third message. And then we have the last one here for your direct messages, because I feel like this one's going to kind of feed into this. We'll see though. Reset. Okay. All right, so we have 3 tea leaves and essential oil card for this next set. We have detoxification with the keyword cleansing. Trigger statement, I will never change. True statement, in each moment, I am a new me. You are supported as you release habits and limiting patterns that are not serving your highest good. We have fly, a period of ill health, depression. Boot, increase your efforts if you want to achieve your goals. That is very specific and straightforward, I mean. And lastly, we have pineapple with reconciliation. Okay, let's get the cards out. Clarify this direct message for pile number 1 from their future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, of what they need to know now. What does this future self version of pile number 1 want them to understand now? Explain this direct message here. Okay, so we have 2 cards. Back of the deck here is the World card. Underneath it is the Ace of Cups. Okay. This is some powerful stuff. All right, so we got the Tower and we have the King of Cups. Okay. The Tower card. Look at the depiction of it. It is so intense. the image. This person, they're tied to this house on fire in the middle of sand on a shore, by a shore, the waves coming, hitting their face. This is intense energy. But doing it anyways. This is the hard part. Okay. Ooh, this is gonna feel very triggering for some of you, I think. This message, this direct message that's coming through. But let's do it. First person channeling, connecting to your future self, my love. Okay, so I know that as you're listening to this, there's so much doubt. There's so much moments of just what ifs, things that are coming in your head thinking, is this actually going to happen? All right, there's so much good that's come through this reading that, I gave you information to look at. But at the end of the day, it really only depends on you. It depends on if you let yourself get out of the shithole you've been letting yourself continue to dig up and get deeper and deeper and deeper into. You've had this idea, this vision, this desire for such a long time, even before this dark moment started. And this dark moment has clouded your judgment so immensely to make you stay thinking that you are incapable of receiving this thing. It has led you to thinking that you are incapable of receiving this thing because it makes you think that, oh, how can I do this if I have all this weight or this burden on my back? Here's the thing. This thing that you call a burden actually holds so many gifts, so much power, so much skill, so much resources in certain ways, but you're not seeing it in that perspective because you're so focused on the things that it's had you lose instead. Like you're looking at the things that you don't gain. But what would happen if you looked at the things that it does help you gain if you were to learn how to master it? I have learned how to master it, but I want you to make yourself believe that you can so we can get here together. And maybe even sooner. Because it really is just you holding yourself back, pile number one. It really genuinely is. You think that you can't learn how to do it. You think that you're going to mess it up. You're going to have some form of intense high or low. And in reality, this is supposed to be a message to you that this developed because you weren't letting yourself progress hard enough throughout your life that it's like life threw something spicy in the middle to make things more interesting for you so that it gets you to a dark point enough. Like, when someone hits their, what's it called? Rock bottom enough to make them want to change. This had to happen to you. It had to happen to us, unfortunately, because life went like snapping the fingers and here it is. Because it wanted you to break your foundation down so you can build it up back stronger and in a way where you show to yourself, hey, I can do it even when there's dark cloud days. Because these dark cloud days, you think that they're there forever. You think it's what makes you forever, but it's not. It's just been here because you have been continuing to feed it this idea of scarcity, feed it this idea that you can't get what you want because of where you're at or because of your circumstances, when in reality, all it wanted was for you to keep fighting for yourself, fighting for your dreams, and Source wanted to see how far you'll go, what lengths you'll take to get there. It's like you made yourself believe that you're incapable now, but in reality, this was all meant to be your origin story. And it's really up to you to determine if you're willing to fake it till you make it. Because this thing doesn't go away on its own. It doesn't go away when you close your eyes and squeeze your eyes as hard as you can and then wake up from this long dream of a nightmare. Because it's really you. And it starts with you choosing that. Emotions are temporary. They're not there forever. We can't rely on our emotions to be the things that help us go forward. That's why this message, I'm giving it to you because I need you to understand your emotions are a temporary thing. The happiness, the sadness, the pain, the anxiety, the excitement, the joy, the cheerfulness, all that stuff is like clouds floating by. And I want you to stop leaning on it as hard as you've been to determine what this experience of yours is. I know it's hard because that's all the only way you've ever known how to live life or interpret life and filter your life experience through. But now is the challenge. Now is where I'm telling you, I'm coming from 5 years from now when you're watching this to show to you that it's possible. I made it happen and I'm telling you, you can do it too. So I want you to know this so that you can help us get there sooner. Because there's like additional things that I had to go through that I would rather you skip out on if I had the opportunity to help you out on that. If you start choosing yourself sooner, which means now. And choosing yourself isn't easy. It's not meant to feel like you're not meant to feel motivated to choose yourself 24/7. I didn't. You really think I did? I had to really push myself on days that I didn't want to show up. But that's where it takes you like things that are worth it in the end require hard shit. It requires hard fucking effort. And you have been making yourself think that just because you're going through hard shit right now, you can't overcome the other shit. When in reality, you've always been able to. It's just the mindset right now, dude. And I know that you can argue with me. You might even get so triggered with me saying this because you can be saying, you don't understand what I go through on a day-to-day. Yes, I do. I was you. I was where you were. And the thing is that I'm trying to prevent us from having to take so freaking long like we did to get to where I'm at now because I kept thinking I was incapable when I was where you're at. I don't want you to go through that. I need you to know that this is happening for us to help us grow out of this idea that our emotions have that much power over us as you make it yourself think they do. And emotions, and what I mean by emotions, are the ones that are temporary, where you have the disbelief, where you have the doubt. They're just emotions. They want validation from you. You have to enter this and you learn through experience and showing up even when you're scared. You can't just bypass this heavy wave of cloud moments. You have to learn how to move forward regardless of when the cloud darkness is there or not. And I'm telling you from the other side, it works and it has worked, but you have to fake it till you make it, or else this doesn't happen. Okay, so that was your third message. Let us now get into the final message from your future self. Let's reset this deck. Told you guys this reading was going to be a long one. All right. We have the final direct message here for my two hard truth cards. First up, we have unseen. There are factors you haven't yet considered. Look beyond the obvious for hidden elements that could impact your decision before making a move. Interesting. For the rune card, we have the Fehu rune. With possessions won or earned income, luck, abundance, financial strength in the present or near future. And then lastly, we have naive. You're seeing things the way you want them to be, not the way they actually are. Face the truth with eyes wide open. Yes. All right, let's get the tarot. What is this final direct message meant for pile number 1 from their future self 5 years from the time that pile number 1 finds this reading? What is this final direct message meant for them? All right, back of the deck here is the 9 of Swords. Underneath it, we have the Tower coming through again. Okay. Oh. And the cards we have here are the World card with the 2 of Wands. Interesting. I think these cards were together as back of the deck energy earlier, I believe. So it's interesting that they both came out. Okay. So this final direct message, let me sit with this energy. Okay. Okay. Ready? First person coming in. You have a greater advantage than you realize. I'm hearing race now, at this race, like to the finish line of something. You're not paying attention fully at the bigger picture of your options and how you can get there based off of the resources that you have. And I need you to understand this and know this right now, because this exact message that I'm sharing with you can really be the end all be all on determining whether you get there sooner than I did or you stay moving at the same exact pace, because eventually it clicks, but I'm just trying to save you time. You have a lot of different options and more ways to get there than you realize. You're looking at it too strictly, and that's why a lot of doubt does come through. There's some trade-offs to these options though, obviously, which is maybe why one of the reasons you put it to the side, because there could be some things that you have thought about for options on how to do this, but you kind of didn't put it like enough to the forefront of your mind because you kept thinking like, oh, if I did it that way, it'd be too much of a risk. But there's a reason why you keep circling the drain. It's because you know that those options still have matter and say, but you're not giving them enough attention because you're scared. And that's valid, okay? Like, I want to validate that for you. It's okay to be scared of these things and unsure because, obviously I was you and I was at your place and your spot and where you're at right now. But the thing I need you to know is that you're not meant to be where you're at forever, but your mindset keeps thinking that it is supposed to. And you're going to be able to figure this out a lot quicker and set some form of a game plan on how to do this if you put more of your energy into writing it down, bringing it out into like paper or something, and just use like paper and like a writing utensil and like write down when you can the thing that you want, the goal you want, circle it, and then think about like, how can I get there? And I'm telling you right now, you have more options than you realize. So sit with everything I'm sharing, and I want you to write this down in bullets. See the options you have. See what it takes to do the options that you put down, because there are things that are required in these options to help you get there. It's a little bit more complex than just bullets and then doing it like accordingly. So, and that, you're aware of that, but you're not letting yourself do that next step because you're so frozen with the anxiety portion that you think, oh, I can't get there, when in reality you've always been able to, and it's been a work in progress since the beginning of your life. It's just this version of you isn't an entire burden in the way you think, okay? This version of you, it obsesses over things sometimes. And sometimes the obsession can really create a lot of cycles of self-sabotage, but the obsession is also healthy in the sense, if you were to obsess over the right things, obsess over how can I bring this version of myself to my next chapter without letting it weigh me down. How can I work with this version of myself? How can it do good service for me? How can it be of good use to me? How can it be a benefit on my journey right now? If you can ask yourself those questions instead of seeing it as just identifying it as a burden without really trying, then that's how things start clicking and things can start moving forward quicker. It's just, you're missing something here because you're so in your head right now that I need you to like zoom out and see what you really have around you as options, because you have more security than you realize, but your brain's making you too focused on the things that are scary to let you see that clearly. And the things where you have more security are the things that can help you get this stuff sooner and closer and make the plan actually come to fruition and not just keep it in your head forever. So really, really, really do that. I believe in you. That was your fourth final direct message, my love. So So with that, we are now going to see what your future self wants you to continue and then shift on your path, okay? Based off of everything we've explored today and everything it shared with you. So the things it wants you to continue, we have grand trine with blessings, 4 and 6, adding to 10. We have poet, archetype with light attribute, expresses soul insights in symbolic language, and then shadow attributes, turns a lyric gift to negative or destructive effect. And then lastly, we have angel with light attribute, helping those in need with no expectation of return, and shadow attribute, acting innocent or angelic to mislead others, falsely claiming to be in touch with angelic guidance. Okay. Clarify the thing your future self wants them to continue. Clarify the thing your future self wants them to. Okay, so we just have the strength card here to clarify. Back of the deck is the 4 of Wands. Okay, Knight of Wands, Justice. So the first thing your future self wants you to continue on your path is saying yes. Choosing the scary thing, even when it is scary, and holding back on, or like, not holding back, well, I guess in a way holding back the old tendency to choose an easier route just because it requires there's less resistance on that route. And less resistance can mean less resistance from those around you or less resistance coming from yourself. Like, don't choose the thing, like continuing to not choose that thing. Like, they want you to continue choosing you instead. Choose you so that you can be of more benefit to the people you meet along the way, because the more you choose yourself, the more you're aligned with your authentic truth, the more that good things come around, because you're not meant to be here forever. You never were. Okay, so like, embrace this thing as a good thing. Continue seeing it as a good thing. Everything you've been listening to until this point, see it as the good it is. That's what you got to continue doing. And then the thing that your future self wants you to shift on your current path is, we have 2 archetype cards that came out. Martyr, light attribute, learning the transcendent nature of service to oneself for a cause, shadow, addiction to self-pity. And companion, light attributes, loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness. Shadow attributes, betrayal by misusing confidences, loss of personal identity. Yeah, there we go. Clarify the thing their future self wants them to shift. Okay, so nothing wanted to come out, but back of the deck does. We have Death and the 10 of Wands. Okay, so letting go of the burdens, letting those things die behind you so that you can move forward a free person. Your future self wants you to shift this attitude of thinking that you owe people stuff or owe somebody something, and just move forward with what you want to do. Because you were like taught something, I feel like, from a young age, to like have a certain way of living in life, and like you have to balance that way of living in life, or else like you're the screw up, like you're not doing enough. And your future self is saying like bullshit, you know what I mean? Like, they're calling bullshit, because you're meant to just go off and fly into this unknown and take the risk anyways. They want you to shift your old way of just trying to keep everyone by your side if they are the very people holding you back. Because then that's how you know that they don't have your best interests at heart. They have their own interests at heart, and they're trying to hold you back to keep their own interests at heart or at focus. Does that make sense? So that is the biggest thing they want you to shift. And I can confirm this to you, because the back of the deck energies for this part was Aries, I am, with the number 13, confirming the Death card that we got for you. Where did the death card go? I don't remember, but it was there. And slave. Well, a light attribute being surrendering your power of choice to the divine with complete trust, but shadow attribute giving your willpower to an external authority out of fear of making your own choices. See, we don't want you doing that anymore. We want you to surrender your power to the right thing, which is to the divine or to the thing that you believe in, whatever your beliefs are, love. It could be surrendering your power of choice to yourself with complete and utter trust because you know you're going to carve your own path. You're going to do it. But you have to shift this mindset on your current path to get there. So now to end your reading, my love, 1010 is also a number of significance that I saw throughout your reading, as well as 777. So we have 888, 1010, and 777, okay? I just felt like I wanted to share that in case you wanted to look into the meanings in your own time. We are now going to look at your final messages from your most healed version of self possible that we can connect to or access in the spiritual realm. Okay, let's so my words. So let's see what they have to share, or what they have to share with you to end your reading, my love. Okay, so just resetting your deck. Your final messages. You received a couple of things, and we also have a crystal. So let's start with the crystal first. So you received kunzite. Oh, upside down. What it is, a high vibe, lithium infused lilac pink stone that glows with an energy that could be described in a word as cuddly. Who needs it? Anyone with a heavy heart about something, collectors of good vibrations. Place on your heart and breathe deeply of kunzite's cotton candy essence, or hold in your left hand and whisper sweet nothings to yourself. When to use it, call on kunzite after a breakup or a major disappointment, or when you're beating yourself up about something. You don't need permission to be here. You belong. If you forget that, pause, tap into kunzite's pink, prismatic vibration, and let love rule. Open up your love channel to yourself. And this could also be a sign that kunzite is meant to be in your life, my love. Kunzite wants to come through. This can be the thing that helps you plant the seed for this reading moving forward. So for your final messages continuing forward, we got a lot of different Mystic Moon Oracle cards for you. First up, we have the full moon in Libra with the scales balance. Find balance in all areas of your life while also being mindful of your own needs and boundaries, using the full moon's energy to create harmony. So we have full moon in Libra. I'm sorry if you're hearing sounds in the background. By the way, there is a lot of construction and renovation happening in my home as we are trying to sell it in a really quick and short time frame. Next up, you received the waning gibbous with the keyword release with the number 7. As the moon moves into the waning gibbous phase, it's time to let go of what no longer serves you. This card represents the energy of release and encourages you to release any negative emotions, thoughts, or situations that are holding you back. This card is about surrender. We have the new moon in Pisces with the dreamer's imagination with the number 39. This is a time for creativity, intuition, and spiritual growth. Use Pisces' compassionate and intuitive energy to explore your inner world and embrace your dreams. Yes. And lastly, we have the full moon in Pisces with the fish's surrender. Let go of what no longer serves you and surrender to the ebb and flow of life while also staying grounded and connected to your inner truth, using the full moon's energy to find peace and healing. So I have this weird thing I feel called to share. Since I have 2 full moons here, and this is right the phase that happens right before a new moon, I believe. Right? I believe so. No, I'm lying. This is the phase that happens right after a new moon happened. There we go. And then the new moon comes forward eventually. There's this idea coming through, like the next upcoming full moon, whatever that is while you're watching this, I highly recommend that you take a look or like figure that out, like check in with wherever you live and see, because I feel like the next new moon, like there's something important there for you that can help. Like you can use the energy of that, did I say new moon? I meant full moon. The energy of that upcoming full moon to help you release some things, release the things that have been holding you back, or use it as a way to plant the seed of intention, but make it an emotional, memorable time, because you have the two Pisces cards here. This is giving me the idea of like needing to allow it to be as aesthetic and like dreamy, like rose tinted glasses energy as possible, so that it feels like worth, like it makes your brain worth like holding on to, like it holds on to that experience and memory, so that it keeps you going forward. It becomes an emotional why, or a source for an emotional why to be birthed into your reality when you really choose dedicated sacred times on earth to start these journeys. And there's this idea here of like taking advantage of that upcoming full moon is going to help you, or you can even see this as like Pisces season, or whenever the next specific full moon in Pisces or new moon in Pisces is coming through. That's another thing that's coming through. So it can either be the next upcoming full moon, or in general, or during like Pisces season as well. There could be something important there. So that's February, the months of February and March too, that I wanted to share. But something up until that point is like significantly important, where it requires you, like great things can happen during by that time of the month or year, sorry, but it's only if you open up your love channel. It's only if you start like releasing this need to keep beating yourself up about something, and love yourself more, believe yourself enough to keep going. The last cards: embrace change, transformation, adaptation, growth, and evolution. And finally, the final card: you have release the past, letting go, healing, renewal, and growth. Here we go. Oops. There you have it. Like, stop holding on to this thing that you've been weighing and letting it like drag your ankle in the sand. Like it's chained to your ankle. It doesn't need to be there anymore. It never has. And, you know, with that being said, guys, I really hope that you enjoyed your reading today. From the bottom of my heart, I feel so honored that I got to do it for you. I know this was a pretty long one, but I hope that you understand it was for a really good reason. You're going through a massive leveling up that's coming up very soon, and it's through the pain that you went through that helps you get there, but you have to transmute that pain into your own very personal depth of power. And it becomes that if you see it that way. So, and the only way to do that is to find balance in all areas of your life, because you're focusing too much on one thing and not putting enough in other areas. So it's going to do you a disservice in the long run if you keep obsessing over the wrong things in the wrong way. Remember, those things, there's power to these skills that you possess. It's just having to use them in the right way. And you're going to master that as long as you listen to the advice and the messages that came through from your future self today. So with that being said, my love, I send you guys so much unconditional love. Hit that like button if this reading did resonate, or do any little form of engagement that you can to really help show to the YouTube algorithm, hey, this person's content's pretty good. Let's keep pushing it out to others. And with that being said, the best way you can support the channel is by commenting down below. If you ended up selecting this pile, share a little bit about your story. I'm trying to build a safe space here, and it is a safe space. I make sure of that. And not only that, but if you haven't like checked out my channel, you'll see the comments that I get on these pick a cards are people going through their own journeys. And I just think all these people want to have a community to go through it together. And that really is what I'm trying to build. So if that's something you'd be interested in, please hit that subscribe button. Share this video with anyone that you think could resonate, hearing from a message from their future self. Let them pick the deck or the pile that they feel most drawn towards. And hopefully I will see you in my next readings to come. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Bye. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number twos. Welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading today. You have a surprise. I guess I kind of spoiled it. There is 2 significator cards you guys received for your reading today in reference to the message that your future self has for you. And this is the future self that is 5 years from the exact time that this reading has found you, okay? So We have a lot of different things we're going to be diving into today. I believe pile number one's reading ended up being like almost 2 hours long. Usual. This reading is going to be pretty lengthy because of the way that I'm going to be tapping into the energy and stuff. There was a lot of different direct messages that came through for pile number one, so I'm really curious to see if you guys get more than one as well. To get started, right, we're going to be using the Transparent Tarot deck for your reading today. This is the deck I intuitively hand chose that I felt called to use for you guys, in particular my beautiful pile number twos. We're going to be keeping this to the side. We're going to shuffle this in real time in case, like, whenever I'm feeling like there needs to be additional clarity that isn't coming from oracle cards throughout your reading. So we're going to leave that to the side. I just wanted to introduce it to you. But to get started, let's just get these first set of decks out. For the first question we're going to be looking at, or not question, but more so the section, the topic for today's reading, where we're going to be firstly tuning into your future self's energy, just tuning into where they're at 5 years ahead from the time that this reading has found you, okay? So, what is the energy of pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading has found them? As this is a timeless reading, tuning into the energy of pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading or video finds them. What is their future self's energy? Tuning into the energy of pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. Tuning into pile number two's future self. Oh my gosh. Okay. A lot of different energies. Okay. Do we take them? Well, there's one that's upright. And then there's 3 that are face down. I feel called to take these all. Really never thought this was going to happen. Never got more than like, I've never used this deck in the sense of pulling out multiple cards together. So I am very excited to see like where Source is going to take us with this and where your future self in particular is going to take us. But this one's upright. So I believe this is like significator card energy territory for this section. We're going to keep going. Tuning into pile number two's future self's energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. What is going on with them? Tuning in to pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. What is going on with pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What's going on with their energy? As I tune in to their energy, what is going on with pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? Tuning in to pile number two. I have my eyes closed. Sorry, the cards are being a little bit crazy. Future self's energy. What is going on to energy? Okay. I felt called, like Source was telling me to stop here. So I'm going to go with it. Back of the deck energy wants to come through. We have Vacation. I forgot to mention, this is my What's the Tea Oracle deck. This is technically a romance oracle deck that's supposed to be used for love-based topics and readings, but I love to use this as a general oracle deck that just helps us with keywords, and we don't have to take it in the literal romantic sense. So don't take everything that's literal here unless it resonates with your particular situation. So we got Vacation, romantic getaway, spending time together, enjoying one-on-one time. It's back of the deck energy. So this card landed here. We'll go with it. Tuning in to pile number two, future selves, energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. What's going on with their energy? All right, back of the deck also wants to come through here. We have anticipation as the emotion. Okay. Anticipation, vacation. We have 2 cards. We're going to keep it like this. I feel called to keep it split. These are significator cards, and these cards I feel like might clarify or add more depth. So we're going to go with it. We're going to rock with it, roll with it, keep going, okay? So for the next section, this is all going to be about a message from your future self. We're going to be looking into it in first person's perspective, like channeling your future self specifically, and they're going to talk to you through this reading. But for the first thing that they want to share with you, they're going to be going into their lived experience and what they went through. I hate when I drop this. I'm sorry if I scared you, because that sound is so loud for me. All right. So for this, we're going to be tapping into the lived experience of your future self 5 years from the time that this reading has found you, okay? So what did pile number two's future self 5 years from now, from the time that this reading finds them, went through? What did their future self go through? What is their lived experience that they want to share with pile number two? What is pile number two's future self lived experience 5 years from the time that this reading has found them? What do they want to share with pile number two, their present self? What does pile number two's future self 5 years from the time this reading has found them go through? What did they go through? What is their lived experience that they want to share? What is their lived experience? One more shuffle. What is their lived experience? Okay, nothing else. We have one card. Back of the deck does want to come through. We have the Captain with taking command, comma, teamwork. Underneath that, we have the Wise One with tradition, comma, order. Interesting. And then for my final deck here, what is the lived experience of pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? This is a timeless reading. What is their lived experience? What did they go through? What do they want to share with their present pile two? What is lived experience from pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? One more shuffle. Okay, so we have one of each card. Interesting. Nothing back of the deck wise wanted to come through with that deck. All right, so we got the cards set up there. Now we're going to be getting the next two oracle decks where we're going to be looking at the realizations of your future self that they want to share with you. So what they understand now, things that they want to share with you that could be important at this time in your life, okay? So what are the realizations of pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What do they understand now that they want to share with this version of pile two? What is pile number two's future self 5 years from now realizations? What do they understand now that they want to share with the present pile two? All right, back of the deck wants to come through. We have ring with the number 2 and 525, adding to 7, and the ace of cloves. Okay, this is a Malefique Lenormand deck. Oh, there's a tree here, and your tree is in your significator card, so I feel like there's a reason why that came upright like that. Interesting. Number 5 is really sticking out here, so I'm intrigued to see where that's going to take us in the reading itself. What are the realizations that pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them want to share? What are the realizations that they want to share with this version of pile two now? What do they understand in that moment 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What are the realizations that pile number two future self 5 years from the time this reading finds them? What are they? What are their realizations? What do they understand now? One more shuffle. Okay. So we got one card here. Back of the deck does want to come through. It is Dark Night of the Soul. You are undergoing deep transformation. Trust that this darkness is leading to light. Interesting. Okay, so we got the cards set up here. Now we're going to move into the third section of your message from your future self, where they're going to be delivering the specific direct message to you, what they need you to know now. Okay, so we're using a couple more. This is where a majority of my oracle decks are going to be section wise. All right, so let's see, what is the direct message that pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number two want to be? What is their direct message to this specific version of pile two? What is pile number two's future self 5 years from the time this reading finds them direct message from this to the current version? What do they need pile number 2 to know now? What is the direct message? One more shuffle. One more shuffle, I lied. Okay, back of the deck wants to come through. We have perseverance. Where you stop is where you'll end up. Keep going and expanding until you have reached beyond your goals. You're on the right track. Okay, so there is some growth going on in the moment. All right. What is the direct message that pile number 2's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What is the direct message? What do they want them to know now? What is the direct message from pile number 2's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, to current pile number 2? What is their direct message? Okay, we're gonna stop here, keep going. So we got what, 2 room cards. Ugh. Let's go with the first tea leaf deck set of cards. What is the direct message that pile number 2's future self want to deliver to this current pile 2, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What do they need them to know now? What is the direct message? Pile number 2's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number 2. What did they need pile number 2? Current pile number 2 to know now. Ooh, okay. Whew, your hand really cramps up. Okay, V. That's standing out. A lot of different tea leaves here. This one's upright. It's shot out. I'm going to keep it there for now. What is the direct message pile number 2's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, want to be? What is the direct message that their future self has to share with this current version of them? What do they need pile number 2, current pile number 2, to know now? My hands. Allow the cards to fall out, okay? One more shuffle. What is the direct message that pile number 2's future self from 5 years from the time this reading finds them want to be? What do they want to share with them now? What do they want this version of pile number 2 to know now? Okay. We got this one up right here on the side. This goes with it. I feel like this goes here. Stack. What is the direct message from pile number 2's future self, 5 years from the version of time that this reading finds them? What is their direct message to this current pile number 2? What do they want them to know now? One more shuffle. Okay, back of the deck wants to come through with this. We have Majorum essential oil with the keyword comfort. Trigger statement: people cannot be trusted. True statement: I trust my heart. Your beautiful heart is ready to open. Trust that you will be able to discern who is best to walk with you. Okay. Maybe healing in love. There's a card that fell on the floor. I'm just grabbing it. All right. Okay, we're going to keep it like this because maybe there's 3 separate messages. We'll see where this takes us when we get to it. Very curious to see where this goes. Because this one category, instead of cards, there was like so many of them. So I'm really curious to see where it takes us. Okay. Now we're going to be getting cards for what your future self wants you to continue on your path and shift on your current path, okay? What does pile number two's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, want them to continue on their current path? What does pile number two's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to continue on their current path? One more shuffle. Okay. Back of the deck here is Leo with I will. I feel like this back of the deck card wants to be taken. So I'm going to place it to the side so I remember that's back of the deck for the continue part. All right, and then we're going to shuffle this deck for the continue part. So what does pile number two's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to continue on their path? Pile number two's future self, 5 years this reading finds them, want them to continue on their current path. I feel like these two don't want to get taken. I don't know, just energetically it didn't feel right. Okay, and then these two, yes. So we'll take that. Now we're gonna do the shift, things that they want you to shift on your current path, okay? So what does pile number two's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to shift on their current path? What do they want them to shift on their current path? Okay, no cards wanted to come out for this part, but back of the deck energy does. And it is Libra with I balance with the number 19. Underneath that, oh, third house messages wants to come through. Okay, for shift, we're going to place that to the side. Let's shuffle, final deck. What does pile number two's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to shift on their current path? What does pile number two's future self, 5 years finds them, want them to shift on their current path? Want them to shift on their current path. Okay. So we're finished here. Let me just get the cards set up. So shift, continue. Now we're going to be getting cards for your final messages from the most healed version of yourself we can access in the spiritual realm right now. So what is the final messages meant for pile number two to finish up this reading, coming from the most healed version of themselves that we can access in this moment? Okay, we got 3 cards coming out. What is the final messages meant for pile number two to finish up this reading, connecting to the most healed versions of themselves at the highest frequency we can possibly access in the spiritual realm? What is the final messages that they want to deliver to them to finish up this reading? One more shuffle. Okay. And then let's see if you get a crystal. What is the final message meant for pile number two to walk away from this reading, channeling the most healed higher self we can possibly access? One more shuffle. Okay, so we have 2 crystals coming for you. I already know for a fact this one's tourmaline. Excited to see where this goes, okay? So these are your final messages. We have everything nice and prepared. So now all we gotta do is just dive right into your reading, okay? Let me just get your tarot deck out and ready on the side. Okay. Okay, beautiful. So let us now get into this, okay, my loves? So, very excited. I will meet you at your reading, okay? Let's get started. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the beautiful release card from my Sacred Destiny deck, then you know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to the message and just everything that your future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds you, wants to tell you, wants you to know at this moment, okay? This is a timeless reading, so it doesn't matter when this reading comes across or comes your way. What matters is that it's found you at the time that it is meant to, okay? So welcome. I have a couple little surprises and tricks up my sleeve today with this reading. One being that for your intuitively hand-picked or hand-selected tarot deck that we're going to be using to explore this reading together, I felt called to take out my transparent tarot deck. So you guys are going to be the only pile that's going to be accessing and using the transparent tarot deck for this reading topic today. So I am quite excited to see where that's going to take us and when this deck wants to come through. I do have a feeling this reading is going to be pretty lengthy, so make sure that you have something to take notes with and, sit back, relax, enjoy the show, enjoy the process, okay? You can listen to this in bits and pieces. It might be too much to handle or absorb at once, but it doesn't mean that it's not worth your time, my loves, okay? I really do my very best to channel everything that really wants to come through within each of your piles. So that being said, sorry if my throat's being a little weird today or wonky. First surprise, you guys didn't receive one Sacred Destiny card, but you actually ended up receiving two. And I have no clue which one this is because I didn't let myself see it. And you also have an additional card when I was shuffling and getting your pile prepared. You can see it in the pile preparation portion of your pile. It was pile 2 preparation. I think that's what it's titled, in the timestamps down below if you want to check it out. This card flew out and I felt called to put it or place it along with your significator cards that are going to give us like the overall theme that we can expect with the energy of your future self and what they want to share with you today. So the release card is the card that aided you in selecting this pile. The second card that came with it, is security. That's interesting. Security. I've owned this deck, Sacred Destiny deck, for such a long time and never once have I seen this card. So that's really interesting. Secondly, another thing that's coming through, whenever I think of trees and I think of earth, like nature itself, like in general, the fact that I'm seeing a tree here as the depiction for the release card, it immediately was giving me the idea of like foundations. And that to me reminds me from a chakra psychology standpoint of the root chakra. Now that we're seeing the second card that goes along with it as security, that's 100% confirming my little gut feeling. But alongside it, we also had a Mystic Moon card with New Moon in Taurus, the Earth's nurturing with the number 19. 19 in Major Arcana is the Sun card. So immediately right off the bat, there's something here that your future self is going to deliver to you throughout this reading today that has to do with illuminating a truth, illuminating something that is like a key to beginning something for yourself, something you've been trying to begin for yourself for a while. You needed some form of ritual or like exercise. Like there was something here that you were lacking that held you back from being able to fully like start something. It says focus on grounding and nurturing yourself and those around you, tapping into Taurus's sensual and steady energy. Okay. Like finding safety in yourself is such an important thing to accomplish whatever it is that we want in life. And it really feels like your future self, this theme for today's reading is going to have a lot to do with that and like helping you find that security and safety. So we're going to place these cards to the side for now. I'll have to see how we do this because there is a lot of cards that became your significator cards. I want to make sure we have as much space as possible. And we're going to break down this reading into sections, into groups, okay? So like I said, make sure you take notes because I do move the cards out of the screenshot so we can move into the next sections as we move along, okay? So the first thing we're going to be connecting to is your future self's energy specifically. So I'm going to tune into your future self's energy, what's going on with them in the moment, 5 years from the time that this reading has found you. And I already got the cards set up here. And what's interesting to me is I think you actually ended up receiving, now that I'm looking to my side, because I did the pile preparation portion for your reading a couple of days ago. Now is where I'm doing the reading. You got 2 different piles of if it's your future self's energy. So it can either be that you'll resonate with both energies, or like there's 2 things to this situation that they're referring to that needs to be looked at, or you're going to resonate with one and not resonate with the other. It depends really on, you know, your specific situation. So make sure you cherry pick what resonates, leave what doesn't. You know, plug this in kind of like a Mad Libs thing into your situation as you see fit. Okay, so this is the first pile of cards, and then this is your second. And you got a lot of rune cards here. You got 3. What is this? Why is this upright? Oh, I think these were like significator energies. I think I'm remembering this now clearly. Yeah, okay, I'm remembering. So before we do this, we have back of the deck energies that wanted to come through. So first up, we have, oh, and this is my What's the Tea Oracle deck. This is technically a love, romantic-based oracle deck, but I like to use it as a general oracle deck, and we don't really look at it from the specific lens, like vacation, you know what I mean? But we can actually interpret it from a general standpoint as well. So vacation, romantic getaway, spending time together, enjoying one-on-one time. What's underneath this? Sleeping princess, unmotivated, procrastinating, putting things off. But it doesn't feel like bad energy. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. And then we also have, for another back of the deck energy, the final one here, anticipation. Anticipation is a tiny theft of pleasure, a reckless spending of delights not yet owned. And anticipation was a sum of money spent before it was earned, an early payout on the dowry, an advance on next week's wages. Perhaps it's this whiff of the scandalous, which makes some adults firmly budget their children's expectations. Looking forward to an event is one thing. Savoring in technicolor detail what will happen when the lights dim and the curtains goes up or the birthday present is finally opened is, however, not for the faint-hearted. Anticipation, oh my god, my words. Anticipation is an exquisite torture. It's there in the hands, poised to tickle, or in the scent of baking which curls through the house. It may be that the cake comes out flat or the game abruptly ends when foreheads painfully bump, but it doesn't really matter in those brief moments of anticipation. The pleasure is absolute and sublime. Okay. What's underneath anticipation? We have warm glow. Okay. So we're going to keep that there. Let's look at the main cards here first. So we have envy. Most cultures have traditions of the evil eye, a gaze motivated by envy, which poisons, curses, or brings misfortune. Jealousy, which is above all a fear of losing a loved one to another, is often credited with some romantic appeal. The same cannot be said of envy. Envy is feared not only because it gives rise to a greedy desire to steal the admired object, but because it is destructive and left to fester. It turns to hatred and maliciousness. But could there be something of value in the impulse to want what others have? Neuroscientists since the mid-1990s have argued that our emotions underpin even our most rational ideas, helping us weigh up our choices. Sometimes the belief that others have it much better than we do is a mere trick of the light, but many have an awful lot less than they deserve. A twinge of envy might just be an emotional antenna alerting you to some disparity or inequality not too far away. Whether you decide to respond with destructive fury or something a little more creative is of course up to you. Okay. Interesting. And then we have Flexin. This is such a funny card. Flexing, showing off, prideful and conceited, flashy and boastful. Okay. And then we have the Ansuz rune with Yarrow. Okay, we're gonna have to see what the Yarrow combination with Ansuz is about. So let me get my booklet. Okay, that's page 31. 3 and 1 adds a 4. And 4 was coming through in my head when I was looking at this. 4, whenever I think of the number 4, I think of the root chakra, because 4, I think of like a tent, and when you have to pitch a tent, you have to hit it at 4 different corners to make something stay up, and that's the foundation, the stability. I think of a square. I want to see what this says though. Okay, so Ansuz Yarrow, the key words here are communication, message, inspiration, truth, creativity, divination, interpretation, speech, and poetry. The reversals, miscommunication, inattention, silence. Quiet your mind and listen closely. Can you hear their call? As divine messengers and guardians of communication, the voices of Ansuz and Yarrow echo with an otherworldly resonance. Their magic resides in the voice and mind, offering gifts of sharp insight and profound clarity to those who seek and share wisdom. Together, Ansuz and Yarrow aid in the deciphering of abstract messages, providing a lens through which we can perceive the subtle signs and symbols of the cosmos. In their presence, we're reminded to be mindful of our words, understanding that they are potent spells we release into the world. Yarrow is a master of discernment and an ally to those who wish to hone their skills in divination and communicate across realms. Its energy is gentle yet potent, inspiring courage and strength in those who seek its guidance. It has a profound effect on emotional well-being, helping to heal deep-seated wounds that have hindered one's ability to express their truth. The contemplation question that's associated with this card is, do I actively listen or just wait for my chance to talk? Am I conscious of the impact my words have on others and myself? Okay. Okay, so right off the bat, before we look at these cards, I'm seeing some interesting energy here when I try to tune into your future self's energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds you. This version of you, your future self, pile number 2, they are in a good position in life right now. In a very fortunate position. They got there because their desire to go get it was so strong that they made it somewhere in a space or spot in life, an area of life that you haven't quite figured out just yet. The only thing, though, that I find interesting with this version of you is that they are definitely still learning how to find their footing in this area of life, even though that they are accomplished in different ways with it. There's still a sense of page energy here. Like, I'm talking about the pages in tarot, like the Page of Cups, the Page of Wands. Like, there's this idea still of like learning, being a novice in some way, shape, or form, where they are enjoying the process for sure, but it's a little bit I think they're jumping the gun a little bit too much. Single and ready to mingle, ready for a relationship, on the hunt. They've made it somewhere in one area of life. I think this could be love life. And now they're like really focused on like trying to get somewhere with their career, or it might not just be love life. It could be an area of career that they made it at, but then now they want more. And they're just not satisfied just yet. Or like there's an area of the work that they haven't been able to really hone their skill on yet. Like maybe this work that they do, or you do 5 years from the time that this reading finds you, it has a lot of different like layers or aspects to it, where you've mastered certain aspects but not all of them. And the one area where it does require like learning still is in your form of communication and how you speak to others, how you show up to others. There's like a feeling of like an ego death trying to happen there. But the ego can show up in so many different ways. So an ego isn't just pride or like being full of yourself. An ego is the protective mechanism inside you. It's the survival mechanism within you that tries to help protect you and help you have your human experience here on earth. It's the thing that helps you decide what you like and what you don't like. If you like vanilla but you hate chocolate, you know what I mean? It kind of teaches you and helps you discern between those things, and sometimes it can lead us to some self-sabotage because it can't really tell the difference between like, oh, I really don't like celery, but I know it's good for me. Like it'll just kind of make you, this is a really basic example, by the way. Our brains aren't wired for, they're not that, I guess you can say, specific when it comes to when they trigger the fight or flight response in your brain, the fear response in your brain. It can kind of trigger it in the same way as if there's a burglar breaking into your house versus if you're late for work. You'll feel that really intense adrenaline rush the same way. And the ego kind of has something, it has things to do with that. Where you're at right now, like currently while listening to this reading, pile number 2, I feel like you're at a point in your life where you're learning how to like release and like heal things. And the message here, like your future self is going to help you with that. But they're also at a point in their journey 5 years from the time that this reading finds you where they're still learning. Like it's still a work in progress. Like they've made some really great, they've accomplished some really amazing milestones. But there's still more to learn in the realm of how they show up externally because of how hard they've been working on the inside. Does that make sense? But I want to see what these other cards have to say to see if it helps us piece the picture together more. So we also have the card Glee. Glee has never been entirely innocent. When the Norsemen arrived in England, bringing their language with them, glee or glue meant sport and mockery. Today, glee retains a dastardly edge. Body language experts disagree about the origins of gleeful hand rubbing, though all link it to anticipating something good coming our way. Standing around in a cold cave, our ancestors would rub their hands together to make the blood circulate faster and more nimbly pick at roasting meat. Or it is a way of dissipating anxious tension, or it's a version of a baby's delighted clap, or it echoes cleansing hands before receiving a gift. Why then should it have become associated with Hollywood supervillains? The answer can be found in John Buller's 1644 Guide to Hand Gestures, which links hand rubbing to the cleansing of imagined bloodstains. As Lady Macbeth might be found doing, actors resorted to rubbing their hands to tip off the audience that their character, who seemed oh so innocent, was in fact very villainous indeed. This glee is a malevolent thrill, a celebration of one's own good fortune. Okay, so the way that the card is describing glee is not really like happy. It's more like a selfish intent of happiness where you're like, oh yes, like I'm so excited for this. That's glee. That's the way it's describing it here. Okay, let's keep going. So we have key player, important person, playing an essential role, irreplaceable. Next up, we have poison with aconite, and this was in reverse. Are these all in reverse? Okay, yes, I just put them upside down by accident. So we have poison with aconite. I have no clue what this card's about. It's the first time I'm receiving it here, so we're going to have to look in the booklet. Then we have Kenaz rune with horny goatweed. That's a herb. I might need to move these cards. And then we have beauty with rose. Okay. Let me see what these cards are about. But I'm seeing some sort of theme going on. Really curious why you got so many rune cards though. Okay, so let's see poison. That's page 109. So it's the number 10. So Wheel of Fortune energy. Keywords: deceit, betrayal, risk, corruption, addiction, boundaries, harm, toxic illness, self-sabotage, venomous, hex. Interesting. The bind rune, the Thurisaz to symbolize threat and pain, the Hagalaz rune for unexpected chaos, the Nadis rune for illness and strife, and the Isa rune for the feeling of being paralyzed. Aconite, a deadly neurotoxin. Aconite is one of the most lethal plants in the world. Oh my gosh. Despite its toxic reputation, aconite is just as much healer as it is poison and has long held a place within ancient medicine systems. Laced with the lore of werewolves and warriors, this enigmatic plant continues to enchant the imagination with tales of malefica, magic, and empowerment of the spirit. Contemplation question. Reflect on a toxic relationship from the past. What valuable lessons did it yield? Okay, so maybe this is love like too. Oh, wow. Okay, I think I'm understanding this immediately. But I'm getting something really strong here with this energy. But I want to see the rest of the runes just so we can ensure that my brain isn't just picking up on something for nothing. Okay, so 37. Okay, so 109, 1 plus 0 plus 9 is 10. 3 plus 7 is 10. 10, 10 is here so far. Okay, so 37. We got, let's go to 37. Okay, the keywords here is passion, sexuality, excitement, desire, heat, illumination, torch, creativity, truth, spark of life. With Kanaz as an ally, one can explore the endless pursuit of knowledge and the quest for intimacy and sensual pleasure and the desire to transform emotions into artistic expression. Okay, this is love life, but it could also technically be career, but I really feel like this has to do with love life. I was just trying not to make it about love life because I didn't want you to think, oh, she's only doing it. I think that was an ego thing. It's got to stop filtering through my ego. Okay, let's keep going. The quest for intimacy and sensual pleasure and the desire to transform emotions into artistic expression, and acts as a trusted companion to those who traverse both physical and spiritual landscapes, shedding light on hidden truths and paths amid the darkness and ensuring their safety along the way. Now the last one, we're still here. Horny goatweed, the herb. It's an aphrodisiac and sexual rejuvenator. It's associated with virility and the horned god. As the legend goes, it received its good-humored name when a goat herder noticed some randy behavior in his herd after they snacked on the mysterious plant. Contemplation. Do I find empowerment and freedom in my sexuality? Now for the final card, the beauty with rose. I'm trying to find it. We got page 120. 1 plus 2 plus 0 equals 3. So 10, 10, 3, and then this is 4. So 3, 120. Let's get there. Last card to read about. So keywords: attractive, art, enchanting, grace, sensuality, lovely, aesthetic, allure, charm. The blind rune. The Kanaz rune is here again. Oh, Kanaz for aesthetic expression and passion. The Wunyo rune for grace, Berkana rune for femininity, nature, and Venusian energy for Venus, the planet Venus. Rose. What more can we say about the classic rose? Recognized as the queen of flowers, it is a definitive representation of femininity and allure. She is a goddess of the garden, a flower of love, and an amulet of seduction. Rose is the epitome of Venusian energy and thus lends its powers to all matters of art and heart. Contemplation. Aside from physical aspects, what makes me feel beautiful? Okay. So there is an ongoing theme here that keeps connecting back to the energy of the new moon in Taurus from your significator cards. And another thing that's coming through is there's an ongoing theme here with people, love, romance, and how you show up in that area of your life. So it really feels like, and I think that's why it was like, it feels like you're going to accomplish some area of like work. And then 5 years from the time this reading finds you, like as we tune into your future self, it feels like now the next thing they're trying to work on is how they can show up better in love life, how they can show up better for people in their life instead of, being in such protection mode, because they're in aggressive protection mode of their like resources. It feels like you have accomplished a lot. 5 years from the time that this reading finds you, you have accomplished a lot, pile number 2. And this version of you tuning into them and their energy, they know that, they're very aware of that. But at the same time, there's this idea here of, I still have a lot to learn when it comes to this next area. because they like to have fun, but things are like also starting to change in how, and when I say fun, I mean like fun, like intimate fun. Uh, One night stands and things of that nature, or just like partying, going out, not taking things seriously, like maybe friends with benefit situations, things like that. But like the idea of settling down, it's scary still. But at the same time, like your future self is aware of how bad like they actually genuinely want that for themselves one day, and not just settling down like maybe having kids, but I'm talking more so about just like having a partner, or like a partner, it could be partners, you know, if you're polyamorous. Like there's this idea here of like getting to finally explore like that side of you when it comes to love life that you didn't like, you weren't either able to, or you didn't give yourself enough permission to explore during the last 5 years in general. So it's as if we tune into their energy, they are very much on this focus right now of how they can find enough safety inside of themselves so that they can enjoy the present moment instead of trying to constantly strive for things and goals all the time, maybe when it comes to money and resources and things of that nature, because it really gets in the way of them being able, look, we get the Emperor coming through here. And that's the number 4 card. So that's really confirming what I'm saying. It really gets in their way of being able to find the partners, find the things that make this all feel worthwhile, with the 2 cards for the Transparent Tarot back of the deck energy here being the 8 of Cups and the 4 of Wands. Yeah, the 4 of Wands always has 2 people like celebrating, and they're in a space like it could be about home life and stuff like that. Like there's this idea here of wanting more of that for yourself, but you're still learning. And I think that this reading has a lot to do with warning you on how to release this thing so that you don't have to be where they're at 5 years from the time from now. Does that make sense? 5 years from the time you're listening to this. Because they don't want you to have to go through this as slowly as they've made themselves move through it. Because they were so focused on their own personal success that they completely dropped everything else that brings emotional fulfillment to them. Like they didn't even make it an option, and they want to keep you from doing that now. Okay, so that's what I'm seeing here. We're going to keep moving on, but I'm going to move these cards to the side, so I'm going to be able to see it on my end. It's just you that won't be able to see it on yours, okay? But I'm going to get these cards out. We're going to reset the Transparent Tarot deck so we can keep moving forward. And we're now going to be looking at the specific message from your future self. So there's going to be 3 different areas of this message that's going to be delivered to you today, my love. And the first thing, I'm going to try to channel everything from a first person perspective. I want to make sure these cards are facing the right way. From a first person perspective, if it doesn't happen like organically, then I'm not going to force it, but that is really what my plan was today. And we're going to be looking at firstly the lived experience of your future self. So what they went through that you didn't go through yet, okay? So we're going to be seeing that first. So let me move these cards out of the way. Okay, so we have that. Now we're going to be looking at the lived experience. So we have 2 cards here and 1 back of the deck energy. I'm going to try to move this out of the way so we can move these cards back a little bit more better. Okay, there we go. So for the back of the deck energy, for the lived experience, what your your future self, 5 years from the time this reading has found you, went through. For the back of the deck energy, first up, we have the Captain with taking command, comma, teamwork. Underneath that, we have the Wise One with tradition, comma, order. Okay? But again, like this idea of like 2 people taking command and teamwork. Okay, see, this could also be a work-related thing, like learning how to strengthen that skill of bringing people into the situation. For the other card, now we have the Muse with generosity, comma, naivety. And for my chakra psychology card, we have the Vishuddha chakra, the throat chakra, with the keyword openness. I open space for words that flow from my heart. Again, communication. Expression of oneself. Okay, now we're gonna get the tarot out and get more insight here. So, what is the lived experience of pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What did they go through? What did pile number two's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them go through? What did they go through? Okay, so we have some card pairings here. So we got the Queen of Cups coming up here, and then these three cards came out together. So we're going to place them on top of each other. We have the Six of Pentacles, the Sun, and the Wheel of Fortune. So the Wheel of Fortune energy was coming through earlier for me when I saw the two tens. Back of the deck energy here is the Six of Cups, the King of Pentacles, the Devil, and the Knight of Swords. Okay. Actually, I feel called to do it like this, okay, guys? So don't judge me, but this is the way Source, I feel called to do it. Okay, so we're actually going to do it like this. We have the Six of Cups with the King of Pentacles starting here. I'm going to place these to the side. So the Six of Cups and the King of Pentacles. The Knight of Swords with the Devil. Trying to make sure that these are aligned so you can read it. The Knight of Swords and the Devil. And then we have the Six of Pentacles with the Sun and the Wheel of Fortune. So the Sun energy was coming through earlier with the number 19, the Wheel of Fortune with the two tens, Six of Pentacles. This is about like giving and receiving, an energy exchange of some kind. So, okay, taking command, the Wise One, tradition, order. Let me see this. Actually, I feel called to look at the booklet to see what the Muse card talks about. So let's see that first. The Muse. Number 100. So 1 + 0 + 0 = 1. So there's beginning, initiations, and gifts, beginnings, potential, promise. Beautiful. Laughter, flowing wine, the sound of someone playing the lyre. Sunshine streams into the square, bathing a gathering of dancing youths in its warmth. The Muse doesn't see the world as it is, but rather its potential, and dreams of a life of peace and equality. Never short of a song or a toast, the Muse is an optimist and a lover, always ready with a kind word and a spare cup of wine. Now is the time to look beyond the bad news and embrace a little of that dreamer's spirit. Any situation can be improved with hard work, but it also needs optimism, belief in the potential for a better outcome, especially if others believe in it too. Being jaded is for the world's weary. Embrace positivity instead. Okay. I love this. So from the first person perspective, the experience that your future self went through and they want to share with you. Oh my God, pile number 2. I got to tell you right now, during the last 5 years, the things that I went through might leave you a little bit speechless because we got tested so much in the sense of, or at least that's what I thought was happening. I thought I was being tested for the amount of devotion and discipline I had to put into something. And when I did that, I was protecting my emotions so much to the point that it was holding me back from being able to actually share how I really felt about certain situations when it came with people in our circle and people that you have yet to fully meet just yet, but you will soon. Because I was so afraid of it ruining what's meant for me or what's in store for us. I was so scared that I let fear be the thing that was driving my actions, driving how I was showing up in the world. And I went through so much hell because of that this horrible fear of, if I don't do things exactly the way it's unraveling for me, then I'm failing, then this isn't going to work out, then the success that I desire so deeply to achieve and gain in life isn't going to happen, because this is what I have to do to get there. There's this idea that there's an idea that I would put in my head that just wait. The love life, the understandings, the right people will come in time. As long as I suck it up and deal with the punches, roll with the punches, roll with what life has been throwing at me. But then as time went on, as the 5 years would go on, I started to realize that I wasn't receiving the right people in my life because I kept holding space for the wrong ones. And I kept closing myself off to having strong connections with people, or the idea of truly being my authentic self with other people, because I thought that it wasn't worth it at the time. I used to think that what mattered more was the money. What mattered more was the idea of getting a certain amount of viral. I'm hearing like virility, but like viral, like being viral, like recognition, because I thought that that mattered more than me being in my truth. But I know that that wasn't smart. I know that that was reckless. I know that that actually was my own downfall in a way, because in reality, I kept hurting myself every time I did that. I kept giving myself this idea of there's only one specific way to get to this end goal, and that involves sacrifice. That involves you losing bits and pieces of yourself to get there, because I thought that that's what it took for me to get to this goal, to get to this accomplishment. It meant that I had to choose between love or the work, or between relationships and real true connections, authentic connections, and the work. I thought that it had to be this way because that was really where my mind kept playing tricks on me all along. I feel like I've lied to myself for such a long time. Pile number 2, you have no idea. We lied to ourselves because the things that I went through, it involved so much betrayal of myself. It involved so much betrayal because I kept thinking I had to carry so much on my back to get to this dream world, dream life, when in reality I realized now that I'm here, I could have had both. But look what I did. Now I'm going to have to learn the next thing when I could have been learning both simultaneously alongside each other. That idea of letting these people in and being open to what my heart's trying to tell me and all this and that. But it's just because I was too afraid to be honest with myself. I was too afraid to tell myself, hey, you can actually have both and learn how to have both on this at the same time. But I chose one thing over the other because I thought it would bring me more peace. I was wrong. Pile number 2. If you're listening to me right now, I was wrong. I'm realizing I was doing all of this off of survival. And you know, it is so ridiculously hard to shut that survival off because I've been playing in this role for 5 years now. 5 years, I tricked myself into thinking that I had to let go of so many different things because I didn't want to break the peace, interfere with where destiny was trying to take me. When in reality, I was the one, like, this would have kept happening for us. We would have still accomplished everything we wanted, because the only thing that gets in our way of being able to accomplish things is if we give up. I never gave up, but I was doing it in the way where I made that the ultimate highest priority in my life, and I disregarded everything else that brings the freedom, that brings the fulfillment of emotions, because I thought that it wasn't worth my time. Well, turns out it is, and I'm sharing that with you now because I really don't want you to make the same mistakes that I did. Okay, so my loves, that's what I'm seeing here. We're going to continue going, and we're going to keep seeing next up the realizations that this future version of yourself has. So what they understand now that they went through, given that they went through what they went through. Okay, so we're going to clear up the table and keep going. All right. So let me just reset the cards. Okay. Now let's move these cards out of the way. And we're gonna keep going. I'm able to see it on my end. It's just you that can't. We're gonna now see the realizations, what they understand now. We have two groups of cards, I believe, or yeah, kind of. And we have two back of the deck energies. So for the back of the deck energies, we have Dark Night of the Soul. You are undergoing deep transformation. Trust that this darkness is leading to light. Underneath that, we have the veil between worlds. Connect with ancestors and guides. Their wisdom will illuminate your healing path, which I feel like you're kind of doing right now by talking and connecting to your future self. They're trying to really protect you from something that they don't want you to go through, that they went through already. And then we also have Ring with the number 25, 2 and 5 adding to 7, which I find really intriguing given that when we were looking at the lived experience and what your future self went through, we had a lot of sevens. We had like 777. I think there was all 4 sevens here actually when I was looking at that. Sevens are about perseverance. Sevens are about strategy and learning more. They're also about spirituality and like having more faith and trusting in the things that you can't see. So that requires more patience, but also like discipline to continue staying consistent at something, even if you can't see the rewards that are following it just yet on the physical. For the Malefic Lenormand deck, we're going to see the meaning of ring. So ring. Partnership, union / promise, agreement, marriage, and commitment with the number 11 here. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, are you guys like in a relationship right now and you're thinking about leaving them and like your future self is trying to like warn you about something? I don't know what this is. Or you got really hurt, you got broken up with, you're dealing with healing and you're like, screw love. Like there's this idea of just like, love is not on your mind, like you want something more right now, and it has to do with you putting yourself first, but putting yourself first in the sense of self-preservation. That's a survival-based mechanism. That's not coming from a place of unconditional love. So that's something to keep in mind, all right? The cards that we're seeing here, so the two cards paired with each other, we have House with the number 4. We have 2 aces, so the Ace of Clubs and the Ace of Hearts. And the House card is being paired with the Mask of Happiness. Are you hiding sadness behind forced smiles? Authenticity heals deeper than avoidance. I'm going to leave it like this because that's how I felt called to do it. Let's see what the House card is. House, home affairs, stability, protection, real estate, and traditions. Okay. I'm understanding this even more. And then lastly, we have tree. Look, we have tree here. That's the number 5 card and the 7 of hearts. So 7's following us. That's confirmation. So 777 is going to be a number of significance to you. I highly recommend, my loves, if you are taking notes with this reading, write down the number 777. You could pause the video or listen to it, look for the meaning of it later, but I feel like there's like an angel number or like message in there for you. So look up what does 777 mean, like online on Google or something like that, or ChatGPT, something should pop up, okay? I feel like there's an additional message there when it comes to tree. So let's see what tree means with the number 5. Roots, being rooted, growth, health, and past connections. Okay, so regarding your roots, being rooted / growth, health / past connections, all these categories has something to do with the number 777. Okay, so remember that, keep that in mind. But let us take a look and like really study this energy. But see, this is about the root chakra and fear. Fear-based thinking is really screwed with you 5 years from the time this reading has found you. And your future self is trying to prevent that from happening moving forward. They don't want you to go through the things that they went through, because they know the thing you're thinking about doing, and they're trying to kind of make you think twice about it, I guess, in a way. Okay, so pile number 2, I'm going to be completely honest with you. There are so many different ideas coming through in my mind, but one thing that I am seeing here, in terms of what your future self understands now, is they didn't have to let go of certain people to accomplish the goals that they thought they involve them needing to cut off certain people. Does that make sense? They now understand that they were just going through growing pain in their life where it required them to have enough self-regulation, self-reassurance to grow and like show up in their life, but they didn't need to completely like let go of the idea of having a partnership with somebody to go do it. Let me make sure. Is this what I'm seeing, source? Yes or no? Is this what's coming through? Okay, so we have the Sun with the Six of Pentacles. So I'm seeing this as a yes. Like this idea of thinking that you have to cut ties or let go of things to get the other thing. That was a big idea that your future self like latched onto all these years. And it led them to their downfall in a way where now they have so much trouble forming connections. Now they have so much trouble being able to find safety and intimate moments with people because their fear of vulnerability just continued to grow. If you are dealing with a fear of vulnerability right now, pile number 2, your future self is trying to keep you from running away from it by cutting off the idea of love life completely, cutting off the idea of forming close, authentic connections with people completely, just to get by and accomplish like financial goals or things like that in your life, because that's actually just something coming through to help you heal. You know, this is uprooting or getting triggered within you right now because it may have gotten hurt recently with something, and instead of trying to push it down to keep quote unquote chugging along, which is what your future self did, that actually just pushes it down even further inside. It doesn't go away if you just keep chugging along. What it does is you wear it like armor and it becomes a part of you. So now the actions that you do moving forward are getting inflicted upon by this belief system that it becomes a belief system the more you repress it downwards. It becomes subconscious. You're just pushing it down in the shadows. It's still there. It's just somewhere where you can't see it. So it makes you think that it's been dealt with. Does that make sense? Some of you that are listening to this pile actually might have really bad workaholic tendencies or tendencies to not deal with your emotions up front. You'd rather just keep moving forward in life like nothing happened, or you try to stay distracted. You try to go do things to not feel the pain or certain things like that, if it's heartbreak or things of that nature. But I'm telling you, pile number 2, like your future self 5 years from now, what they understand now is it doesn't go away. It stays there for a very, very long time until you look at it. And they don't want you to have to carry this on your back and go through like a lot of different painful moments that involved people where you wanted to try to like let your guard down, but you kept like walking away because you thought that's what you had to do to get to success. Like this belief kept getting built upon by other beliefs until to the point where it had to become like the root source for a lot of different self-sabotaging habits that started like birthing and like getting created. Kind of like a tree with the roots. They start branching out, and then you see a fully formed tree. Like the trunk, has branches and then little leaves and twigs. Like what I'm trying to say is that little whole root, the whole root circuit of this tree that keeps it so magnificent and giant is the fear of like vulnerability, is some form of fear of either rejection, abandonment. There's something here that grew into much bigger and uglier things and leaked itself into different areas of your life just so you wouldn't have to deal with that feeling again. Instead of just holding space for it and letting yourself move through it and feel it. So that's something that they massively understand now. And let me just make sure if there's anything else we're missing here. So what does pile number 2's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them understand now? What does pile number 2's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them understand now? This reading finds them understand now. Okay. Oop. We're going to take these cards back the deck energy. Let's place this to the side. So the back of the deck energy, we have the 3 of Cups, the 7 of Cups, the 9 of Swords, and the 8 of Swords. The 3 of Cups, the 7 of Cups, The Three of Cups, the Seven of Cups, the Nine of Swords, the Eight of Swords. Wow, that's intense energy. Okay. And the cards that came out. Okay. So we have the Eight of Cups with the Five of Cups. And then we have the Page of Cups with Temperance. Okay, this is interesting. And then we have the Moon card ending the reading. And there's nothing being paired with it. So the Moon card is really standing out here. But then the Sun card has to do with the significator energy, which I really want to keep in mind. All right, so first person point of view. What I understand now that you have yet to fully grasp just yet where you're sitting at. We carried, for the last 5 years that I was here and I experienced these things, we carried so much of our childhood trauma on our shoulders, and it definitely crazily contributed to a lot of different self-sabotaging like habits that we developed through our professional life, school life, or like how we show up, like the things that have to do with like our end goals, by interfering with our ability to have teams, our ability to communicate, show up, make true friends, because we were always so afraid of what would happen if we got too close to these people. But the reason I now, like, the thing is that I understand now, the only thing that held me back from this is what I went through as a kid, what I went through as a teenager. What we went through, it never got a chance to fully heal. Instead, we just pushed it deep down. We never walked away from the disappointment, from the pain, from this betrayal, from whatever this was that happened, that involved people, a person. It involved vulnerability of some kind that was never truly healed or supported within us. We never gave it a time of day to fully unravel. And so we buried it instead and wore it. And so everything that we did moving forward was based off of this repressed feeling that had a lot to do, it's all wrapped around fear, which is why this journey felt so lonely. And yeah, like, cool, we made certain things accomplish, but we still have so much to, so many places to go. We still have so much progress to be made, because now, yeah, look, we got the financial aspect of life, but love and romance and intimate connections, it is such a lonely path. I understand now that doing it that way wasn't the smart way, because it completely detached me from how I really felt about things and what I actually wanted, what my heart's deepest desire was, which was always to feel accepted, seen, valued, part of something like a community or part of a union, part of something where it didn't just involve me. I miss that because I was so focused on protecting myself this whole time. So that's the biggest thing I understand now. I was so focused on all the what ifs. My intrusive thoughts kept getting the best of me that it literally held me back from being able to consider any other option, because I kept thinking, oh, I have to do it this way to get there. But in reality, there were so many different ways that didn't involve me having to suffer and sacrifice as much as I did to get there. And if I could turn back time right now, I would. So my beautiful pile number 2, that is what I'm seeing with this second part of your message from your future self. We're now going to be moving into the final part of the message, where they're going to be sharing with you exactly what they need you to know now, the very direct, specific message. And there's actually going to be 3 different things that they need you to know now. We got 3 different piles of cards that we're going to be exploring together. So it could be 3 different direct messages. We're going to be looking at that together. I'm just trying to get the cards ready. And I got to reset this deck. So give me one moment. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna move these cards out of the way. I can still see them, it's just you that can't. And we're going to go into the 3 direct messages. Let me see if you have any back of the deck energies here. I'm just going to move this so you can read them better. All right. So the cards are right here. Okay, so we have one back of the deck energy. I think we just have one. So the final or only back of the deck energy we have here for you from your 3 direct messages is the Majorum Essential Oil, with the keyword being comfort. Trigger statement is people cannot be trusted. Okay, and true statement, I trust my heart. Your big, beautiful heart is ready to open. Trust that you will be able to discern who is best to walk with you. Trust issues. And look, we had openness before. So it's just a lot of things to keep in mind. There's a big ongoing pattern here, my love. All right, let me make this focus. Sorry if it keeps unfocusing. So this is going to be your first direct message we're going to look at. So first up, we have respiratory with the keyword breath. Trigger statement, I can't breathe. True statement, I open up to all possibility. You are ready to let go of the suffering so that you can take in new possibilities. Release so you can receive. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. And the tea leaves that go with it is V, victory in some endeavor. Yes, this is literal confirmation that the thing that you think you can't accomplish, if you were to open your heart up, open up the possibility of letting these people in and being your true self, you got confirmation that it would you would get victory. You're gonna win. And the card that goes with it is Arrow. Yes, I'm so happy for you. And this reminds me of Aries, the sign, the symbol of Aries, the ram, in astrology. And the Aries is like the newborn. I see it as the newborn in the cycle of astrology. They go headfirst into things with really no thought sometimes. They can be a little bit reckless and impulsive, but the fire that they have, you know, they rule Mars. The drive, it's so raw and organic and pure that nothing will fail as long as you don't give up. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. And the card that goes with it, that adds even more confirmation here, you are on the right path regarding some aspect of your life. You keep thinking that you have to let go of things. You keep thinking that you can't trust, you have to close off. But your future self, the first message that they want you to know now is that you don't have to close away. You don't have to put up all these walls and guards and think that, oh, I have to do it this way or I'm screwed. Because that's not the way that life works. There is 1,000 different limitless possibilities to get to the same end goal. And the only thing that's keeping you as narrow-minded as you are right now is the fear. Because your brain thinks and it's telling you this is the only way because it's trying to help you avoid the thing that caused some pain. But it doesn't mean that it's going to cause you pain every time. Because where there is love, there will inevitably be fear. And where there is fear, there will inevitably be love. They're 2 sides of the same coin. You can't experience one without the other. So let's add more to this first direct message. Is there anything else here regarding this direct message that pile number 2's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, wants to share with them? Is there anything else about this message that their future self wants to share with them? Okay. Back of the deck energy here is the Page of Swords, the Queen of Cups, and the Ace of Cups. Okay. And there's a card that fell on the 3 cards that fell on the floor. Let me grab them. All right. Okay. So this came directly in reverse, and I think there's a reason for it. Actually, I think it's just symbolizing what it means, but okay. So we have, this is the back of the deck energy. Let's keep that separate from the rest. Sorry, I'm trying to make it like perfectly aligned so it doesn't confuse you. All right. So adding into this first message that your future self has for you, pile number 2, the first pairing we have is the 7 of Wands and the Queen of Wands. The next pairing we have is the 7 of Swords with the Ace of Pentacles. And then the final pairing we have is the 10 of Swords with the 3 of Pentacles. Oops. Okay. So Swords, Pentacles, and then Wands here. And then Swords and Cups here. So mind and heart, they battle each other a lot. The first direct message, adding into it before we move into the other two, I'm going to talk in first person. The only thing that stops us from accomplishing the things that we want in life right now, whatever that deep, big thing that you want to accomplish is, that you're protecting yourself from losing or not getting, the only way that keeps us from getting there is if we give up on it. We don't have enough courage to keep going and fighting even when the moments get hard, because there's going to be really hard moments on this journey. On top of that, because I just shared what I shared with you, I need you to understand, pile number 2, there is going to be so many more opportunities to come in your future that doesn't have anything to do with this thing in a physical way. Like when you look at it at face value, it's not going to look like this has anything to do with your journey, because it could be love life, like a person comes in, potential suitor, and work, you're grinding. So it's going to feel like it's a distraction, when in reality, it's actually going to play a role in helping you be able to show up in work better, because it teaches you certain skills that you aren't going to be able to learn through the grind. But you're going to, you need to protect yourself from your ego trying to trick you into thinking, oh, this is just a distraction, I have to keep going forward, because that's what you do if we stay on the path that we're on, where you end up being me 5 years from the time you're listening to this. I need you to understand, though, that that's not the case here, that we're carrying so much more pain on our backs than we realize, and we let that control our every step, thought, action we took, and we still got the thing we wanted, but we didn't have to do it in such a painful way. And I'm trying to protect us from doing that, because you are ready to let go of the suffering so that you can take in new possibilities. I need you to release the pain so you can receive more, because there is more that wants to come through, but you're the one that keeps denying it. You don't want to trust your heart, but your big, beautiful heart is ready to open. And what's coming through is that it's time to embrace a new way of being, one filled with health and the freedom to create a new reality. And the way for you to create that new reality involves you believing that you can have everything you want. Not just one area of your life, but you can have it all, but you need to claim it, and you need to believe that you're worthy and capable of it. And honestly, that could be the biggest thing that's holding you back. The lack of looking at this thing instead of just trying to move forward anyways while it's there. There needs to be healing done. And honestly, I feel like this is something that we're going to explore even deeper when we move forward into the rest of the things I have to share with you. So with that, closing the first person perspective, let's move into the second direct message they have to share with you. Okay, my loves? So we're going to clear up, reshuffle this deck. We're going to keep these cards here, depending on how many cards. Honestly, I might actually have to clear it up. Let me just reset this deck. I hope you were taking notes. All right, so the second direct message, I'm going to move this. I can still see it. It's just you that can't. We have for you, it's 2 cards, is Spikenard Essential Oil with the keyword faith. Trigger statement: why does this always happen to me? True statement: I am at peace. Know that everything will work out as it needs to, and hold a space of gratitude as you watch the miracles unfold. The card that goes along with it, the tea leaf here, is Nest. An emotionally secure, loving family is important to you. All right. we're gonna want to get cards here because a lot of different ways this can be interpreted. What is the second direct message here? The pile number 2's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want to share with them. What is the second direct message for them? What is the second direct message for them? The pile number 2's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want to share with them. What is the second direct message? Okay. Back of the deck. Let's see. I have my eyes closed for that. Let's see. So back of the deck here is the Ten of Pentacles with the Ten of Swords again. So 2 tens. We have coming through death. No, sorry, the Hanged Man. My bad. The 7 of Pentacles and the 9 of Pentacles. A shift in perspective needs to be applied here because, hold on, let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Beautiful. So this one with this one, this one with this one, and this one with this one. So the first cards set up we have here is Judgment with the 4 of Pentacles. We have the King of Cups with the Page of Wands. And lastly, we have the 2 of Pentacles with the Knight of Cups. Yes, it's the shift in perspective. It feels like they're kind of repeating a similar message that I just shared with you, but they're adding more to it, more depth to it. Okay. I'm going in first person mode. Pile number 2. There needs to be a reckoning that you have to do with yourself right now. Because if you are to continue at the path, at the rate at which you've been doing things, I'm telling you and I'm warning you from the other side, 5 years from the time you're listening to this, you might lose a lot of people. You might lose the important connections in your life. You might lose a sense of security, of belonging to things, feeling seen, valued, heard. You're going to lose opportunity for all those things if you keep going at the path that you've been. Because you're so on protection mode that it's holding you back from being able to truly explore your emotional world and realm. But here's the thing, and I think it's because you and I, we like to control things a lot, but that's our ego's doing. Our ego likes to believe that it knows exactly what's going to happen before it does happen. And when it comes to the realm of love, emotions, and other people, which we can't control, in reality, we have no clue what could happen because of the other person's free will. There's a thing I really want to share with you in the second direct message I have for you, where if you were to approach that area of love life, of relationships, of social connections with more curiosity and the ability to learn rather than to think that you have to know everything before it happens, life would feel a lot easier. And the experiences that you go through, if you experienced it through a curious mind rather than a rigid mind, you will embrace them, the moments that are more hiccups on the road, as more so lessons rather than failures. And that's why your mind, it really plays tricks on you sometimes. Your ego, our ego gets in the way. And it held us back from being able to experience these areas of our lives because we were so fixated on the idea of failing, and that scared us. We didn't even want to experience it because we didn't like failure so much that we avoided it at all costs. But I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. That everything that you want to accomplish for yourself is still going to happen whether you looked into pursuing things with people or not. These are different areas of your life for a reason. And you're so afraid that you're not going to be able to get to like your career goals or whatever this financial thing is, this sense of security is, that you're throwing out all these other things out the window just to focus on this one area of life. But then when you get there, 5 years from now, yeah, we're going to be accomplished there, but then all the other areas of life, we're going to be acting from naivety, impulsivity, recklessness, because we didn't choose to heal these things simultaneously as we were moving through our career goals or the financial things, the things that had a self-preservation intent. when we were able to do both. We are able to do both. This direct message that I need to share with you is that you need to have faith that you can do both, and you are already halfway there. You have closed yourself off to this possibility for far too long that it has led you thinking that your future isn't bright. But you need to enjoy knowing that your optimism today is what fuels your amazing tomorrow. You need to be excited to see what the future brings instead of acting from a place of powerlessness. And I'm here to tell you that it brings great flippin' things. But I'm also here to tell you that, look, if you are to keep doing things the way you've been doing it, you're going to miss out on some really beautiful experiences and moments that did involve you having to release the idea of, oh, I need to get there now or I'm failing. You need to rest and know that in this stillness, you are going to find the clarity around your purpose here. The need to cope will fall away as you find the question you are the answer to. And I think this has a lot to do with the thing that we didn't heal from, that kept us from being able to find these connections and trust in our heart, because our big, beautiful heart is ready to open. And the only way for us to open it is for us to nurture it enough to be ready to bloom, just like a flower. A flower isn't going to open until we water it, we give it sunlight and warmth and love and care and attention. But if we're not giving that to ourselves, pile number 2, we're goners. And I'm telling you from my experience that it really pretty much feels like that where I'm at. And I really don't want this to happen to us. So that is your second message, my beautiful pile number 2s. We're now going to move into your final message, which is going to be the biggest message at that, because you guys received a ridiculous amount of tea leaves in this third message. And you also received from my Hard Truths Oracle deck a lot of crazy messages as well. So let me just reset the Transparent Tarot deck once again, and then we're going to move there next. All right, let me reset. Okay. So for your final message, my loves, I just realized if that was all blurry, I'm so sorry. My camera always loves to try to focus for no flipping reason. Oh, and then we had another back of the deck energy here that I think it's paired with this third message. I think there's a reason why I didn't see it until now. Perseverance. Where you stop is where you'll end up. Keep going and expanding until you have reached beyond your goals. You're on the right track. That has come through twice. I think there's like something of reassurance, like your future self keeps trying to reassure you, like, look, I know you think that if you keep like trying to expand in the heart, you're gonna like screw up in the logical aspect of life, but you're not. 1, 2, 3. We want you to have all of it. 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I don't know why I'm doing it like this. I just felt called to. So let's look at these cards. First up, we have Chair Filled. Someone new is entering your life. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's crazy. And then we have Wheel, Indecisiveness, allowing your life to ramble aimlessly. And then lastly, we have Bull. Do not back down from opposition. Show strength and fortitude. And I believe this card has to do with this. So it's the Yeta rune, or the Jetta rune. The results of earlier efforts are realized, a time of peace and happiness, fruitful season. It can break through stagnancy, hopes and expectations of peace and prosperity. I really feel like a lot of you guys that picked this pile went through a lot of pain and hurt regarding like love life. And your future self is really trying to prevent you from like losing good opportunities for love life in the future because of what you went through. Like what you went through has closed your heart off, but it needs to heal. Like you have to heal this thing. It's really, really important that you do. If what I'm sharing does resonate so far, my loves, I do. And I just wanted to share because I do really just feel called for your pile in particular. I am currently accepting one-on-one clients. If that's something you're interested in, you can check it out in my description box below, where it's going to take you to my link tree where you can get to see how different ways you can work with me, whether it's just one-on-one virtual standalone sessions or monthly support containers. I really highly recommend, if that sounds like something you would be interested in, to check it out, because I did feel like a weird intuitive nudge to share that with you guys, and because I didn't share that with pile 1, but for your pile, I feel like this is something that's really like this thing that needs to heal is extremely crucial to your overall like self-growth and healing journey, so you can get to like goals quicker than you would have if you weren't like looking at this from like an accountability person source. Does that make sense? It could also just be like therapy and doing work in that way, but it feels like there's something about practical application that's really important for you, because when it's like, when you practically apply yourself into it, it helps you do it more. Like you're more likely to do it. Does that make sense? It just feels like you're a very big hands-on person rather than just like insight, sit down and talk type of person. Does that make sense? So, okay, let's keep going. So here, I feel this card has to do with it. We have key, successful outcome to your problems. Woman, dealings or relationship with a woman. And wreath, sorrow over a loss. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to fix this. Sorrow over a loss. And the card that pairs with it is fear. Oh, wow. Fear lied to you and promised you safety and staying small. But you have a voice and you decide who and what rules your life. Your destiny demands courage, not comfort. Yes, yes, and yes. Okay. We're going to keep going. I feel like there's something huge here. For these cards, we have the Kanaz rune. The Kanaz rune has came out 3 times now in total. So the Kanaz rune is a really important rune, okay? Please write it down. Look into the meaning of it further if you feel called to, other than what I'm sharing. But it's about visions, revelations, knowledge, creativity, inspiration, technical ability, vital fire of life, harnessed power, fire of transformation and regeneration. Fire of transformation and regeneration with self-doubt. Subconscious doubts are influencing your decisions. Have faith in your abilities. You are ready and you are worthy, so aim high. Okay, and the final cards that go with it, just moving these to the side so I have space, is Rainbow. The most difficult part of a situation is over. 4-leaf clover, great good fortune. These cards, man. And lastly, not unsuccessful plans. Okay, I think I'm understanding this now. Whatever the thing was that you think screwed you over happened for a reason to help set you up on the right path. I know it doesn't feel like that right now because it makes you think that you screwed something up, but in reality, it was the very thing that was essentially meant to happen to you to help get you to the right path when it comes to setting your mind up right for like success, I guess, in a way, but you're taking it too seriously and too literal to the point where you're letting fear consume you and every little move you make. So now it's making you too afraid to speak up about things. It's making you too afraid to open up your heart to love or other people now because you're afraid of getting screwed over. And you're afraid of getting screwed over, but you're also afraid of like putting your foot down. It's like two ends of like, it's like about people, but in 2 different ways. In one way, let me see if this is a person that you already know. Yes or no? Okay, 2 cards came out. The 4 of Pentacles and the 5 of Pentacles. This might not be about a person you already know. Okay, so this message, let me make sure. We got the 4 of Cups with the Hermit. Okay, yeah, I don't think this is about a person you know. Okay, yeah, it just keeps telling me no. So, sorry, I'm trying to figure out the right way to place this so I don't mix up my cards. The reason why I wanted to check that is because this other message that I'm seeing here as well, adding into this entire direct message, is that there's a person that's like the universe is going to bring into your life. You guys were meant to meet, but you close yourself off to meeting them because you think that they have bad intentions, that they want to hurt you, or that they aren't good. When in reality, this person has a lot of tricks or things up their sleeve that's going to ultimately help you in like a career or like a certain project or endeavor. But you don't understand how when you look at them at face value. So you kind of just push it to the side and make yourself assume that you have to like shut down. You can't hold yourself back. This person isn't going to be a picture perfect person either, though. There's something here about you. This person helps you a lot, but you're going to feel like you're going to have to keep your mouth shut with them a lot of the times. And your future self is saying, like, you need to make sure that you have self-respect in this journey that's coming up, because they will be like understanding. It's just that you're afraid to put your foot down because they're going to have like a powerful energy to them, that's going to feel kind of like intimidating. But look, your limited perspective is causing you to miss important details. Expand your view and seek input from trusted sources for what you may be overlooking. Because you're going to think that they have like the upper hand of things when in reality, they're in a really similar situation as you. I don't know what that means, but that's what I'm hearing. I'm going to keep shuffling though and see if there's more we can add to this direct message. So anything else here that you want to share? Can you share more about this part of the direct message, future self? Pile number 2, 5 years from the time that they find this reading. Can you share more about that particular area of the direct message? Can you share more about that area in particular of the direct message? Okay. Back of the deck energy is the Knight of Wands with the Hierophant. So going after things that feel just, they feel right. It feels like it's meant to be. Okay, 3 of Cups here that flew out at the bottom of my table. 3 of Cups with the 7 of Pentacles. It's going to be a work in progress, yeah. So adding into this direct message, the final one here. Pile number 2, you need to understand, this is something that can create amazing things, amazing opportunities for you when it comes to this person that's going to enter your life. I'm hearing people though. I really feel like these are 2 different people. Let me check. This one's going to be like divinely guided to you to help you in what feels like your purpose in life. That's one thing I'm seeing. But are these 2 different people? Give me a yes or no source. Okay, so we have the Knight of Swords. Are these 2 different people? And the 9 of Wands. No, these are not 2 different people. I don't think so. I feel like this is about you just like, this is a particular person that actually has the ability to help change your life drastically. But you're just really afraid of letting them in. So yeah, whatever you went through that hurt, that scared you, pile number 2, there's a person entering your life that's coming to help you like overcome it. But you're not supposed to, like, they have so much to teach you that you can't let yourself feel like you have to do this alone. This journey works out better for you in the long run when it's involves other people. It's really an important thing to share. And this doesn't need to be a woman specifically. This could be a person who has like feminine attributes or traits. It could be a person that has like more water-based energy in their chart or more earth-based energy in their chart. So that could be a Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo, Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. Or they just have a lot of that like femininistic qualities. You know, they're more moon-like in nature than rather than sun. And they help you slow down. They give you perspectives on the journey that involves stillness and more like going inwards. And that's like kind of hard for you. And they're going to teach you how to be able to do that. It's just, you're going to be afraid to let them in and be vulnerable with yourself to help them actually be able to like benefit you in your growth journey. Because you opened yourself up in some way, shape, or form in the past and you got stung. Is that true? You know what it is. So source, I asked, is that true? We have the Six of Wands, the Knight of Pentacles. I feel called to pull this out. The Nine of Cups. So this was a dream. And I think I dropped a card. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't, so I don't lose it when I put the deck back later. Okay, I don't think I did. So, I just dropped all the cards. That's great. Yes, this is about a person. So it's not, I didn't get a yes or no. I got more so a source telling me pile number 2, whoever, like you listening, the person that's listening to this, you know what this is about. Like, you know the thing that happened to you that involved, like psyching you out on your journey towards like emotion, like what your heart's deepest desire was for victory and success. Like, you know what this has to do with, that created a lot of like uncertainty in like people, trust issues in people. You're trying to be more discerning with people, but to get to the things that have to do with heart, that are aligned with heart, that also involves like taking risks every once in a while. And in a way, yes, I'm going to be really honest with you, pile number 2. There is risk in what you're trying to do, but you're trying to do it in the most smartest way, which is understandable, but also like there's other ways to do it where the direct message here is trying to imply that if you were to let this person in on it, it will benefit your growth journey so drastically that it will overall inevitably aid you in the thing you're trying to go after. Like, remember, great good fortune, the most difficult part of a situation is over. Successful outcome to your problems. Another thing that's coming through as well is, this might sound weird, okay, but the other direct message that I'm seeing here could also be about a healing journey, and the healing journey has to do with working with me, but I just wanted to share that, okay? Doesn't mean if it doesn't resonate, then don't take what I just shared. I'm not trying to make it about me, my loves. It's just that I just realized this is about a woman. I'm a woman. Sorrow over a loss, that has to do with healing, letting a woman into your sorrow over a loss, and fear lied to you, but you're the thing. Your destiny demands courage, not comfort. Like, you have to be the one that helps you begin your releasing process to re-heal that root chakra of yours. And that's kind of what I do. So I just wanted to share that. Transformation, the fire of transformation and regeneration, you need that. Stop doubting in your ability to go overcome it. Yeah, like this could also be about working with me or working with somebody to help you heal. And the direct message here is that your future self is saying, hey, look, like this person that you're going to meet soon, they are going to help you in a great way, but it's your ego that's going to be the only thing that gets in the middle of your ability to heal this thing. I feel called to cut my Sacred Destiny deck up here. Oh my God, that's insane. Taking risks. So whatever taking risks means to you, for the next 3 weeks, I want you to really think about this statement and see where that can lie, because there's a fear of like losing your resources to take risks regarding a person in your life that you're going to meet. But oh my God, look, I just picked the deck up and look, we have the success card right underneath. So it's going to still lead you to, like, it's going to be worth your time. So that's why I was saying it could be also about working with me. But okay, however this resonated, that's how it was meant to be delivered. Okay, my love. With that being said, we are now going to move into the final portion of your reading before we go into your final messages from the most healed version of yourself we can possibly channel and tap into in the spiritual realm, where we're going to be looking at what your future self wants you to continue on your path versus shift on your path, okay? So I'm just moving everything out of the way. Right. Beautiful. All right, let me just reset this deck. I don't know why my camera is like trying to excessively focus. I'm sorry if it's hurting your eyes. It hurts my eyes when it does that, so I feel really bad. I send you guys a lot of unconditional love though for showing up for yourselves, continuing to listen to this reading. So, for what your future self wants you to continue, you guys got a couple of cards. You got 2 archetypal cards and you got 2 Sorry, my kids have yachting black moon astrology cards. Let me take a sip of my water and see if that helps. Okay. And then for shifting, we got 3 archetypes. You guys had a lot of archetype cards, so quite curious to see where that takes us. We did get one back of the deck energy here, which is Libra, number 19. So 19's coming through again. That's the sun in major arcana. Remember in tarot, Libra, I balance. And Libra is also ruled by planet Venus, technically. So, you know, Taurus is Venus, Libra's Venus. It's interesting. And then we had the runes that we're talking about, Venus with Beauty Rose. Okay, so the first thing we're going to look at, what your future self wants you to continue on your current path. We have, oh, let me make sure these are upright, okay. We have Taurus with number 14, I have. Some of you guys might be Taurus. That's something coming through. Or you might have like a lot of Taurus in your chart. The reason why I'm sharing that is because healed state Taurus, there's a wounded state and a healed state to every sign in the zodiac. The wounded state of Taurus can make them very, very like stingy or like protective of themselves. They might have too much of a shell over themselves to like let people in. But a healed state Taurus is somebody who enjoys things as they come and go because they know that things are temporary. Like they have acceptance to change. And because of that, it doesn't stop them or keep them from being able to take consistent, steady, and stable steps towards things they want because they know that life is always ever changing. So it's like they just got to roll with the punches as it goes, which I love about the energy of Taurus. Moving forward, we have Detective, the first archetype here, with the light attributes being great powers of observation and intuition. Let me make this focus. Great powers of observation and intuition, desire to seek out the truth. And then for the other archetype, we have Child Magical with the light attribute being seeing the potential for sacred beauty in all things, the belief that everything is possible. Okay, and then we have Leo with the number 17, I will, and that is the star card in tarot. And then the 14 is Temperance. I love this. I love this. I love this. I love this because this is about optimism. This is about having balance. Okay, I think I'm understanding this. Now I'm actually going to look at, I'm going to put this all together and pair with it what your future self wants you to shift on your path because I feel like that it's going to just see what I do, okay? So I didn't do this for pile number 1, but I feel called to do it with you guys. You know, I never have a plan. I used to, but I don't do plans anymore. I let Source take the lead with these readings. So the things that your future self wants you to shift on your path, we have the Gossip archetype. We're going to look at just the shadow attributes. Thrives on the power of passing on private or secret information, betraying confidences, awakens consideration for the feelings of others, honoring trust. Okay, honestly, okay. We're not taking this too literal because I think there's something here that we're not seeing fully. And then continuing for what your future self wants you to shift on your path, we have Mystic, delusional rapport with the divine, revels in intimate union with the divine. Okay. And then lastly, we have Femme Fatale. Light attributes, highlights the erotic energy of the feminine, opens your heart when your dependency is rejected. Shadow attribute, inappropriate use of sensuality, attachment to money and power. Okay. I am seeing it's a polar opposite energy of this to this, very, very different things. So the thing that your future self wants you to continue on your journey is to continue taking steps towards your goals. To know that you have what it takes to get there is extremely important, and using your intuition for your ability, like using your intuition, your powers of observation, basically to show up for yourself and your goals and your journey, and to like not just trust people blindly, but to also not to jump to the conclusion of, oh, they're bad right away. Like there needs to be discernment, of course, which your future self wants you to continue on your path, but they also want you to have the idea of being optimistic and being smart. I always call myself a realistic optimist because I try to be really realistic and practical about things, but I also choose to be optimistic about it. Like I don't just look at the facts and then shut down the magic and the hope, have hope for what else can unravel. And that's why I really like that the 17 number is associated with Leo, I will, because Leo's like, you know, they're ruled by the sun and they have this energy to them that could be very bubbly, very bright in nature. And there's this idea of like needing, like, to, if you believe in yourself, you're already halfway there, right? There's that saying. The thing that your future self wants you to continue on your path is to be the optimistic realist, to allow yourself to have that head on your shoulders that allows you to stay smart or one step ahead on things, but also let the guard down every once in a while so that you can test the waters and don't jump the gun into assuming that everyone's going out there to hurt you or get you or betray you if you're not sharing your truth. So an example that I'm hearing, okay, this might sound weird, but this is honestly what I've done in my own personal journey when it came to my business and stuff, and trying to learn how to bring my work to in-person sessions and local. That was new for me because my business was birthed during COVID timing and it was always solely a virtual thing. Now that I'm working with other creators and people that do their own healing business stuff, and you know, we're collaborating, we're creating group sessions where we're both working together and offering our own gifts or services, or I'm working in different spaces that are shared with other healing practitioners. It's a new playing field. Trying to meet with different business owners and have ideas and share with them if I can bring my ideas there, and then I've gotten my ideas stolen from me. I've gotten ideas taken from me when I genuinely trusted them with it and I did everything on my end to show up, but then they betrayed me and didn't show up on theirs. Here's the thing though. I now learned how to show up and share with people my ideas, but not give everything all at once. I'm an optimistic realist in the sense now where when I have people in my life, I try to be discerning by testing the waters. I share some vulnerable things and I see where they meet me. If they meet me halfway, then there's something good there. If they share something vulnerable about them, then that's something good there. But I don't share everything all at once anymore until I know that things are playing out in the way that they're meant to for both people involved, in a positive light. I learned my lesson in that regard. So I try not to shut off my belief in humanity, because there's this, when we get hurt enough times, we start losing the belief in humanity that people like have genuine intent, that they genuinely like believe in helping others heal, and that they aren't always working from a scarcity-based mindset. Because when we work from a scarcity-based mindset, it's all about self-preservation, and then we'll steal people's ideas under their noses because we're so desperate. Like there's that thing I'm trying to say. Your future self wants you to continue on having hope that there are good people out there that genuinely want to see you thrive. And I know that you're going to find those people if you let that idea and mentality stay there. Your future self wants to commend you on having that in the first place and stop being afraid of allowing it to still bloom. It's just you need to have balance and discernment between practicality and optimism, but you're doing a good job. They want you to continue that on your path. Now that we move forward, the thing that your future self wants you to shift on your path is the idea that everyone's going to hurt you, is the idea that in order to get from A to B, you have to get there on your own. There's this idea or like a certain belief that you have on how to accomplish your thing that's very rigid in nature, and there's no room for slip-ups or no room for collaboration in some way with different people. Your future self wants you to shift that way of thinking, because it's making you it's like the way that you're focusing on your goal, again, is coming from a place of like self-preservation. And when I think of cancers, I think of like they're soft on the inside, but they have a really hard outer shell. And from a wounded state, they can be really, really closed off. They don't really show anyone that side, that emotional side to them. So again, same with Virgos in a way. So there's this idea here of like needing to like shift how you are viewing the end goal, on how you're viewing the game plan, like whatever the game plan is, or that's been slowly trying to like simmer within you, it's trying to shift in your favor. And this reading came to you at the time that it did because it's trying to help it shift in your favor, but you have to let your guard down. And there's also this idea about having to do things alone that isn't true. I think that might have been fed to you at a young age. I don't know why that's coming through. Like, you're weak if you need help or get help, but in reality, like, it just makes you human because we're not meant to be alone. We're not alone creatures. We're meant to be able to interact with others because that's how our greatest ideas can be born. And that's how best innovations can be born. But the only way that that can happen is if we're not afraid of it. So that was the biggest thing that your future self wants you to shift. Again, this also gives me the idea that I was sharing earlier, like if this has to do with working with me, or working with somebody that can help you heal in some way, shape, or form. Maybe there's a coach, maybe there's someone on your mind already that you've been wanting to work with. It doesn't have to be me. You need to let go of the idea that they're there just to hurt you or for the money. There's this idea of like, you're so afraid of like sharing your truth because you think that they're gonna go like judge you for it or jump to conclusions on who you are. You're gonna be misunderstood, but you need to let that shit go because in reality, there is things there. There's a reason why it's come up before. This isn't the first time this has come up, is what I'm hearing coming through from your future self. Like whatever this is, this isn't the first time you've heard it. It's coming through here again to tell you that. Like there's a reason why it keeps coming up. So with that being said, my loves, we're now going to wrap up your reading with your final messages from the most healed and highest version of yourself that we could possibly channel and call onto from the spiritual realm. Okay, my loves? And we did get a couple of cards for you and a crystal. So we're going to share and reveal that. Oh, you got 2 crystals. I remember now. You were the deck that the pile that got 2 crystals. We're going to look at these now, okay? So to finish up your reading, my loves, your first final message, focus on the positive, optimism, positivity, hope, and gratitude. Next up, we have practice patience, waiting, enduring, perseverance, and trust. Next up, we have celebrate each other's successes, joy, support, celebration, love. Yeah, you don't have to protect yourself the way you've been. And for your moon phases, you have full moon in Leo, the lion's roar with number 26 adding to 8. Embrace your inner lion and express yourself with confidence and courage, using the full moon's illumination to showcase your talents. Next up, Aries. We have new moon in Aries, the pioneer's ignition with the number 17. A time to start something new with confidence and boldness, harnessing the fiery energy of Aries. And lastly, we have new moon in Pisces, the dreamer's imagination. This is a time for creativity, intuition, and spiritual growth. Use Pisces' compassionate and intuitive energy to explore your inner world and embrace your dreams. I love that this is the first sign to the zodiac wheel and this is the last sign in the zodiac wheel. And then you only have one full moon here of the Leo. Full moons are also about completion. And I'm also seeing this as a way to say, it's time to let your guard down and start the thing that feels new and wonder-like to you because you've never explored it before. You're ready. For the crystals, you have chrysocolla, and it says it forms near copper ore deposits, hence its wavy blue-green swirls left behind by oxidized metal. Chrysocolla opens up channels of clear communication. Who needs it? Anyone entangled in a 24/7 fear cycle propagated by the politico media complex. Those who can never find the right words, where to put it. Hold it to your high heart and breathe. When to use it. When you feel small and vulnerable and are looking for someone to parent you, but then you remember that you're a grown-up, but it's cool because you totally got this. Be your own mama. Love this. And this could also be a sign that these are some crystals that could aid you in your journey right now to purchase. And then we also have tourmaline. Tourmaline, black tourmaline, is a slightly magnetized, semi-precious gemstone with a reputation for protecting a delicate psyche from a case of the crazies and establishing powerful energetic boundaries between you and all of the zombies out there. Who needs it? Everyone. Where to put it? Beside your doors to keep emotional vampires out, on your person, in your pocket, and everywhere. When to use it? Anytime you take public transportation, find yourself in a crowd, or hear that sucking sound of a coworker, family member, malignant demon taking more from you than they are giving back. Protect your light. Yes. Like I said, you're about to embark on a massive journey of learning who you are, what you're capable of, and how you want to show up to the world, pile number 2. Your future self is trying to protect you from making the same mistakes they did so that you can get everything you want, not just in one area of your life, but in all. The only way to do that is by being open to support, being open to the idea that this shit's gonna take time, but you gotta keep believing in yourself, and don't think that everyone's bad just because you've got hiccups every once in a while in the road when it did involve people. Doesn't mean that everyone's gonna be the same exact way. You gotta keep believing in yourself, keep believing into the dream, and then just keep going. It's really, really important that you do. Let your guard down. You are capable of more than you realize, my beautiful pile number 2s. So with that being said, I really, really hope that this reading resonated. I really hope that it benefited you, aided you, and gave you everything that you were looking to gain out of this reading, and maybe even more. Then that makes me feel like my job here was done correctly, and I did it. Yay. I really tried to deliver everything that I saw within these cards. I know this reading was pretty long. If you guys were here till the very end, you guys are the real OGs. I'm sending you so much unconditional love. If you can give this reading a thumbs up, any little form of engagement, whether it's you sharing your story down below, letting me know if you picked this pile in the comments, subscribing, every little form of engagement that you do really helps show to YouTube, hey, this reading is really, really helpful, and I think other people should find it too, okay? It really does help support the channel and the mission that I have on this channel, which is the belief that healed people are who help heal this world. The only way that we can continue to gather more healed people is for us to build a community of like-minded individuals that are here for the same reasons, to heal, grow, and keep becoming better versions of ourselves each and every day, every little step possible, and embrace the progress, embrace the journey. And that doesn't mean that we're meant to rush through it either. Enjoy it at your own nervous system's pacing. Okay, my loves? So if that's something you're interested in, please feel free to hit the subscribe button if you have not joined yet. And again, like I said, I am accepting one-on-one clients. If you did feel like the message that did come through resonate, then feel free to check it out in my description box below. But whether or not it resonated or not, I send you so much unconditional love, and hopefully I will see you in my next readings to come. Bye. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number 3s. Welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading, where we're going to be gathering all the cards, Raleigh, I know that's not a word, but let's pretend it is, and organically together now, okay? So we do have a couple of different decks that we're going to be moving through today, and different sections within your reading. So I'm just going to kind of go right into it. But before I do, I just wanted to introduce you to the intuitively hand-selected tarot deck that I feel called to use for your reading today, which is my Law of Attraction tarot deck, okay? So you guys are going to be the only pile where we use this deck. Each of the other piles had their own hand-selected, specifically tailored to them tarot deck as well, but that is yours. So we're going to be shuffling that within the reading itself whenever I feel called to get some additional tarot alongside the oracles that we're preparing in advance now. So I'm just going to shuffle this deck and get it nice and ready for us to use when we begin. Number 3, pile number 3, for pile number 3. Perfect. We're going to place that to the side now, and we are going to go right into this, okay? So the first thing we're going to be getting cards for is tuning in to your future self's energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds you, okay? So we're using these 3 decks in particular. This isn't to say that you're going to receive a card from each deck, all the decks, but most, so far, each of the piles did receive cards from all the decks that I've used. Okay, so let's see what goes on for you. Let's tune into your future self's energy and see what's coming through 5 years from the time that this reading finds you. What is going on with pile number three's future self's energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? Tuning in to pile number three's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. Tuning in to the energy of pile number three's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. One more shuffle. Okay, back of the deck does want to come through here. We have SOS with distress, act with urgency, and assistance needed. First time I'm seeing this card since I purchased this deck. It's still a fairly new deck that I purchased a couple of months ago, but we did get 3 cards, so we're going to keep going. Tuning in to pile number three's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. What is going on with pile number three's future self's energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? Tuning in to pile number three's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. All right, back of the deck wants to come through here. We have remorse for my Wheel of Emotions deck. We live in what has been dubbed an age of apology. Okay, ... I'm going to read this in the reading part itself. We did receive one emotion. And then for the final deck, my Rune and Roots Oracle deck. Tuning in to pile number three's future selves energy 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. This is a timeless reading and it will find them whenever it is meant to. Tuning in to pile number three's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. Tuning into pile number three's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. Okay, nothing here. Back of the deck also wants to come through. So all of the 3 decks wanted back of the deck energy to come through. That's really interesting. None of the other decks had that except you. We have the Awaz rune with you herb. I don't know what that is. We're going to have to look in the booklet itself later. All right. And this landed directly on top of your significator card. So I'm going to see that as a sign. It's going to be paired with your significator card, perhaps. We're going to place the other cards to the side and move into the next part of your reading, where we're going to now be looking at the specific messages that your future self 5 years from the time this reading finds you has for you, okay? Specifically, first looking at their lived experience. So what did they go through? What they went through? So what is the lived experience of pile number three's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What did pile number three's future self go through? What is pile number 3 future self's lived experience? The future self of 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number 3. What is pile number 3 future self's lived experience from 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number 3? One more shuffle. See, nothing wanted to come out of this deck. I find that really interesting. All the other piles got a card from this deck, but back of the deck does want to come through, and it is the Vishuddha throat chakra with the keyword being balance. I find balance between speaking and silence. Okay. That's something really important to keep in mind. It feels like this is something you've been working on for a good chunk of time before maybe this reading has even found you. And it's still kind of present here. Now, when I placed this deck down, the card directly beneath that card slid out and revealed itself, which is the solar plexus chakra. So we're going to keep it that way. I'm not going to touch it. So I remember when I do your reading itself, when I do your actual reading, so we can see both of those energies together. What is the lived experience of pile number 3's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What did pile number 3 future self go through? The future self of pile number 3 5 years from the time that this reading finds them. What is their lived experience? All right, back of the deck here is Stork with the number 17. 17 is the star in Major Arcana, and then we have the Queen of Hearts, which I believe is the Queen of Cups technically. I only know that because they like that out of everything with the spades, the cloves. Did you see that? It's never happened to me before. Okay, what is this source? Is it like a side note? Okay, so this was the Stork, I believe. This is a card that fell out with it. Huh. And then this is landed directly on top of the significator card. So we're gonna place it there. Again, this goes into the energy. I'm quite intrigued to see what this is gonna be about. Honestly, I'm trying to decide how Source wants me to do this. Okay, so they're saying leave it there. This is the new back of the deck energy. How interesting is that? Okay. Next up, we're now going to be moving in with your message from your future self to you, their realization. So what they understand now, maybe things that you don't understand quite yet with where you're at in your own personal journey. So what are the realizations of pile number 3, future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number 3? What does this version of pile number 3 understand now? What is this version? What is this future self of pile number 3 understand now, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What is pile number 3 future self's realizations 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? The future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds pile number 3. What do they understand now? Okay, back of the deck energy wants to come through again. We have the Mask of Happiness. Are you hiding sadness behind 4 smiles? Authenticity heals deeper than avoidance. And then we have 2 cards here. This one, I don't know. Okay, let's keep going. What are the realizations of pile number 3's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number 3? What do they understand now? What are the realizations of pile number 3's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What do they understand now? What are the realizations of pile number 3's future self 5 years from the time that this reading finds them? What do they understand now? Okay, back of the deck again. The Puppeteer with explanations, comma, apologies. Interesting. And then we have 1 Citadel card that came out. All right. Now, for your direct specific message, we're going to be looking at what your, oh my God, my words, guys. I think there's like a Mercury retrograde coming up towards the end of June. I am losing my marbles right now. I am recording this during like almost mid-June. And I know this is going to be uploaded late July. But geez Louise, guys. I don't remember when the shadow period starts. But my words today. I'm also going to get my period soon, so maybe that's why. Okay. So the direct messages, yes, we're going to be looking at what your future self needs you to know now, okay? So far, for the last 2 piles that I've explored, I just realized that this camera is crooked, I'm so sorry. For the last 2 piles that I've explored, they all received more than 1 direct message. You will likely receive more than 1 direct message as well. There are a lot of different decks we're going to be diving into for this area, or this question, this area of your reading in particular. So let's see how this goes, shall we? So, what is the direct message that pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds pile number 3, have for pile number 3? What do they need them to know now? What do they need pile number 3 to know now? What is the direct message that pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds present pile number 3, have for them? What do they need pile number 3 to know now? What do they need pile number 3 to know now? One more. What do they need pile number 3 to know now? Okay. So we got no cards from my Heart of Truth Oracle deck. Back of the deck does want to come through. It is wrong person. Not everyone is meant for every stage of the journey. Protect your energy with clear boundaries and a firm refusal to settle. Okay. Interesting. We're going to keep going, my loves. So, what is the direct message that pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, has for pile number 3? What is the direct message that pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds current, present pile number 3 have for current, present pile number 3? What do they need pile number 3 to know now? Okay. I feel called to cut the deck a wonky way. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like I gotta gather all of these cards and they have like their own thing. I don't know what that is. Okay, so all these are upright. They're gonna go together. And then these two. This one landed here. Honestly, I think these two go with the significator card. Wow, that's crazy. None of these piles have had this many cards to pair with the significator. So I'm really intrigued to see where this takes us. Okay. So far you have 2 messages. Or yeah, I believe. The next pile of tea leaves. Let's see. What is the direct message that pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds current/present pile number 3, have for current/present pile number 3? What does this version of the future self of pile number 3 need current/present pile number 3 to know now? What do they need pile number 3 to know now? What do they need pile number 3 to know now? I'm going to shuffle this one more time. What do they need current pile number 3 to know now? What does the future self, at which from the time this reading finds pile number 3, need current/present pile number 3 to know now? Okay. These 2 cards. I believe this was here. Yeah. Okay. So you got 3 so far. What is the direct message that pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds pile number 3, have for pile number 3? What do they need pile number 3 to know now? What does this future self of pile number 3 need pile number 3 to know now? One more shuffle. What is this version, future self of pile number 3 and pile number 3 to know now? Okay, back of the deck here is Roman chamomile essential oil with the keyword destiny. Trigger statement: I am lost. True statement: I do what I love. There is a path waiting just for you. Open your heart and mind so you can use it on your journey of fulfillment. Okay, is there any cards that fell? Yes, there is. All right. I feel called to place this here, and this is going to go here. Let's keep going. What is the direct message that pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds pile number 3, want this current version of pile number 3 to know now? What do they want pile number 3 to know now? What does this future self of pile number 3 want pile number 3 to know now? What is the direct message here? Okay. Okay, these landed here, this landed here. There's two cards here. They're upright, so I'm going to place them here because I believe these were the uprights. These landed directly on this, so it's got to go there. Okay. Beautiful. I feel like these are very specific messages given how many rune cards you received as well. And I just looked up and realized that there is a tea leaf, a little missing tea leaf here. This is going to go here. All right. So you got 3 direct messages from your future self, along with a lot of cards that are going to go along with your significator when we first dive into your reading. So I'm quite curious to see where this takes us. We are almost done. So now we're going to be gathering the cards for the second to last section of this reading, where we're going to be looking at what your future self wants you to continue on your path and shift on your path, okay? So we're going to be using these 2 decks for both of those parts. So for the continue and the shift part, okay? So what does pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to continue on their path? What does this future self of pile number 3 want pile number 3 to continue on their current path? What does this future self of pile number 3, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to continue on their current path? Okay, so we got 1 card. Let's keep going. What does pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want them to continue on their current path? What is it that this future self of pile number 3 want current pile number 3 to continue on their current path? What does this future self of pile number 3 want pile number 3 to continue on their current path? To continue on their current path. Okay, there's 3 Black Moon astrology cards that wanted to come through with this part. Did feel called for that. Now we're going to do the shift portion. So what is this future self of pile number 3, 5 years from the time this reading finds them, want pile number 3 to shift on their current path? What do they want pile number 3 to shift on their current path, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is this future self of pile number 3 want pile number 3 to shift on their current path? Okay, so we got 1 card there. Let's do 1 more. Shuffle with this. What does pile number 3's future self, 5 years from the time that this reading finds them, want pile number 3 to shift on their current path? What do they want pile number 3 to shift on their current path? What do they want pile number 3 to shift on their current path? What do they want pile number 3 to shift on their, 1 more shuffle, current Okay, back of the deck does want to come through here. We have Aquarius with I know, the number 23, 2 and 3 adding to 5. So change in how you view something is important here. Okay, So we got the cards for the shift and the continue. Now we're going to be gathering your final messages from the most healed version, highest self version of you that we can possibly connect to from the spiritual realm. That one, like the most highest frequency version of you that we can possibly access. We're going to connect to them and gather your final messages to finish up your reading, my loves, okay? With these 3 decks. So connecting to this most highest frequency version of you from the spiritual realm, I call on to this version of pile number 3 to provide me with the final messages meant for pile number 3 to end this reading. What are the final messages meant for pile number 3 to end this reading? What are the final messages meant for pile number 3 to end this reading? Okay. Making sure I didn't drop anything. Back of the deck does want to come through here. We have the full moon in Libra, the scales balance, number 30. Find balance in all areas of your life while also being mindful of your own needs and boundaries, using the full moon's energy to create harmony. Okay. What is the final messages meant for pile number 3 to end their reading? Calling on to the highest frequency version of pile number 3 that I could possibly tap into or access or call upon within the spiritual realm at this time. What final messages do you have for pile number 3 to wrap up and finish their reading? Allow the cards to fall out if you want them here. Okay. I had my eyes closed. I just felt a bunch of cards. One more shuffle. Okay. Let me just pick these up. Ugh. I'm just making sure. I felt like I heard a lot more things fall, but I guess not. All right. Oh, wow, you got a lot of cards here. Now for the crystals. Maybe you're going to receive a crystal, maybe not, but let's see. What are the final messages meant for pile number 3 to end their reading with? Connecting to that most highest frequency of pile number 3 self that I can possibly call upon and access and channel from the spiritual realm. What final messages do they have for pile number 3 to end their reading? One more shuffle. Oh, okay. So you have 2 crystals. You have multiple spiritual advice cards and 2 Mystic Moon cards. Beautiful. So these are your final messages from this most healed and highest frequency of self that we could possibly tap into and access from the spiritual realm for you, my loves, my beautiful pile number 3s. Okay. So with that being said, I think we are officially ready to get this party started. Ooh, ooh. Okay. Sorry, I just had a random hyperactive moment. But I'm so honored to get to dive into this stuff with you. So with that being said, my loves, I am going to meet you at the reading portion of this video. Okay? I will see you there. Hello, hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number 3s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Going Forward card for my Sacred Destiny deck, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to the message that your future self, 5 years from the time that this reading has specifically found you, wants to deliver to you now, wants to tell you, wants you to know. We're going to be diving into a lot of different things that your future self would love to share with you in this reading. And before we kind of go right into it, I did want to share that you guys did receive a hand-picked, intuitively selected tarot deck that we're going to be using for your reading today that no other pile is going to use, which is my Law of Attraction tarot deck. Okay, I felt very called for you guys in particular to use this deck throughout the reading. And that isn't to say that we're going to use tarot within every single section of this reading. There might be just oracle in certain parts, but we're going to leave the tarot deck on the side in case I feel called to reach for it for further clarifications or things that maybe I could feel like could use more, we can get more information on or details, okay? When it comes to your energy, the energy of the significator card, it wasn't just this one card that has to do with the significator theme for your reading as a whole, my pile number 3s, but actually you ended up receiving a lot of additional cards to pair with it. Like all these cards continue. So if you guys didn't check out the pile prep, you guys don't, like if you guys are subscribed to me and you've never attended or been a part of the pile preparation portion stuff that I do, it's in the timestamp, it's right below, right before this part of your reading where the reading itself is. There's a pile preparation portion for pile 3 and you get to see the raw, unedited, organic setup of me preparing your pile before I dive into your reading. In there, if you watch it, you'll see like these cards as I shuffle them when I was getting your certain parts of the reading ready. These cards kept landing on top of the going forward card, your significator card, and I felt called to leave them there because I felt like they were going to add into the message of this going forward to feed more into the significator card theme for your message today regarding your future self, okay? I have no clue what they are. I didn't pay attention. I wanted to look at them with you together so we both have some surprises to look at. So we're going to be using my Malefic Normand booklet and the Roots and Runes Oracle booklet to understand what these two cards are about. But you did also get 2 tea leaves, so let's see what they are going with your going forward card, okay? So it is Apple. Temptation will test you. Going forward, temptation will test you, and needle and thread. A sincere wish will be granted, but temptation will be, a sincere wish will be granted, but temptation will test you. A sincere wish will be granted, but temptation will test you going forward. For the Malefique card, we have the ring with number 25 adding 2 and 5 adding to 7. So this is going to take time. And what's interesting, when I was looking at these 2 cards, for some reason what came to my mind was a needle in a haystack. Because yesterday I saw a video on YouTube. I was like watching YouTube on my TV. And I just saw like a weird, or I don't know if it was YouTube or it was something, a short. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was on my TV or a mobile device, but I basically saw some guy just like kind of use up 4 hours of his time where he hid a needle in a haystack and he had to like search for it until he couldn't take it no more and got a metal detector and found it that way. But it took him up to over 4 hours. Basically, I'm seeing that is a tedious endeavor to take or go through. And when I looked at these 2 cards, for some reason, it reminded me of that like needle in the haystack thing that I saw. So when I look at 2 and 5 adding to 7, 7 is about patience and perseverance. You know, usually that number in tarot, it's about being in the midst of a journey, like you're in the middle of it. There's progression being made, there's something being done, but it's not finished yet. And sometimes when we're in that weird in-between state, things can feel more anxiety-inducing than reality. Like in our minds, like things are going to feel more anxiety inducing because we're like, why is this taking so long, or think nothing's happening? But in reality, like roots are being made beneath the surface in areas in the journey where you can't see it just yet, in the physical sense, in the tangible sense. So let me see what the ring card is about. So ring number 25, we have partnership, union, promise, agreement, marriage, and commitment at the number 11, page 11. And this is the Ace of Cloves. Partnership, union, promise, agreement, marriage, and commitment. All right, let's see this rune and roots card. We have Sowilio rune with St. John's wort. Let's see what the book says. Let's see what page it is. It is page 69. Okay. Whenever I see those two numbers together, it immediately reminds me of like the sign of Cancer, because that's what the signs look like, a 6 and a 9 kind of. And it reminds me of like yin and yang. This is giving me the like union. Yeah, that makes sense. But I believe the Sowidio rune is about like happiness, illumination, success. But let me double check because I could be completely wrong because I'm still learning my runes. Okay, so the keywords: illumination. Oh, cool. Sun, light, vitality, higher self, success, victory, wisdom, benevolence, good health, and healing. The Sowidio, the rune of the sun, oh, okay, is a symbol of blessings, light, warmth, good health, and success. Composed of vital solar energy, Sowidio is one of the skilled healers of the elder Futhark, alongside the Oruz rune. It represents the divine spark in us, a reminder that we are all sources of light in the infinite darkness of the cosmos. For St. John's wort, the herb that goes alongside or pairs with Sowidio on this card, the presence of St. John's wort is strongly repellent against malicious beings and harmful energies. It provides protection from storms, whether they are raging outside or within one's mind. This solar plant is an advocate for mental wellness, often used as a medicine for depression and anxiety. Contemplation question that goes along with this card: what are the blessings in my life? Do I take them for granted? Okay. Actually, we're gonna leave these booklets here because the first part of the reading is where we're tuning into your future self's energy to get a grasp on where they're at 5 years from now, from the time this reading finds you. Okay, so significator card energy, the theme. There are really good things going on in your life. There's so much growth that's been done and being made, progressions happening as we speak, pile number 3. But are you aware of that? Are you feeling trapped mentally? There might be something here where your future self is going to sort of wake you up, shake you out of something that has been like a mental thought spiral you've been stuck in, a self-sabotaging tendency of some kind that kind of holds you back from being able to fully live or experience the actual moment in front of you or really see what's there. Like things being taken for granted, right? Like that's where my brain's going. But let's see. Like things might just feel like you are at such a good spot, and in these next 5 years things are going to continue being at such a good spot, but you being the hungry version, like the ego, ego is the protector, right? It's the thing that comes onto earth to help us have the human experience. It's who I call the protector side of us, and it's literally just trying to keep us alive sometimes. But when we're stuck in a mindset or in a nervous system, our nervous system is stuck on fight 24/7 because it had to survive or be a warrior or a fighter at certain points of our lives. For a long chunk of time, it gets stuck there until we have enough self-awareness to recognize, hey, we don't got to keep doing things this way anymore and slow it down. But we have to retrain it. And that takes a lot of time. It takes time in terms of the process to recognize it and be ready to slow it down, because it's not a comfy experience. It's not a comfy process. And going forward, it's kind of reminding me of just constant movement. So that could be something that's also coming through, but we're gonna have to see. And to see everything now, what I'm going to do, hopefully you're able to still see the cards. What I'm going to do is we're gonna look at each section of your reading, one chunk at a time, and I'm gonna move the first section we're gonna look at is tuning into your future self's energy. 5 years from the time this reading has found you. After we look at it, I'm going to move the cards out of the shot. I'm going to be able to see them on the table. It's just you that won't be able to see them, and we're going to move into the next section. So just make sure that you are taking notes, okay, my loves? Because that's how you're going to keep up with this. All right. If you're like a visual person like me. So tuning in to your future self's energy, now that we kind of have an understanding here, we got to grasp on the bigger picture of things. You got a couple of, what's the T cards? And you did get all of the decks wanting to be back of the deck energy. So let's look at those first. Look at the Ehwaz. It's such a similar shape to the Sowidio rune. And that's kind of, again, reminding me of 6 and 9. Like the 6 could be, no, the 9 could be here and the 6 could be here. The Cancer symbol, because that's how they are. And that's yin and yang. Polarity. There's something here about union, things just mesh well together, but it doesn't feel that way right now. But this version of you tuning into their energy, let me see what this card's about. Ehwaz Rune. Let's see. It is page 60. So that's about 6 is the 6 plus 0 equals 6. 6 is about give and take, energetic exchange. So that's still there. The energy is still there. Ehwaz, okay, the keywords for this card with the root U, or the herb U, I don't know what U is. Death, transformation, alchemy, ending, access mundi, magic, occult, psychopomp, transition, underworld. Ehwaz, unlike the rune, the Jeddah rune, which represents cyclical time, Ehwaz is a symbol of timelessness, no beginning and no end. So that's kind of like the number 7 energy I was tapping into. Something to keep in mind. Its vertical pillar, the trunk of the world tree, stands anchored by subterranean roots and celestial branches, drawing energy from above and below. Okay, that's interesting. As a conductor of energy, Ehwaz aids all magical pursuits. It liberates us of our fears, in particular the fear of death, reminding us that it is a transition rather than an ending. That is, oh, I just saw the snake. I didn't even notice the snake symbol here. Now let's see what yew is about. So the yew tree, oh, this is the yew tree, is an ancient being as old as the underworld depths from which it rises. It represents longevity, resilience, and immortality. This funeral tree stands as a sentinel among graves, guarding the souls that journey between the realms of the living and the dead. A tree so fond of the dead, in fact, that its poison is fatal to the living. The contemplation question associated with this card: if I could be fully liberated from the fear of death, would I live out my days differently? Wow, massive different energy from what the theme of the significator card is when we're tuning into the energy of your future self. That powerful. And like I said, I think there's no doubt in my mind that these two runes came out like this, with this being the back of the deck, this being part of the significator cards, and the shapes are so similar but different. Like, this says things, guys, okay? So we're gonna keep going. We have 2 more back of the deck energy before we continue. We have remorse for my Wheel of Emotions deck. We live in what has been dubbed an age of apology, from politicians formally apologizing for atrocities committed by their predecessors. Such apologies can seem inadequate, with the performative aspect making them vulnerable to questions about sincerity. The question of whether remorse was a passion or an intellectual position was debated between the 13th and 15th centuries in Europe. Medieval theologians argued that true remorse was a voluntary desire to make amends and a willingness to go through a painful process of penitence. It was only in a quiet state of mind that the penitent could calculate the correct level of penitence required to neutralize the sin. Oh my goodness. Perhaps the next time we hope to see a politician's eyes glisten, our question should not be whether remorse is being truly felt, but whether it is being genuinely thought of. Remorse, having true remorse. Wow, that is some powerful, okay, definitely the energy taking for granted things. The what's the tea back of the deck? SOS, distress, act with urgency, assistance needed. Underneath it, we have fuego, chemistry, intense passion. Things are heating up. Okay. So I forgot to mention this deck, my What's the Tea deck. This deck is technically a love oracle deck, but I love to use it like not just romantic, but for general readings, like regardless of the topic. And we just kind of take it out of the romantic context and plug it into a general reading. Does that make sense? So chemistry, intense passion, things are heating up. Distress, act with urgency, assistance needed. Chemistry is reminding me of 2 things that mix, like things are happening. Temperance energy, alchemy. Things are alchemizing. All right, so for the cards here, continuing to tune into your future self's energy. First up, we have morning after. Okay, see, looks romantic, but we don't need to take it that literal unless that resonates with your situation. Okay, so cherry pick resonates with, leave what doesn't, or just see this in a general context. Up all night, late night rendezvous, spending the night. We have euphoria. In the 1896, I'm trying to find, in 1896, some patients in with a physician experience states of ecstatic bliss at the end of their lives, laughing delightedly, leaping out of bed, seemingly oblivious to the imminence of their demise. Oh, so this is talking about death. This is about death and acceptance of it. And this is about guilt, basically remorse. Okay, having a desire to fix something or do something. Oh my goodness gracious, this is intense. This is a big deal reading. This is an important reading. This is really important. I really feel like this reading is extremely important now. I'm really understanding this. I feel like heavy in my heart right now. Like I want to kind of throw up too. Like the energy I'm channeling here is intense. It's makes me emotional, so emotional. Ugh, I feel like I want to throw up. Like I'm like nauseous. It's spiritual. Is that even a thing? Can you be spiritually, energetically nauseous? Because I don't feel like I want to throw up, but I feel like I want to throw up, but it's not there. Like I don't know how to explain it. Sorry, I'm just reading this. So basically it's saying that a lot of people, when they're going through an end point of life, there's this, okay, so euphoria, I'm reading here, and basically, I'm trying to summarize so I don't have to constantly read so much crap to you guys. There's this idea here that it's saying is that it's giving examples throughout time, 1896, 1926, and 2013, how people, early on, when people were reaching like their deathbed, they would feel like euphoric bliss, peace, more serenity within them. Like they can accept it more. Because of that, a lot of doctors back then in the 1890s thought that that seemed like they were just deranged. Like it's just part of like you losing your mind, I guess, in a way, like as you get closer to deathbed. And because of that, as time went on, like moving into the 1920s, more people, there was less people, like over 2/3 of patients in the advanced stages of multiple sclerosis experienced a prevailing mood of serenity and cheerfulness. But now today, only 13% of patients suffering the same disease report feeling anything close to euphoric. And it's saying why. Perhaps the methods of assessing mood are to blame, or maybe medication. It also seems likely that social factors play their role. There's this idea here that euphoria is something that is natural, that we should experience. Even when it feels like it's and I'm quoting this, that's why I'm doing this with my hands. It's oh my God. Even if it is an inevitable doom, because a lot of people see death that way, it doesn't have to be. And it shouldn't be. It's where there's an end, there's a beginning. But we forget that part. We just look at the one half and leave the other half out. Because when we reach that state of peace, we got judged for it back then. Like doctors would kind of dismiss it as there's issues here. And it kind of feels as if our natural chemistry in our brain was trying to prepare us for this part of life. But it's saying now like there's only 13% of people experiencing multiple sclerosis now that that barely experience euphoria. So the bigger percentage of people don't anymore. And they're saying it's probably because of social factors and life's the way that we look at mood and assess it, and medication. We're trying to control people's like moods more now. And it's giving me this idea of the need to control was here for such a long time. And tuning into your future self, they have finally woken up the morning after. They have woken up to this idea that what have I been doing with my entire life? I have literally screwed this up. I have screwed this up for myself. I've screwed something up because I thought, look, there we go. On blast, outing, personal info being called out, public humiliation. And vibes, sensing something, unexplainable feeling, listening to intuition. Exactly. I knew, this is tuning into your future self's energy 5 years from now, 5 years from the time this reading has found you, my love. And it's saying that your future self is in a state of realization, massive recognition. And this was very recent. There was like a tower-like moment had to happen in their life to come to this moment. And it doesn't feel good because they there's a lot of regret here. There's a lot of regret on how they handled things the last 5 years that they want to talk to you about today in this reading to help keep you from making the same decisions that they did. Because on the current path you're on, my love, you're aligned with this version of your future self. And this version of your future self is coming to you now to deliver this for you because they want to protect you from ending up just like them. Because this isn't a nice feeling. Let me see if I can get some more information. Is this about people? So we have the 9 of Pentacles. Okay. And the 5 of Swords. Okay, and then we have the 6 of Pentacles and the 8 of Pentacles. Underneath it, back of the deck, we have the Ace of Pentacles with the 6 of Cups. Okay, yeah. You're very focused on chasing something, getting something, and succeeding at it. Pile number 3, your future self really wants to let you know right away, before we even go into the message specifically. We're just tuning into their energy right now. Whatever that thing is that you're so hungry to achieve is going to happen, okay? You want it so bad it's going to work out. But here's the thing. The way that you do it, if you were to continue down this route, it's very lonely, very isolated, and it's going to bring a lot of distress because you would be missing out on a lot of good potential experiences, like potential as in like memories. I'm trying to think of like memories you could make, like if you were present. If you were to continue down this path, you would miss out on them because you're so focused on yourself. There's a lot of self-focus, like being kind of self-centered, but not in like a mean way, not trying to sound like you're being like, I'm not trying to say you're selfish. I can't think of a better word. Like you're just, the ego, like I said, it's the protector mechanism. It's the protector self, the thing that's trying to keep us safe. The ego is all about themselves, okay? All it cares is about themselves. This is the ideology, the concept of self-preservation at its finest here, but your future self is tuning in. When we tune into their energy 5 years from the time this reading has found you, they have realized that that's not what life was all about all along. Like they were so obsessed with something for such a long time that it kind of bit them in the butt. Let's see if I can get a little bit more information. Actually, you know what we're going to do? Let's move into the lived experience part because I think that's going to help us answer more of what we're seeing here. And what I might do before, like, I don't think I might need to move these cards out of the way right away. I'm going to see if we have space. I think we have space for us to put the first set of cards for the message from your future self, where we're going to look into their lived experience from a first person perspective. So I'm going to be delivering the message as if it is your future self 5 years from the time this reading has found you to you directly, to see what they went through. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to just place them here. So we have 2 sets of cards. They want it to be separate, and I think there was a reason for that. But before we do that and look there, let's look at your back of the deck energies. So I remember when I was setting up your pile, this card like slid. And I knew right off the bat that the solar plexus chakra wanted to come through as well for back of the deck energy. So first up, we have the Vishuddha throat chakra with the keyword balance. I find balance between speaking and silence. And the Manipura solar plexus chakra, authentic expression. I express my essence freely without dimming my light. Solar plexus chakra is immediately reminding me of inner child energy. You have been so focused on just trying to grind, there was never enough time to fully live. So this could be about like a literal partnership with somebody, commitment to somebody, and you kind of took it for granted. You didn't realize how much you took it for granted because you were so focused on your own goals. Or this can also just be about simply you've been so focused on work, maybe you never even tried to find a partner or develop enough, like have enough of a social circle because work was the only area of life that you focused on because you were so scared of like lack.
or being in like the scarcity mindset was so strong that you only functioned and did everything from there. All your actions, all your things that you did was driven by that scarcity mindset. And you got disconnected from the whole point of experiencing human life, you know? You were surviving to live. Wait, what's that saying? You were living to work, not working to live. I guess I can't think of the right saying. The final back of the deck energy here, when we're looking at what they went through, the lived experience of your future self, we had Bear with the number 15. 1 and 5 add to 6. I want to see what Bear is. I always forget. Power, leadership, strong character, authority, money, richness, dominating figure, ferocity, rage, protection of one's territory or family. So that's giving me like the 4 of Pentacles energy. There is so much ego here trying to protect you. And then what is key? Because key's underneath here with the number 33. New possibilities, revelation, solving the problems, breakthrough, and release. This needed to be released. And I find it interesting because 33 was on page 13 in the booklet. And 13 is Major Arcana, is the death card, transformation, release. And that has to do with the Awaz room too. So there needed to be an ego death of some kind. Your future self did go through it massively. They realized how much of an imbalance there was in their life that was hurting them. And with this, we have Stork and Mountain being paired together. So 17, let's see, is changes, moving to something new, grace, delivery. And 21 is Mountain with obstacle, a challenge, emotional weight, fortitude, and durability. And this is on page 9. This is on page 10. This is Wheel of Fortune energy, and Stork is the Hermit energy. 2 and 1 add to 3. Obstacle, a challenge. Yeah, there had to be a change in this. And 1 and 7. 17 is what came through in my head first, the Star card. In Tarot, changes, moving to something new, grace, delivery. But 1 and 7 also add to 8, which is about manifestation, harvest. Oh, harvesting the new and the change. Yeah, there was a massive epiphany. Let me see if I can get some more insight on these two, because I understand what it's talking about. Like, I understand the concept here, but I want more specifics in reference to what your future self went through. So can you give us more context regarding this first 2 pair of cards? Future self of pile number 3, 5 years from the time this reading is found. Okay, back of the deck energy here is the 6 of Swords. I remember the 6 of Swords in the Law of Attraction deck is about like negotiations of some kind. But the way my brain's reading this, and then we have the 10 of Cups. The way my brain's reading this is that there had to have been, when I see this half like shadow and then half light on the table, the only way for you to have been able to move to calmer waters was for you to wake up and see the reality of what you were doing. And there had to have been external sources that kind of like created some wobble in your life for you to realize what you were doing. And this could have involved people like walking away or like speaking up about it. That's something that's coming through. And you feeling like you're all on your own now, like for good, actually. And that's the thing that sucks. Like this could have been a relationship that someone walked away from, and it left you kind of feeling like, what just happened? You know, and now you have a deep desire to want to fight for it. And this is for the future self. Okay, this is what they went through. So if any of you guys are in a relationship right now and you are so focused on building your business, this could be your future self. The first thing, this might not resonate with everybody. Okay, guys, the first thing that's coming through is you need to protect them. You need to protect the connection you have. The Death card just popped out. I didn't even realize, because you are growing beautifully. You are metamorphosizing. This person, if you are in a relationship in your life, they aren't here to hurt you. They aren't here to hurt you, but they didn't have a choice when you chose yourself over what you two were building. Hold on. I need to know this because I'm just seeing, okay, so, okay, be warned, my loves, okay? This first part is only going to resonate with anyone that's in a relationship right now. One of the, or not in a relationship right now, but like are going to get into a relationship soon, okay? Like something where it's like you already know of it, like you're expecting it, like you're planning it, like maybe you're dating somebody, you're seeing someone, and you know like it's going somewhere good or something like that. Or you've been in a relationship for a while now, and you plan on not leaving them. It's comfortable there. What I'm seeing here is the first thing, if this will not resonate with everybody, okay? This person is going to leave you. This person leaves you. This person left your future self, my love. In the last 5 years, they left them. They left you. I'm going to say they left your future self. They left your future self because your future self only cared about their own goals, their own journey, and they stayed and continue to detach themselves from the relationship and the connection that this pairing of you two shared. You constantly kept going back for your goals and your desires and your wants and needs, and again, it was about self-preservation. This hurts. And that's why it ends with the justice card here, because if this resonates with you guys, for those that, what I said, the requirements for it to resonate, this was something that you could have stopped from happening. And that's why your future self has so much remorse. If you just paid more attention to that person, that partner in the moment, if you communicated more, there's a lot of things. And I don't like saying coulda, shoulda, woulda. It sucks because with the 7 of Wands here, there's progress that was being made, but it's like there's no point of sharing it now because what's done is done. And that's what I'm seeing with your future self. Like it really sucks because they were really trying to manifest something for such a long time, such a specific thing, that they let that get in the way of having the balancing out of being able to say, oh wait, like the bigger picture of why I'm doing this is for us, or the bigger picture of why I'm doing this is for the family, or is for emotional fulfillment of some kind. And they cared more about the progress they made, that it led them being alone, all on their own. So that's one thing that I'm seeing here, okay? That might not resonate with everybody. All right, loves? So another thing, hold on. Another thing that I'm seeing here, though, is if you are not in a partnership, okay? Let's see where this takes us. For those that aren't in a partnership, it's telling me that this is just for people that were in a partnership or in a heavy disconnect to self. Let's see what these 3 cards say. Because the first card that I just said, for these that are, for those that are not in a partnership, and then the 2 of Cups came out, dude. Like, what? We got the Chariot, the 2 of Wands, and the High Priestess. A lot of 2s here. 2, 2, 2. 2 is a number of significance for you guys. Okay, my loves, I highly recommend you write it down, take notes, try to look up the meaning of that number. There might be an angelic message in there for you, additional to this reading. Okay, some of you guys that are single while listening to this, the thing that your future self, one of the things that your future self went through 5 years, or during the 5 years till the point of when this reading has found you, or from the point that this reading has found you to the 5 years, had a lot to do with growth, experience, understanding themselves, understanding how to navigate the world the way that they want to run it, basically. Like they were trying, I'm picturing the movie, The Wolf of Wall Street. And The Wolf of Wall Street, if you guys have never watched it, it's a crazy movie, highly recommend. It's crazy awesome, but it's also really sick and nasty. So, just be warned. Like it's triggering, because if you think about things and helping people and stuff, like it can get triggering to watch. But the bigger picture of it is the story is of a person that's trying to get all the puzzle pieces to their life to come together and feel complete. They do it with a lot of ambition. They do it with a lot of drive and a lot of cockiness and overconfidence, but it ends up working for them because you ever heard of the saying, fake it till you make it? It starts to work out in your favor. That's happening soon. That's coming up in your life. I see something where things are going to start working out really well with whatever you've been focusing on. And I think your future self has come through within this reading, this message today, regardless whether you're in a relationship or not, to share with you that I need to warn you, temptation is going to test you on this journey because you are heading in the right direction. There's a lot of beauty coming up, but you're not going to enjoy it because you're going to keep trying to reach for more. But the thing that wants to reach for more is the ego. It's not you. It's just trying to feel safe. But you're already going to have everything you need in a lot of different points of this journey to feel safe. You're just going to keep wondering, what if? What if it's not enough? And that's where you have to retrain your anxiety from thinking everything's always going to keep going downhill. And one thing is that your future self went through additionally is this constant back and forth with, like when you have the angel and the devil on your shoulder, like you see that in cartoons and stuff like that. They would have like the angel on their shoulder saying, go do this, go do that. Like, listen to your heart, listen to what your inner world wants. But then the devil on the shoulder would be like, no, go do this instead because you need to. No, it's like your inner critic and like your inner healer is both battling each other constantly. Your future self did experience that aggressively to the point where they had so much trouble being able to listen to their own inner world and their own inner wants and needs, their true desires, which is what authentic expression, the Manipura solar plexus chakra, is all about. I express my essence freely without dimming my light. But there was a lack of that. There was a lack of that during these last 5 years. During these 5 years where it was very hard to listen to your truth, and it was very hard for you to do the right thing even when you knew it. Not, I don't like to label things as right or wrong, but the things that just felt like aligned to your morals or your ethics or your values or integrity, with integrity, it was always hard to go that route, the route of integrity, because you are so scared of losing the momentum, losing the progress to getting to this like end goal, that you would rather do it like that instead. And that way was more with the devil on your shoulder way. So that's another thing that I'm seeing, okay? And that could have involved hurting people, not giving a damn about what anyone, if anyone would get hurt in your way, on your way to get somewhere. It could have involved doing a lot of things that were kind of not the cleanest or the most unconditionally love aligned to get to where you're at. And this future self they went through doing it that way because they let the ego, the self-preservation desire, run their head the entire way there. They kept thinking they needed more and more and more and more, when in reality, there came a point, and there continued to come points where they should have been celebrating. They should have been telling them, their inner worlds, we did it. I got you. You're safe. You can breathe now. You can relax. But that never happened. That day never came because they just kept listening to that scarcity mindset. Let's now look at continuing with the lived experience, what else they went through. So next up, I'm going to move these cards out of the way, okay? Just so we don't get confused, or I don't get confused. We have Child and Fox. And what's interesting is this is number 13 card and this is number 14. So they go right next to each other in an ascending form. So I feel like Child starts first and then Fox goes second in the sense of like the situation and how it unravels. So 13 Child is about new beginnings, moving to something new with Stork. Oh, that's interesting. New beginnings, trust, naivety, irrationality, unpredictable decisions is 13. And then 14, Fox, egoism, treachery, fraud, caution, suspicion, priority for own interests. Let's add more information here. That's literally what we were just talking about, but let's keep going. Because this could have been the relationship side and the single side of those that pick pile number 3. But can you give us more context? The future self of pile number 3, 5 years from the time of this reading is found them. Give more context in reference to your lived experience and what you went through regarding this pair of cards, please. And I thought I was going to be in first person, my loves, but the way that there's too many future self dynamics with this pile that I didn't expect. That didn't happen with any of the other 2 piles. So, I really appreciate you guys just letting me flow. Back of the deck here is the Fool, which is kind of the child energy here. So, something we want to keep in mind. All right, there's a card that fell. Let me pick it up. And this card is reversed, which I find interesting. This is landing on your significator card. It is the 7 of Pentacles. This 7 of Pentacles is a very peculiar card in this deck. And I kind of want to get the law of attraction booklet out to understand it. I want to see what they say about it. So progress, financing, good negotiations, winnings from gambling, everything you undertake to make your dream come true is destined to grow. See how that landed directly above your, like it keeps saying, yes, things are working out and it feels like you're making the money and you're making the progress. And it's funny because that's the number 7. We were talking about 7 at the beginning. Goosebumps. So that is a confirmation, like there is, yes, a lot of great coming forward. But with the 5 of Swords, the 5 of Pentacles, and the 2 of Pentacles, my heart. And the World in reverse. This is something that you get with a lot of pain. You go through a lot to get here, goosebumps, because you chose the route that helped you get there, I guess, quicker. And you realize through that experience that I chose me over somebody that was really, or some people, certain people that were really important to me. And that led me to losing them when I should have tried to get them back. And one other thing is I see your future self that they had to experience was trying to get them back. And that journey is still unfinished to this day. Like, I mean, 5 years from the time this reading has found you, they still don't have that person back because they let them leave by focusing so much on their own self and self-preservation and egoic desires. It's like they were making consistent money and the money was good and stable, but they wanted more than that. So they didn't care about showing up for their partner, being there for them, or this could be family. It doesn't need to be a romantic sense, you know? This could be a best friend. It's like choosing you instead of the other person that was with you during the whole time. Does that make sense? And your future self is here saying, like, this still isn't resolved. Like, where I am 5 years from the time that you're listening to this, I still don't have those people or them back. I've lost them. I'm still trying. And I feel like to this day, I'm still trying to make up for what I've done. And I feel like it's too late now. It feels like as if I've lost because I chose money. I chose myself over them. And where that led me, it led me to having the progress made, reaping the rewards, but I'm doing it all alone. It's like, why I lost the whole point of why I was doing this. So that's really heartbreaking. We don't realize how precious something really is until it's gone sometimes. And it feels like your future self had to go through that. Like they went through an experience where they had to realize it a hard way. So what we're going to do next, loves, I said that this is how we're doing it. And we're starting now. I'm going to start to move these cards out of the way. I'm still able to see them on my end. It's just you that won't be able to see them. That way we have space for the next set of cards, my loves, okay? Oh, this stays here. Okay. Let me just reset your tarot deck. All right. So for the next part of the message from your future self, my loves, we're going to now look at the realizations, the things that they understand now that maybe you don't understand just yet, okay? So we did get 2 shadow cards and 1 citadel card, and we got 2 back of the deck energies, so let's look at those first. We've got the puppeteer with explanation comma. I keep saying slash instead of comma, and I've been doing that for all the piles. I'm sorry. Explanations, comma, apologies, the puppeteer. Underneath the puppeteer, we have the queen with the termination, comma, sacrifice. And again, I know what I have to do. Queen of Swords, they're protecting their discernment towards something, but they're calling it discipline, when in reality, they are literally making them have a bullseye view to just their end goal and nothing else in between. So the journey, they're not paying attention to that. And the journey involved these precious things that now they're looking back on and saying, dude, I screwed up. I really, really screwed up. And I keep getting goosebumps for this. And I love that I'm getting goosebumps for you guys are the only pile in this reading topic that I'm getting goosebumps from. And I feel like it's because this reading is like really important for you to listen to. Like it has found you at the time that it is meant to find you, to protect this from happening, keep this from happening to you. So if that resonates, my loves, like I just really wanted to share because I get goosebumps. Sorry if I just hit the camera with my finger. I get goosebumps in the middle of my in-person readings when I'm working with clients. And usually I see that as a sign because I've been getting goosebumps in the middle of readings since I started doing readings when I was 19 years old. And I believe that's a confirmation from source that what I'm sharing is like truth. It's important. It needs emphasis. It needs highlighting. So I'm going to be announcing goosebumps whenever I get them in the middle of this reading. I feel like we're going to continue to get goosebumps. I think I just got them 3 times so far within your reading. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, guys, I send you so much unconditional love. There's no judgment here. I am not above you, nor am I below you. We are equals at this time when I am delivering this, okay? I just really felt called to share that. The final back of the deck energy here we have is the mask of happiness. Are you hiding sadness behind forced smiles? Authenticity heals deeper than avoidance. And what's underneath that? The veil between worlds. Connect with ancestors and guides. Their wisdom will illuminate your healing path, which is what's happening right now. All right, so for the realizations and what your future self, 5 years from the time this reading has found you, understands now. We have the anger within. Anger is a teacher, not an enemy. Explore its roots rather than suppressing it. Next up, we have overthinking and paralysis. Not every problem needs endless analysis. Trust your instincts and take action. And then lastly, we have Lex Talionis, the brawler, lack of empathy, confrontation. Interesting. We might want to look in the Citadel booklet for this card because I've never gotten it before. All right, let's check. So for the brawler, it would be on page 122. So 1 + 2 + 2 = 5. 5 is about chaos, change. We had 2 5s earlier. I think it might be associated with what we were talking about earlier in reference to what they went through. The brawler. Night falls thick and dark across the streets, but not all are sleeping. The doors of the music hall pour light and warmth into the courtyard, and revelers tumble drunk and rowdy after them. A spilled drink, a sharp word, and a fight breaks out, and the brawler is once again standing with fists raised, ready to fight their corner, set on showing the whole world that they don't care what people think of them. The brawler invites confrontations wherever they go. Quick with a brash retort and ready fists, their bull-headed manner makes only enemies, never friends. You won't be able to move forward until a current conflict is resolved, whether you're in the right or not. Take a moment to step back and consider things from an alternate point of view. Entering a situation with your fists raised won't resolve things. Exercise a little empathy and plan out a way to address the matter on neutral ground. Accept this chance to improve yourself without carrying forward any malice towards others. Okay, so that's the thing. And this might not have also had to do with just money, but self-preservation is also about protecting yourself. And that could also, this might not resonate with everybody, guys, and there's no judgment here, okay, with what I'm about to share. But it's a word that a lot of people love to throw out there, narcissism, okay? Narcissism gets developed when we feel like we constantly have to protect our emotions, protect our vulnerability, protect ourselves. And I also believe that underneath a lot of narcissist skins, people that are narcissists, they have a lot of rage that they have not accessed yet. And rage from their trauma, rage from things that have helped made them develop into the person they are with the narcissistic qualities that they have. But underneath that rage lies a really wounded child version of themselves. A really extremely pained version of them that is so neglected by their own self that they feel the need to keep neglecting them, so they choose not to be vulnerable and express how they truly feel. They will just continue to be mad at the world. And their ego, trying to do everything they can to protect itself,
its own self. It keeps hurting others because it keeps only thinking about instant protection. It doesn't think about the integrity-based way, the moral way to do things. It just thinks about trauma. I don't want to experience this. I have to keep protecting me, and I need to get what I need to survive. And sometimes that can literally leak out into being really crazy things that don't seem like they have anything to do with self-preservation, but trust me, they do. But then the narcissist will act from a primitive-based standpoint where it looks very incorrect and very messed up, and they can become a bully, and they can become abusive. I can't say the actual word, but it's the abusive, okay? They will act that way to people. If any of you guys feel like you can resonate with what I shared right now in terms of that energy, or you feel like right now you're so scared of where life's taking you that you're doing anything you can to get there, but at the same time, not checking in with yourself on your deeper emotional why as to why you're trying to get wherever there is for you, you might be walking yourself to a place where there's no solution, there's no solving that feeling within you, because when we are blindlessly trying to just stay driven, but we don't connect to the root why, the loving, aligned reason why, the heart aligned why behind our actions, it can start leading us astray to the opposite direction where fear is instead. And then that's where the narcissistic tendencies can start to come up. The selfish intentions can start to come up. And we don't care about anyone but ourselves. And then we get mad because then this keeps on happening for years and years and years. To the point where we feel like nobody loves us, and then we get mad at people when they leave us, and then we get mad here, and then we get mad there. So then we're very, very protective, but then when we become extremely protective, we can become abusive, right? That word that I spelt, because verbally, emotionally, physically, because we're so enraged, and we're not actually sharing how we really feel at all. We just keep it zipped up, and it keeps projecting. That's trauma, okay, my loves? And that's somebody wearing it like it's a costume, like a hazmat suit. Your future self, the realization that they understand now, 5 years from the time this reading has found you, is what they have been doing. They have been nonstop trying to just make their life picture perfect. And during the last 5 years. And what they understand now is that there's no such fudging thing. Sorry, I'm getting frustrated because this hurts, as a picture perfect fudging life. It's whatever the fudge you want it to be. And they've realized that now. But now it's all happened. It's already happened. Let's keep going. I feel so bad for this version of you. Pile number 3, my heart, I understand why this reading had to come to you at the time it did. It's such an important reading. Can you give us more information, please? Future self of pile number 3, 5 years to the time this reading has found them. Can you explain more about what you realize now? Okay, this one really wants to come out. Okay, back of the deck here is the 10 of Cups. Underneath it is the 7 of Cups. Possibilities. They were literally chasing a fantasy. And it's like weird. I get it wasn't technically a fantasy that they were chasing because there was so much progress that you're going to start seeing happening, unraveling for you, that they're trying to warn you about. So it's like, but it kept feeding this illusion of like, I want more. And it's kind of like gluttony. It's kind of like greed. Enough was never enough. And there wasn't enough sitting with it. There wasn't enough breathing through the process. There wasn't enough pause moments when there should have been. So we have the High Priestess, the Chariot, the 3 of Pentacles. What is this? The 10 of Swords. And the 5 of Pentacles. Again. What's the 10 of Swords in reverse in this deck? I'm curious to see what it shares. Swords. 10 of Swords. The defeat, remorse, physical pain, tears, animosity, and disappointment if you don't know how to counteract the conflict that prevents you from fulfilling your dream.
Seek the reason why. Refusing to, yeah, okay. The other realization, they've known this. It's interesting because it's like an addiction, because it was dopamine based. Like a lot of these wins were so dopamine based that like this could literally be gambling. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of empty chairs and it's giving me the idea of like progress being made. This could be an addictive tendency. This could be self-sabotage. Very heavy self-sabotage where you couldn't stop. This could be a development of an addiction because of the money you have or something 5 years from now. And this makes you lose people in the progress because you only care about the money or you only care about getting this. And you're so mad about things not working out that you're kind of blinded to it and you want to keep trying to get to this thing that you know you can't get to. And that wasn't the whole reason why you started in the first place, but then you tried to make it that way, even though you knew deep down that it never was. And with the Three of Pentacles and the Ten of Swords in reverse, Five of Pentacles, it's giving me this idea of you realize when it was too late, when you were already deep in the hole, and they just don't want you to go through it. I feel like I keep repeating. I'm like a fucking nonstop, never-ending repeating thing, like on the record. But that really is what they realized. Like I can't, yeah, I that really is what it is. They kept letting the fear of not having enough drive their actions. And they didn't care about who they hurt or what they had to do to get there. That's what they realized. They realized what they did. They fucked up, but it was too late when they realized it. Okay. We are now going to be looking at the direct messages now, specifically that your future self needs you to know now, okay? You actually received 3 specific direct messages. There might be 3 different messages. Maybe 1 or 2 messages will resonate. Maybe not all of them will, or maybe all 3 will, okay? But I just wanted to put that out there. To do this, we're going to have to need as all the space we can get because there is 3 different messages. And I really want to pay attention to them individually so I don't get mixed up with anything. This one wants to be the first message. So for the first message, my loves, you received 2 rude cards. And look at this. I think you got 5 tea leaves. Okay. So this is going to be your first direct message for what your future self needs you to know now. And it is the Awaz rune coming through again. And what's weird is, oh, maybe this is a different rune? Oh, maybe this is a different rune because, or maybe it's spelled the same. No, because it's not being spelled the same. Ewaz? Let me know in the comments down below. This is a typo. If there is a screw up, please let me know, guys. Anyone that knows about runes of any kind, because I'm a little bit confused because the meaning here is different, or maybe I'm just pronouncing it differently. Ewaz, Awaz. Maybe this is Ewaz and this is Awaz. Let me know in the comments if anyone knows this, okay? That would be great. But Ewaz, transportation, may represent a horse, car, plane, boat, or other vehicle. Movement and change for the better. Do you know how many times we've heard change for the better in your reading so far? Or something new for the better? Movement to something better. I don't know. And then we have the Tewaz, a lot of wazes. Tewaz rune with honor, justice, leadership, and authority, analysis, rationality, knowing where one's true strengths lie, willingness to self-sacrifice. Moving forward, we have I, psychic ability, trust your intuition. The High Priestess card came out multiple times in your reading so far. And I think there's a reason for that, so we're going to put it in there, keep a little mental note. Eagle, triumph over troubles, obstacles. Oh, these 2 want to come together. With Eagle, we have Wishbone, a wish is granted. And then we have Bull, plenty of material things. And Young Woman, dealings or relationship with a younger woman. Sorry, my throat, I might need to take a sip of water, but I want to see what this direct message is, what the tarot has to feed into it, the first direct message here. Okay, back of the deck here is the Knight of Wands. Sorry about that. I think this is hard to share because my throat is now losing it, and the Queen of Pentacles is in the back of the deck. I mean, underneath it. We have the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. The Devil in reverse. Is this in reverse or not? I actually don't know if I picked it up, how I picked it up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it is in reverse. We have the Ace of Cups in reverse, and we have the Emperor. Okay. I might want clarifier for the Ace of Cups in reverse. Can you clarify the Ace of Cups in reverse, please? Can you clarify the... let me put this card back in case. Can you clarify the Ace of Cups in reverse? It's the Four of Wands. Oh, okay. And then can you clarify the Devil in reversed? So the Fool card influencing the Three of Pentacles. And then clarify the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. The Tower card with the... What is this? Oh, this is the Knight of Swords, my bad. And then we have the Queen of Wands. And Judgment. So there is one direct message coming through, the first one here. I don't know if some of you guys may have also just recently let go of somebody, or you were thinking about like leaving them, or you broke up with them, but it was very recent or drastic or something like that. And you're doing it because you feel like you have to choose yourself, but it feels good. Like, I am hearing that you shouldn't have to. There's this idea here that's coming through of just stop thinking that you can't handle it. Stop being so scared of thinking that I can't hold, like, you have, like, a person that has two hands, a person that is born with two hands, they have two hands so they can carry one thing in one hand and one thing in the other. They don't need to let go of the other thing in one hand to stay holding on to use both hands to hold on to the same thing. They have two hands so that they can hold on to one thing and another and keep them separate. But they're still part of the same body. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's this idea here, the first direct message that your future self has for you is they're trying to tell you, like, look, you are ready for this journey, but you're the only one that's making yourself think that you're not. There is somebody that has believed in you for a while now, and to take them for granted during this time just makes absolutely no sense. Given for how long they have been a part of it, it just isn't worth letting them go now. Or for you to even think that they aren't as important as you might, like, they are very important to the emotional fulfillment part of this. Because when you first met them, if you were in a relationship right now, when you first met them, or if you just recently broke up with somebody, they were your world for a reason. You felt something. There was a glimmer in the eye. There was a skip of a beat in the heart. And choosing to let go of all of that just to put you first right now, I know you feel like that is the smart decision. That is the smart choice. But what I'm hearing, let me see what this Three of Pentacles is. It's driving me insane. Loan scholarships help. What I'm hearing is that this person can actually be of good influence to help you get to your goals quicker and get there in a way where you're able to enjoy the journey very beautifully and not just make it all about the damn money. But in order to do this, in order to be able to have both, whether you're single or not, now this is where it gets important, okay, my loves, whether you are single or not, whether you just broke up with someone or haven't been with anybody, and this is talking about someone that's coming up, this your entire situation, wherever you're freaking in, okay, it requires leadership and it requires you to step up to the plate to attain it. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, like there's gonna be challenges that are gonna make your ego scream, because it's gonna try to protect you at all costs. But you're the one that needs to be self-aware enough to make sure that that ego doesn't overstep boundaries with how much control it actually has over your life. Because this is where your future self went wrong. On their journey, they let their ego call the shots for everything, and then that's where things started to take a downtrend. And not in finances, but it could have been actually in finances, but it also in this constant need for just satisfaction and safety and security, even when it was temporary. And that's where dopamine can come in, and you need to be careful with that, because dopamine comes and goes. It's a chemical that rises and falls in our brain constantly. And some people are naturally predisposed to have less dopamine than others, so they have to take medicine for it, like ADHD, like me. I take Adderall. But what I'm trying to say is people like me are more prone to have addictive tendencies, because the world preys on people with low dopamine, because we have trained ourselves to suck at dopamine equal distribution throughout. I feel like I didn't really have a choice. I was put on meds at 7 years old. So my whole life, I never really got to choose what I wanted to do, or if I wanted to try to learn how to regulate my brain on my own. So now I'm turning 26 soon, and it is what it is. But not that deep, not that dark. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, it's hard to let go of it now, because it's the thing that helps me show up in my business. If I wanted to quit, I would have to put my entire life on hold to retrain my brain, because my whole life has been built around using some sort of ADHD medication to keep my brain balanced. Does that make sense? And this energy that I'm seeing here, it's like the ego's gonna keep trying to reach for shit. It's not gonna stop. It's gonna keep trying to get more, get this, get that. Nothing's ever gonna feel satisfying, because the perspective, it's not relaxed. It's constantly on fight or flight. And your direct message here is it doesn't want you to feel like you have to drop everything and go, because you're going to be fine. And here's the thing, is that if you feel like this person, or who this person will be, is like good for you and they feel safe, listen to that. If you feel like things are working out and they're going in the right direction, but you're just letting the fears mess with you, listen to that inner niggling feeling that's saying everything's fine, just trust. Instead of letting your heart, like like that music start, and then like just nonstop keep running, going with going forward here, and then drop and leave everything behind. That's the biggest thing, okay? So that is your first message, my love. Let us now move into your second one. It's your second direct message with what your future self needs you to know now. We're just resetting this deck so we can move. Oh, what do they want to tell you? Yeah, you're transforming. But the transformation and what you become after the cocoon is finally shed off of you is really entirely up to you. It's completely dependent upon you. And that's why we had the Justice card end with the tarot when we looked into tuning into your future self, or I think it was when we saw the lived experience, what you went through. I think it was tuning into your future self. We got the cards out there. But okay, I'm going to move these cards out of the way. And moving into your second direct message now. And for back of the deck energy with this message, we have Roman chamomile essential oil with the keyword destiny. Trigger statement, I am lost. True statement, I do what I love. There is a path waiting just for you. Open your heart and mind so you can use it on your journey of fulfillment. Open your heart and mind. My throat. So you can use it on your journey of fulfillment. This must be really hard things for you to hear. And I can understand that, because my throat keeps trying to like close up on me right when I'm about to start a message. Okay. So for the tea leaves we have here, we have happiness, fan, romance, celebration, party, oops, and man. Dealings or relationship with a man. I'm hearing influences. Patchouli essential oil. The keyword here is earthly. Trigger statement, I hate my body. True statement, my body is my temple. Influence, yeah. Remember that you are a spiritual being having an earthly experience. Revere your loyal, sacred body. With the 2 runes, oops, upside down, being the Uruz rune, physical strength and speed, untamed potential, a time of great energy and health. Okay, this was in reverse. This one was upright, so I'm actually gonna like trust that. A time of great energy and health, freedom, energy, action, courage, strength, tenacity, understanding, and wisdom. So this is the Uruz rune. Very strong energy. You have a lot of it, but it's in reverse, so it's not being used for the right reasons. And then we have the Thurisaz rune with reactive force, directed force of destruction and defense, conflict. Okay, see? Instinctual will, see ego, instinctual. Vital eroticism, regenerative catalyst, a tendency toward change. Change. Okay. What is the second specific direct message here? Can you add more to this direct message? Future self of pile number 3, 5 years from the time this reading has found them, to share. Okay, we have 2 tarot. Back of the deck here is the 10 of Pentacles. Underneath that is the 5 of Wands. Okay. 5 of Wands is giving me the idea with this air or wind turbine, I think they're called, with like change, like drift, distribution. I'm seeing fan, wind, right? Motion, swiftness. The 10 of Pentacles, it's giving me this idea of like, you can really have it all if you wanted to, but you keep thinking you can't. We got the King of Pentacles, or yeah, the King of, no, I'm lying. Is this the Knight or the Page of Pentacles? I keep forgetting which symbol is what, but it doesn't show you in the cards, in the booklet. I believe this might be the Knight of Pentacles, or is this the Page? This might be the Page. The Page of Pentacles and the 3 of Swords. You are going to begin this journey from a place of like naivety, and that's okay because you're starting off. You're learning how to show up and take it and deal with it in stride. But at the same time, there's this idea here of letting the glitz and the glamour getting in the way of the bigger picture, right? We were talking about this earlier and it's coming through here again because the 10 of Pentacles is about the bigger picture. But with the Page of Pentacles and the 3 of Swords, it's allowing the pressure or something like that, like needing to escape is constantly like a theme that's going to be coming up with this journey of yours. That's coming up for the next 5 years, pile number 3. And depending on how you handle it, the second direct message that your future self has for you is to please avoid those instant dopamine hits. Avoid the things that feel like escapism, like you're trying to disappear from your life because your life doesn't feel safe. You have to find a way to find safety in the life that you live, without needing to lean on drugs or smoking or cigarettes or things that help numb you, detach you, disconnect you, dissociate, help you dissociate from the reality, so you don't have to worry, you know? You should be able to just simply exist without letting worries take over that much. And this is a warning that with all of this, there's going to be somebody that kind of pushes you to, remember I was talking about the angel and the devil? Someone's going to be pushing you to be more in the devil era. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. Let's get the girls or get the guys, or let's just not give a damn. Let's just keep doing. Let's just do more things and let this, like, we'll chase, like, while you're trying to chase happiness, you're going to chase happiness for instant satisfaction, instant pleasure, during the long-term pleasure run. Does that make sense? And it's like your dopamine doesn't get a chance to relax. So it's as if you're putting the attention towards the wrong things, because you're so on high drive that there's a lack of expression. There's a lack of truth. There's a lack of listening to what you actually want. You're future self is trying to help protect you from that. They're giving you a heads up because you are prone to wanting the more finer things in life, and it holds you back from being able to find balance every once in a while. And coming in from first person perspective, talking to you as if I'm your future self talking to you, I need you to understand that life isn't going to always be about winning. Life isn't always going to be about, yeah, I got this, I got that. You can own a bunch of different things and have nothing to share it with. The number of people in your life doesn't matter if they're not genuine. If you can't actually share how you are feeling, if you can't actually open up, if you can actually feel like you can breathe with them silently in the same room without feeling like you need to talk or perform who you are for them, for validation, for approval, for attention, for success, that's how you know that it's not real. You're going to be tested and challenged a lot during this journey to remember to stay on the parts path and not the egoic path. It's going to be hard because there are moments on this path that feel like they're making you or breaking you, but everything I promise you is taking you to where you want to be. You're just going to have to keep believing in it. And the thing is that you don't like to just lean on faith. You like to lean on the hard work that you put in. And that's why you're going to feel so called to have to take breaks every once in a while. But these breaks aren't real breaks. It's just, let me go put my brain somewhere else and give it the dopamine that it's lacking right now because the end goal isn't here yet. Do you get what I'm saying? And then it starts becoming an addictive tendency and desire. So you need to be careful. You need to be very, very careful and try to find outlets that actually help you find the safety that you're needing, rather than trying to find it outside of you, like you're reaching for money or reaching for this. Like, you can go within, look within and see what's asking for your attention. Okay, my love? With this message, stepping out of that perspective, if any of you guys do feel resonant with what I just shared for the second direct message, I would love to invite you to schedule a free soul clarity call with me, or check out ways that we can work one-on-one together in my description box below this video. I am currently accepting one-on-one clients for my Ahimsa Integrations container, which is a monthly support group container. And there's a lot of different ways to enter it based off of where you're at in your own personal healing or self-growth journey. And there are ways where we can just do standalone sessions and we can just start there and see if it works for you. So if that's something that you're open to, I highly recommend that you check it out, just because I feel like this is something that I would love to work with somebody with if you're going through this, or you feel like this is something that you deal with, you have addictive tendencies, you have addictive habits, where you latch on to things. That's something we can discuss, because that is something I've dealt with. I literally used me as an example with ADHD. And that was actually the whole original thing that led me to building my business, is to help people with self-sabotaging tendencies in mind. Okay, my love? So if that's something you're interested in, I would love to connect with you. Absolutely no pressure though, or obligation. I just felt called to throw it out there because this came through. Okay, my loves? So now with your third direct message, we are now going to look at the final message, your final direct message, before we go into your second to last section in this reading, and then we see your final messages to wrap up the video, okay? I'm just resetting the deck. And this final direct message, we have another back of the deck energy here from my Hard Truths deck, and it is wrong person. Oh, okay. So maybe this could also be like the bad influence is already in your life and needing to let go of them now, and so the other right people come in. That could be another thing, but listen to the feeling, like the feeling that if it's bad or good. Like, there's a reason why that feeling's there. Don't listen to the mind, listen to the heart or the spirit, the energy within you. Wrong person. Not everyone is meant for every stage of the journey. Protect your energy with clear boundaries and a firm refusal to settle. For the cards, we have woman. Dealings or relationship with a woman. So we've had so many different people show up, and each direct message there was a person. Lightning, control your anger or you will be sorry. Gavel, involvement with the law. And lastly, older woman, dealings or relationship with an older woman. Interesting. We have inspiring with the keyword freedom. Trigger statement, I have no choice. True statement, I create my day and my life. It is the time to play. Do something different today to shift your routine. And then for the rune card, we have Berkana rune, birth, general fertility, both mental and physical, and personal growth, liberation, regenerative power in light of spring, renewal, promise of new beginnings and new growth. Okay. What is this third and final direct message that you have for pile number 3, the beautiful future self of pile number 3, 5 years from the time this reading has found them? What is this direct message? Can you give us more insight to it? Okay. Back of the deck here is a death card. Underneath it is the 4 of Pentacles. Preventing yourself from truly healing. This is the ego part. Okay, so you're very stubborn. Your future self is calling you out on it. They want to keep this from happening by helping you commit to something. The birth, both mental and physical personal growth, promise of new beginnings and new growth. There's something here that wants to start with the regenerative power and light of spring. But it's really enlightening, the regenerative power, the light, right? Birthing, pew, lightning is like out of nowhere. It generates and it's regenerative. We have the Fool, the Star, the 5 of Pentacles has come through again, and the 8 of Wands. You're being given an opportunity. Okay, this is the direct message. I'm being honest with you. You're being my words. You are being given an opportunity in some way, shape, or form for a new start, a new beginning, a new way to approach your journey moving forward. You are the only person that can reach out and grab this opportunity. But it all starts with you and it ends with you. And it's going to determine how you move forward from this, because you have so much drive that it's really hard for you to figure out where to like put it, that it will interfere with the progress and the goals and the journey that you have moving forwards, because you don't have the set skills just yet with where you're at, my love, to fully hone in on the great mass amount of power you have and put it towards the correct thing. It's too it's too underdeveloped right now. Does that make sense? But you're being given a light. You're being given a guiding light of hope to start this journey and not have to move through it alone, because there is some pain under you. My beautiful pile number 3, there is pain. Your future self is calling it out, and you know what this pain is with the High Priestess. I don't have to share it. Yes, you know what this is, because is the very reason why you are the way you are now. But that's also the very reason why you're so protective of like kind of keeping it close to your chest with the Death card and underneath the 4 of Pentacles, because you don't know what's going to happen after you let that can of worms out. Or maybe you just don't feel safe enough with anyone to let this can of worms out, when in reality, it is the very thing you need to let your guard down. With the King of Swords, the 4 of Swords, and the Knight of Swords, it is the very thing you need to let your guard down. But the only way to show that is, or prove that to yourself, is if you just jump right in, really. If you just take the chance for healing to come through. I honestly feel like this is a sign that we should talk. Okay, I'm just being honest. This can also be a sign that if you've been offered a therapy, if you've been offered an opportunity to start connecting with a practitioner or coach of any kind, it doesn't have to be me. If you felt like that recently happened, or someone hinted at it, and you know, like deep down in your gut of guts, that there is healing and trauma that needs to be looked at for this massive journey that you're going towards, because you've been going at it, but there's something here that wants to be happening alongside that journey with you as you make your moves, basically. Listen to that. Listen to this message, because control your anger or you will be sorry. Remember, when we were looking at the realizations of what your future self understands now, we had the anger card for a reason. The anger within.
Anger is a teacher, not an enemy. Explore its roots rather than suppressing it. The mask of happiness. There was too much avoidance of the emotions and it led your future self to where it was. Okay? We don't want this to happen to you. I don't want this to happen to you. So please, regardless or wherever you're at or whatever may have happened that led you to this reading, or whether it was the message that I said to, connect or do a free soul clarity call together, check out how ways you can work with me in my description box below. Or if it's somebody that already offered something or someone suggested this or that a couple days ago, listen to that nudge. This is the third direct message that's telling you that you need to go follow that. It is the time to play and do something differently to shift your routine. There's a reason why this card came up. Listen to my words, my love. Because the way that you're going down this route isn't smart. Something new is trying to be birthed. And B is for my name, Bridget, which I think is funny. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to share that. But yes, my love, that is your third direct message. So with that being said, we are now going to look at the final part for the messages from your future self topic for this reading, where we're going to look at what your future self wants you to continue on your current path and shift on your current path, okay? So this is where we get out the things they want you to continue first. So you have 3 Black Moon astrology cards and 1 archetype for the things they want you to continue. So first up, we have Mercury retrograde with reinvention, 5 and 1 adding to 6. So there's something about partnership when I'm seeing like people here. Someone's supposed to help you reinvent yourself, the way that you think, the way you show up. And what's funny is as I'm filming this, Mercury retrograde's coming up a couple of weeks from now. I do film my readings in advance. So when this is uploaded, it's probably like the end of July. But I'm filming this towards like almost the mid of June, the middle of June, like right before Jupiter enters Leo, if you guys follow that. And Mercury retrograde I know is coming up. So that's interesting. We also have Jupiter with abundance and North Node life's purpose. With archetype networker. Networker, what do? They link up with other people. And light attributes enhances unity through the sharing of information, engenders social awareness and empathy. You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? I didn't make it up. I didn't lie to you. I literally prepared this reading for you yesterday. So I didn't even know what these cards were. And all these cards are pointing to the thing that your future self wants you to continue on your path is the message that they've given you. Continue listening to everything that you have listened to thus far and absorb it with all your might and heart. Integrate it, sit with it, download it, let it be part of you for a little bit before you make a move. Or if you have a drive or desire to do something now, it's because the time of expansion has begun, okay? Regardless of when you find this reading, the time of expansion has begun. You're moving towards where your life's purpose is and where you're meant to go. But the only way to get there is through support and help of others. Now I also understand why the 3 of Pentacles kept coming through for you. Collaboration, showing up and getting that support. You keep thinking you got to lone wolf this, but you never had and you never were supposed to. Your future self is trying to prevent you from doing that and ending up alone. Forever, basically. That's how it feels, like they're doomed. Now what your future self wants you to shift on your current path, we have the lunar eclipse with change, 4 and 3 add to 7. And then the archetype child, orphan, shadow attributes, feelings of abandonment that stifle maturation, seeking an appropriate surrogate families. Light attributes, independence based on learning to go it alone, conquering fear of surviving. This makes a lot of sense because there are a lot of people that get put into foster homes that develop so much tremendous trauma. And the back of the deck energy here is Aquarius, I know. The stubbornness. Oh my God, the stubbornness with the fixed sign. They develop so much trauma from getting pulled away from something that they once loved that they will lock up their emotions and they will lone wolf the shit out of life. And your future self is basically calling you out and saying they need you to shift this part of how you're handling the change in your life, because this thing is your ego just trying to protect you. It is with, I analyze, it's just trying to protect you by making you think you know what's going to happen. In reality, you have no clue what's going to happen. You have no clue about knowing what will happen.
But what matters more is about making sure that you get there with a mindset of peace and being able to attain that now if you really wanted to. And the only way to have that inner peace is if you reach that inner state of it. But the only way to reach that inner state of it is to unravel and allow the Mercury retrograde process to take place. Okay, my loves. So there it is. To wrap up your reading, we're now going to look at your final messages from your higher self. And the reason why I'm not really expanding this is because it feels like I've been a broken record repeating the same thing back and forth, back and forth. And I think it's because Source is just saying, this is it. So, and your future self. So we're going to now look at your final messages from the most healed and ascended, highest frequency version of you that I could possibly tap into from the spiritual realm. And you got 2 crystals, you got a lot of spirit advice cards, and 2 mystic moon cards here. So first up, you have beautiful, you have your birth moon, your lunar legacy. The birth moon card reveals the moon's phase and zodiac sign at the moment of your birth. It offers insights into your innermost self, including your instincts, emotions, and relationships. Use it to uncover your lunar legacy and harness the power of the moon in your life. So this is actually really interesting that this is coming through for one of your final message cards. It's kind of giving me this insight to tell you this is time to dive into your inner world right now, pile number 3. It's not about to dive into your outer world. Or if you're about to aggressively dive into your outer world, the universe and your future self and the most healed and highest frequency version of yourself you could possibly tap into is asking you to equally dive into your inner world just as hard and aggressively as you're going to dive into your outer world. Because as above, so below, your inner world reflects your outer world. We want that grounded. We want that steady, understood, aware. But the only way to discover who you are is to journey within instead of avoiding it, running away from the pain. So maybe this is a good sign for you to check out what your moon sign is in your astrology chart. If you guys do know what your rising sun and moon sign is, feel free to share it in the comments down below and just say pile 3 if you guys are coming from here. I'd love to kind of understand that a little bit. I always love understanding people's big 3. I think that's what they call it. And with that, I mean, like, I always look at just everything, like the natal chart as a whole. So that's why I said, I think that's what damn, I feel old saying that. But anyways, the next mystic moon card you have is first quarter with action, number 4. The first quarter is all about taking action, making decisions, and moving forward with your plans. This card represents the energy of action and encourages you to take the first steps towards your goals. Yes. Telling you to do the thing to help you understand yourself and uncover your lunar legacy and harness the power of the moon in your life. And the moon sign in astrology is about your inner world, your emotions. It's who you are when no one else is watching. That's the part of you that you have yet to unravel because you've never given yourself enough time or the light of day basically to explore it. But it's because it's literally being covered up by so much trauma and crap that you have to like dig to get there, or literally use like, what's it called? Those mining things, like when they're mining in caves to get there. And that takes a lot of time to chip away at. That's why I now understand why Networker came through. What they want you to continue on your current path is to reach out for help, reach out for support, reach out for the thing that resonated. There was something that you were offered. It could have been me offering it. It could have been a practitioner, a coach, a therapist, a friend recommending you to someone, suggesting something, a person just suggesting it. You might have heard someone mention that they were talking to their therapist a couple of days ago. Whatever that was, it was a nudge from your future self trying to hint, hey, maybe we should like look into that. If it's been sitting in your mind, there's a reason. Take the call. All right. Now, next up, we have practice, gratitude, appreciation, thankfulness, contentment, and joy. Celebrate each other's successes, joy, support, celebration, love. I'm going to just read them out loud and you take what resonates, leave what doesn't, my loves. Because there were so many different ways to look at this pile in particular. Follow your passion, purpose, inspiration, joy, and fulfillment. Trust in the universe, faith, surrender, divine timing. And lastly, practice forgiveness, release, healing, peace, and compassion.
For the 2 crystals you received, this could be that 2 crystals resonate with you, and maybe this could be a sign from source to maybe purchase one of them if you don't have them. I don't have a way to purchase them, but you know, maybe go to a store nearby. I don't know, I just felt called to share that because this could be a way to help you like set the physical intention moving forward of everything that you gain from this reading. So this first crystal is kunzite. It's a high vibe, lithium infused lilac pink stone that glows with an energy that could be described in a word as cuddly. Who needs it? Anyone with a heavy heart about something. Place on your heart and breathe deeply of kunzite's cotton candy essence, or hold it in your left hand and whisper sweet nothings to yourself. Use it after a breakup or a major disappointment when you're beating yourself up about something. You don't need permission to be here. You belong. If you forget that, pause, tap into kunzite's pink prismatic vibration and let love rule. Open up your love channel. Healing. And lastly, we have Tibetan black quartz. The black in Tibetan black quartz references the storm-like bursts of an inky mineral often found inside the stone. Oh, these. The Tibetan references the crystal's Himalayan origins. Tibetan black quartz reminds those on the spiritual path to non-judgmentally ask, could I even be clearer right now? Who needs it? Tantrists, Sagittarians, metaphysicists. Put it wherever you are looking to elevate the vibe, operate on a higher plane, and explore the vastness of your human consciousness. Use it when you're chasing enlightenment on the meditation cushion and when you're pulling tarot cards. Light up your spiritual path. There is a reason this card came through, because there is a reason why everything I shared with you came. However you want to interpret what I just said, there is a reason why I said everything I said, why you are here, why everything came forward in this moment. I want you to take it as in that way. Okay, my love? But that is everything I have for you. And I'm so proud of you for listening straight through, because I know this reading was a pretty hard listen. Out of all the piles regarding this topic, your pile had some heavy stuff in terms of warning signs. So, you know, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I have so much immense gratitude that Source chose me to deliver this reading to you, for us to come together in this moment to look and explore the spiritual realms, to help you on your path towards getting getting what you want, but do it from a place of unconditional love, aligned from inside and outside of yourself. So with that being said, my loves, if this reading did resonate, it would mean the absolute world to me if you can give it a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't yet, if you feel called to join the community here. Maybe comment if you feel called to share your experience. I really am trying to make a safe space in my YouTube channel for people to not be afraid to anonymously just show up and be themselves, authentic and outspoken if they feel called to. Who the F cares, okay? These are all strangers on a community platform online that also are here for similar reasons. Okay, they just want answers, they want clarity, they want understanding of the self more, and they're not afraid to get a little messy and dark. Okay, if that sounds like you, hit the subscribe button, and please don't feel afraid to share. Show up. I'm telling you, I feel like the more people we can get to share their stories, the more it encourages others to come out too. And I feel like with this pile in particular, that could be a really good place to start. So with that being said, my loves, I send you so much unconditional love, genuinely, and hopefully I will see you in my next readings to come. Bye.